in the quest for God within the self will attain nothing, regardless of how many pilgrimages they undertake. To achieve reverence, faith, and devotion, independent endeavors are not required. If these are acquired through the ego's efforts, they remain impermanent. But if prana karma is practiced in an excellent manner, these virtues are achieved automatically and become permanent. That permanent devotion is pure devotion, and permanent knowledge is true rationalism. Conversely, if the mind attempts to abandon devilish propensities like anger, attachment, and greed through sheer will, they cannot be truly discarded. Whatever relinquishment is accomplished in that manner will always be impermanent. But if superior prana karma is continually practiced, the devilish propensities are relinquished on one side, while on the other the virtuous propensities evolve. To abandon or accept anything, a conscious mental endeavor is not required, for the baser instincts will be eliminated and the virtuous qualities will automatically appear. If relinquishment is achieved through the superior type of prana karma, the desire of the existing kinetic mind must be destroyed. In that state, nothing will remain beyond pure intention, and this should be regarded as the true relinquishment. Therefore, he would ask everyone to heed Hudarta nikat ana yatahani prayojon, mumukshur nikat kriya tatahani prayojon. Kriya is as vital to the seeker of salvation as food is to the famished. As has been observed many a time, the Yogiraj, with the purpose of destroying the accumulated afflictions or sins of others, would take these burdens upon himself. Consequently, he would sometimes fall ill. Exalted yogis possess the spiritual means to absolve the sins or diseases of others by undergoing the sufferings themselves. In this manner, when necessity demands, yogis absolve their disciples from the consequences of their actions. When the great yogis realize that it is necessary for an advanced disciple to make further progress, it is then that they act in such a way. It is true that by this the yogis suffer temporary afflictions, yet they suffer no spiritual loss. Instead, it proves to be beneficial for them. In letters addressed to some of his advanced disciples, Yogiraj frequently detailed these facts. Sometimes he wrote, Ami arkata kariba, amar lokar janya asukh karyache, tahar upar sab kajache, kriya karun bhai nai. How much more can I do? I have fallen ill for the sake of man, and apart from this, I have other tasks. Practice kriya. Do not be afraid. Again, he wrote to another, Nijer ei sarire tahar katak rog bhog kariya chilam. Pradipiye tailana thakile tahar nirvana lavhaye. Prakritir viruddhe dehe katakshan jivana thakite pare. Atmar mrityu nekaranatmai mahakal swarupa. Sthiti pad kalero upare. Mahakal samudra swarupa gatihin jiva nadir nyaya sei samudre pade. Kale satarka thakile mrityu ghatena. This implies, I have suffered the illnesses of others within this form of mine. If there is no oil in the lamp, it will be extinguished. How long can life exist against nature? The soul is immortal because it is the Atman, the very form of the great time, Mahakala. The static state is supratemporal, rising above time itself. The static void is motionless, like a placid sea, and the living being enters this sea as a river does. If one remains conscious of the passage of time through sadhana, death does not occur. To another disciple, Yogiraj wrote, Akal mrityu balia sokkariona, jiver pakshe kalakal manehaye, kaler akal nai, ejanya jiver kartavya samastakale kalrupi hamser saranapanna hoya thaka. This signifies, do not grieve because of untimely death. A living being considers the propriety or impropriety of time, but for time itself there is no untimely moment. For this reason, it is the duty of a living being to take refuge always in the time like Hamsa, the breath. Noble yogis often take the afflictions of their devoted disciples upon themselves to grant them welfare and release them from suffering. This can be termed causeless mercy. It was noticed many times that Yogiraj displayed such benevolence for the benefit of his devotees. He would note that the infinite dynamic void, which continues incessantly, is indivisible. This indivisible void seems divisible only during the inhalation and exhalation of breath, but in actuality it is not. That static void, by settling in the body, is prevalent in the form of hamsa, the breathing form, within a living being. It is for this reason he advised everyone to take refuge in the breathing hamsa, for then there is no concern for the propriety of time, and death is rendered absent. To those disciples residing away from Kashi who expressed a desire to have a darshana of Yogiraj, he would reply, Tomader kutasthar madhyei yakhan ami sarvada achi, takhan ei hadmamser dehatake dekte asar kon prayojon. When I am constantly present within your kutastha, what is the necessity of coming to see this form of flesh and bones? He wrote similar letters to others. Dekha karar janya eto vyasta keno, amare hadmas dekia lavki, kutaste lakshya rakun, tahai amar rupa, ami. Hadmasba ami, e sabdao ami nahi, ami sakaler das. Why are you so anxious to see me? What is the use of seeing my flesh and bones? Observe kutastha, that is my true form. I am not flesh and bones, nor is the word I myself. I am the servant of all. To some he wrote, Guru sab kalai techen, ami kutastharupe sarvada sange achi. The Guru is controlling everything. I am constantly present with everyone in the form of kutastha. To another disciple he wrote, Maya kartrik hadmas dekha jeteche, tahayata sigra yaye arthad mayar bishayata sigra jayeta tai bhala, bhala manda tathai nai. Amar bolite yaha kichu, ache taha guru ke arpan karachai. Arpan hoile tahate ar satva thakena. Yakhan deha arpan korechen takhan nijar deha dekhleta amake sthulite dekha hai. Erupa bhabe amar deha sab, sraddha o bhaktir sahit kriya karun. This implies that flesh and bones are perceived only due to illusion, and the sooner this illusion vanishes, the better. There is no good or evil in it. The totality of the self should be offered to the Guru. The moment the offering is made, the individual's claim over it is lost. When you have offered the totality of your body to me, then by observing your own body, you perceive me in the gross form. In this manner, my form is an embodiment of everything. Practice Kriya with respect and devotion. He would address his devotees thus. When you strive to become a yogi, why are you so weak-willed? No one has taken the tree's shelter from you, and none will take the river's water. Why are you so worried about transitory things? It is your duty to abandon all thoughts of the past and future. Keeping your attention toward prana, perform all present functions. No one has achieved lasting happiness through wealth, and no one ever will. It is the provocation of the mind which impels man to earn money. Why are you so anxious about the future? All behave like puppets, raving and ranting for money. The world is a place for ordeals. One must be skillful in all aspects, and a constant feeling of want should never be harbored. It is now imperative to increase your mental strength. All actions must be performed dexterously. To be afraid of anything is not desirable. The devil is perpetually present within the mind. You should be aware that the mind should not concentrate on anything other than the soul. The practice of Kriya is the actual study of the Vedas. By regularly practicing Kriya, the transcendental state occurs. This is the true Vedanta philosophy. One should realize it through practice. What is the use of reading books? Kriya alone is yaja, the sacred oblation. Kriya is the only truth. Everything else is untrue. Everyone should perform this yaja. The cessation of the mind is the true mantra. No one is ignoble, only the mind is ignoble. Narayana exists in all living beings. No one performs anything, God performs everything. A living being is merely a pretext. Make endeavors to concentrate on that Guru Bhagavan in accordance with the Kriya code, for this will impart welfare. Soul is the Guru. Kriya should be practiced with this type of fortitude. I do not belong to anybody, and nobody belongs to me. It is definite that one day everyone will have to relinquish everything. It is completely uncertain when or to whom that particular moment will come. Man remains unaware of this, but when that moment suddenly arrives, everyone laments. Thus, the objective of life has to be set right, and everyone must then aim to proceed towards that destination. In fact, if a person does not yearn for God, the strength to internally invoke Him does not arise. The immortal, imperishable Guru, the soul, is the sole example of causeless love. He is inherently present in everyone always, yet even then none make proper endeavors to find Him. A living being is oblivious of what is truly good, for only after knowing this will he become Shiva, not knowing what is good. The good at times seems to be evil. In the pre-transcendental state of Kriya, the state beyond action, when the conation of the inhalation and exhalation of breath does not perpetually remain, the mind should be emplaced there. This aforesaid state is termed to be Bhagavan Krishna. The word Krishna infers this state only. The Vedas denote knowledge, and the person who has realized Kutastha is conversant with the Vedas. The terminal state of knowledge is Vedanta. There, being an absence of any type of Kriya or action, the state of cessation of action is realized. In that state, there is neither knowledge nor ignorance. Breath is Gayatri, the origin and personified female energy worshipped in the Vedas. Sri Krishna. Sri signifies beauty. S represents the breath or prana, air. I is the seed of fire, the essence of heat which exists in the third eye, and I represents power. In other words, by executing a powerful prana karma, the air attains stillness in the third eye. The state of non-vibration occurs, a settlement of vision akin to the supportless state. That beautiful condition is Sri Krishna. The root Kri means to cultivate, and Na signifies cessation. By continually cultivating this body field through prana karma, the state of non-vibratory permanent stillness achieved is Sri Krishna. That Sri Krishna is indestructible and prevalent in all living beings. The state of cessation of the inhalation and exhalation of breath, which occurs incessantly, is Prana Krishna. Those who practice sadhana secretly are known as gopis. Therefore, Yogiraj advised everyone to avoid tumult and practice Atma sadhana in silence. The secret sadhaka, the gopi, constantly awaits the manifestation-like arrival of this Prana Krishna in the Vrindavana of his own body. It is not necessary to seek grace from the Guru. It comes automatically if his instructions are conscientiously followed. Thus, by scrupulously adhering to the Guru's maxim, God consciousness evolves in one's own still prana. By having faith in the words of the Guru and performing actions, one day the truth will be directly perceptible. This is certain. If mental strength is lacking, it must be acquired by staying in a place that imparts it, and Kriya should be practiced there. If Kriya is practiced with fear, it is not Kriya at all, and one cannot save oneself with such a practice. Everyone can protect themselves by practicing sincere Kriya. Feed the Kriyabans, for by feeding them, you will be feeding all gods and goddesses. Kriyabans alone are devatas, for all devatas are practicing this Kriya. To attain salvation in this life itself, Kriya must be practiced according to its rules and discipline, for only then is what is prayed for granted by the grace of the Guru. Those who profess only to obtain bliss and longevity and not salvation are steeped in deceit. They desire blessings, but it is not to be. Many a time, through various means, he would draw destined devotees towards him. He would often undertake both earthly and spiritual responsibilities, making sadhana the focal point of their lives. He taught his devotees how to bring about a spiritual transformation through the medium of self-surrender. His torrents of mercy would often flow through the medium of love and affection or through divine bestowals. Seeing these incomprehensible acts of mercy, the devotees were filled with endless amazement. He was the true benefactor and beacon for everyone, Therefore he would perpetually explain, in an easy and simple manner, the underlying concept of God and the intrinsic essence of yoga sadhana. By his advice and blessings, man would find the true path of bliss. Many would hasten to him with their material problems, or with the hope of finding the spiritual path, and Yogiraj would always direct them toward the true path of salvation. By observing their actions, behavior, and thoughts, he kept a keen watch on his disciples. If anyone questioned him about his divine bestowals, he would stipulate, "If you take refuge in me with true faith, then no matter how far I may be, does any alternative remain other than being present? I am present to the one who practices Kriya." He would state, "When everyone goes to the temple, do they pay obeisance to the temple only, or do they pay obeisance to the presiding deities? A temple has no value without idols." Again, God is omnipresent. Thus, just as it is true that he exists within that idol, it is equally true that he exists within you. Moreover, the absolute truth is that he is within you because you are ambulatory. Therefore, instead of making a quest for distant objects, it is better to seek that which is nearest. When he is present within you, and when his presence is the nearest, then seeking the nearest is an act of intelligence. Therefore, God has expressed, Isvara sarvabhutanam hridasya Arjuna tishtati. This signifies that though God is prevalent in all elements, he indwells in Kutastha. In this regard, Mahatma Ramprasad has said, "Immerse yourself in the name of Kali, in the heart ocean's fathomless waters." This infers that you can attain God by immersing yourself in Kutastha, not externally. If worship is performed ostentatiously, pride arises in the mind, but you should worship him secretly, for then none will know of it. Yogiraj would expatiate that everyone has the desire, propensity, and right to perceive feminine charm along with the other splendors of creation. But simultaneously with this perception, the Creator must be observed, the one who has created with such inimitable skill and artistic dexterity. It is not proper to forget the Creator while marveling at his aesthetic creation. If his creation is so beautiful, then how much more beautiful is he? In this manner, attempts to perceive the Creator amidst creation should be made, for then life will become blessed. It should be remembered that without sadhana, the crystalline vision will not occur to anyone. It is not an incidental remark. No matter how much you struggle with the aid of the mind, permanence will not arrive. But the more prana-karma is practiced, the more the kinetic mind will be stilled, and as the mind is stilled, a crystalline vision will occur. Then, amidst all forms and beauty, you will perceive him. Brahma conversant persons do not require the performance of idol worship. Yogiraj himself never undertook it. The Sastras have stated regarding this fact, Uttamo brahmasadbhavo dhyanabhavasta madhyama, stutirjapadhamovabo bahi puja adamadama. Mahanirvana Tantra. This signifies that settlement in Brahman is the supreme state. Dhyana or engrossment is medium. Chanting praises and performing japa is inferior, and the most base is gross or superficial worship. Despite this, he never forbade anyone from worshipping idols. Instead, he would say that for an ordinary person, idol worship is absolutely necessary. By worshipping idols, devotion and respect for God are augmented. Later, when the seeker obtains Atma Sadhana, he need not practice idol worship. All idols are symbols of prana God. All the forms which the sages visualized through the medium of dhyana have been established in the shape of idols. By drawing the common man toward these, the sages instructed them to engage in idol worship. These men are often oblivious to Atma Karma and, for this reason, fail to visualize those forms within the inner eye. Everything consists of two aspects, one external, the other internal. In the sphere of sadhana, these two aspects are also present. Idol worship, pilgrimages, vows, fasting, taking a holy dip in the Ganges, japa, group chanting, singing in praise of God, serving guests, and tending to the poor or the hermits are all external facets of sadhana. Only Atma Karma is the internal sadhana. Just as there is progress in the sphere of service, a living being undergoes gradual upliftment through successive births. The compassionate sages introduced external sadhana because not all men possess insight, nor do all men yearn for God. Many are contented if they acquire material benefits through God's grace, considering these benefits to be God Himself. It is for them that the sages introduced the practice of external sadhana. By regularly practicing in this manner, a being will be purified after several births and will eventually gain the introspective vision of internal sadhana. It is then that he will be deemed fit to obtain Kriya Yoga and, by executing this internal practice, establish himself in the realm of the soul self. Yathagada nider labdo no paya kananambina, malaveapi tata svatmachintam muktva nakapara. Pankadasi 9:153. This verse denotes that though it is known that many gems lie underground, excavation is the only method to acquire them. Similarly, barring soul cogitation or Atma Karma, there is no other alternative by which one can be in communion with the soul. External sadhana is bound by ritual discipline. Breaking it is considered an offense. Internal sadhana, however, has no such ritual discipline. For instance, to worship an idol in external sadhana, a clean set of clothes must be worn. To worship in unclean clothes is considered sinful. This type of sadhana requires flowers, holy Ganges water, and the leaves of the basil and bell plants. None of these are required for internal sadhana. Even if clean clothes are not worn, there is no offense. None of the external articles used in religious offerings are necessary. Only the mind and prana are required for the internal practice. Both of these are inherent in everyone. Thus, prana karma is the principal feature of internal sadhana. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, neha bhikramana soasti pratyavayo navidyate. This passive karma yoga, or prana karma, has no ritual offense. Being passive action, it lacks covetousness. It continues spontaneously and automatically. It has no new beginning, for it can be attained from the moment of birth. Taking a holy dip in the Ganges is a part of external sadhana. Everyone can take this dip. There is no impediment. It is beneficial for the health of all. If one recites a verse in praise of the holy Ganges and bathes with devotion, then along with physical health, a little more devotion will dawn. This is an extra gain, but nothing more will occur. If anyone intends to visualize the presiding goddess of the river Ganges, he must obtain that vision through dhyana. If one wishes to fulfill this human life, he must bathe in the 3 sacred streams within his own body. These 3 sacred streams are the 3 nerves, Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna, prevalent in every human being. They are respectively known as the rivers Ganges, Yamuna, and Sarasvati. Ida Bhagavati Ganga Pingala Yamuna Nadi, Ida Pingala Yormadhye Sushumna ka Sarasvati. Triveni Sangamo Yatra Tirtharaja Saukate, Tatra Snanam Prakurvita Sarva Papai Pramuchyate. Yanana Sankalini Tantra. This verse implies that Ida is the Ganges, Pingala is the river Yamuna, and the Sushumna nerve within them is the river Sarasvati. Since the Ajna chakra is the confluence of these 3 nerves, it is known as Triveni Prayaga, the prime pilgrimage. If anyone can bathe there where the ambrosial cascade exuding from the Sahasrara becomes confluent, he will be liberated from all sins. But how can one bathe there? Manah siram yashya vinavalamvanam vayustiro yashya bina nirodam. Drishti stira yashya vinavalokanam. Saeba mudra bikaranti hechari. Jnana sankalini tantra. This verse denotes that by stilling the kinetic mind without any support and stilling the breath without obstruction, concentrating on kutastha without visualizing anything through the help of imagination, one should bathe in the realm of the supreme pilgrimage. This is known as settlement in Kakari. God has described this as manmana, or reposing the mind in the soul and remaining engrossed in it. The kinetic mind is a living being's present mind, which executes all actions. If that kinetic mind is made tranquil through pranakama, its restless existence is lost and it is converted into the still mind. Only then can one become a true devotee of the soul. By being a worshipper of Atma Yajna, one pays obeisance to the soul and realizes his own self. Therefore, when Prahlad visualized God, he paid obeisance to the divine within himself, saying, Namastubhyam, Namo Majyam, Tubhyam, Majyam, Namo Nama. This signifies, I worship you within myself, and I also worship within you. Bathing in the external Ganges can be accomplished by immersing the body, but the body cannot be immersed in the internal Ganges. There, the mind and prana must be immersed. If the mind and prana are immersed in this manner and bathed in the Kutastha-like juncture of the three rivers, life will be blessed, all earthly afflictions will be eliminated, and the cycle of births and deaths shall cease. In his Kriya Yoga sadhana, Yogiraj has stipulated the manner by which the mind and prana should be immersed and bathed in the confluence within the Ajna chakra, which is the supreme place of pilgrimage. That is internal sadhana, and it is the foremost duty of every human being. Yamo vaivasvato devoyastavaisha hridi stita, tena cheda vivadaste magangam makurungama. Manurahasha 8-92. This denotes that for the one who has achieved a constant permanence in his kutastha through internal sadhana, it is not necessary to bathe in the superficial Ganges or in Kurukshetra, the field of action. This path of sadhana introduced by Yogiraj is scripturally regarded as soul knowledge, spiritual knowledge, or Brahma knowledge. However, he himself named it Kriya Yoga, or Kriya in brief. This Kriya Yoga is both logical and scientific. Its scientific nature is confirmed by the fact that Yogiraj described it as being as accurate as mathematics. He would state that while it is true that without devotion one cannot practice sadhana, how many actually possess such devotion? Such devotion does not always evolve initially. Thus, how will those having a dearth or an absence of devotion practice sadhana? Interest in their practice cannot grow. They must first acquire devotion. Just as when there is a lack of appetite, there is a disinclination toward food. Yet the moment food is consumed, the latent hunger is awakened. Similarly, despite a disinclination to practice Kriya, if a continual practice of Kriya is executed, soul communion is inevitable. Then true devotion will automatically ensue. Initially, due to a lack of practice, it is true that Kriya may be improper or there will be less interest, but regular practice of Kriya will positively cause a person to develop a liking for it. Kriya means action. Yogiraj termed the Karma Yoga of the Gita as Kriya Yoga. Karma also infers action. Nothing can be achieved without action. Therefore, much stress has been laid on Karma Yoga in the Gita. The name of Kriya Yoga has been mentioned in the Patanjala Yoga philosophy and in many other places in the Sastras. Manmana bhava madbhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru, Gita 18-65. Tapa svadhyaya svara pranidanani Kriya Yoga, Sahi Kriya Yoga samadhi bhavanartha klesa tanu karanarthaska, Patanjala Yoga Sutra Sadhanapad 1 Come 2. Kriya Yoga is profound engrossment, attentive study, and austere endeavor. This Kriya Yoga is the solemn action leading towards samadhi and the annihilation of all afflictions. By continual solemnization leading toward the state of samadhi through this type of Kriya, all physical and mental afflictions are alleviated. Later, the nada sound emanating from Brahma can be heard excellently, and no form of imagination appears in the mind. Later, by attaining the state of the virtuous being, a keen and profound wisdom occurs. Therefore, Yogiraj would express, if there is bodily discomfort, it should be understood that sadhana is not being properly practiced. This is that immortal yoga which all sages practiced in ancient times. This Kriya Yoga existed before the advent of Bhagavan Krishna. It exists today and will always exist. Therefore, it is immortal yoga. Sometimes, due to the onslaught of time, it declines. It is then that a sublime soul makes his advent and revives it. This immortal yoga having become extinct once, Bhagavan Krishna preached it to the masses through the medium of Arjuna. Later, the practice of this sublime immortal yoga suffered a decline due to a long period of neglect. It was then that the Krishna-like Babaji Maharaja again made it easily obtainable to the masses through the medium of Shyama Charan. The one who is Krishna is Babaji. This is definitely an authoritative statement of Yogiraj. Not only this, he further wrote, Babaji ke rupa, ehi yama o dharma. From this, it can be deduced that his guru was not only a noble yogi, but he himself was the root of death and dharma. Therefore, God Almighty, instilling hope, has remarked that whenever a decadence of religion appears, or when this sublime immortal yoga becomes obsolescent due to the onslaught of time, only then will he descend in the form of a noble human being and establish it. The advent of Shyama Charan was due to this objective. God has adduced, Sahajam karma kaunteya sadoshamapi natyajed, sarvarambha hi doshena dumenagniri babrita, Gita 18-48. This Kriya Yoga is that Sahaja karma or prana karma which is instinctive. When fire is lit, the ensuing smoke conceals the flame, but when the smoke subsides, the fire assumes a blazing form. Similarly, initially due to a lack of practice, this yoga karma may be fraught with faults, but nevertheless it should not be abandoned, because all actions in the initial stage are fraught with faults. Therefore, a specific utterance by Yogiraj could be heard most of the time. He would tell almost everyone, Banat Banat Banjaye. Pati, if Atma Karma is regularly practiced, one day you will reach the state beyond all actions, the source or origin which is the objective, and then you will have a communion with the infinite soul and realize yourself. When Brahma Shyama Charan descended as Jiva Shyama Charan, he notified his initial manifestation, Kutastha Babaji or Krishna Babaji, for Kutastha is Krishna, to remind Jiva Shyama Charan of this immortal yoga in due course. It was obvious to Brahma Shyama Charan that the moment he marked his advent as Jiva Shyama Charan, he would remain oblivious to this immortal yoga. For this reason, Babaji is Krishna, and later Shyama Charan himself declared, I am Krishna, I am Kisunji, I am amorphous Brahma, I am the Soul Son, the entire universe is my creation, the total creation has manifested from my form. I only am Brahma, I only am God, the primordial male energy. I am the Soul Son, Narayana, God, controller of the universe, and am immanent. The Soul Son is Krishna, I am the Soul Son Mahadeva. This pranakarma revived by Yogiraj has been described by the Sastras thus, Pranayamo Mahadharmo Vedanama Pyagokara, Sarva Punyasya Sarohi Paparasitulanala. Mahapataka kotinam tad kotinancha dushkritam, purvajan marjitam papam nanadushkarma patakam, nasyatyeba mahadeva danya soavya sayogata. Rudrayamal, chapter 15. This implies that pranayama is the Mahadharma, the ultimate religion, which is incomprehensible even to the Vedas. It is the essence of all virtues and the destroyer of all sins. By this, millions of misdeeds and all the sins of previous births are destroyed. The one who practices this pranayama is blessed. Extolling the virtues of this pranayama, the Yoga Sastras have given a clarion call to mankind. Joy is born in the heart. The practitioner of pranayama becomes truly happy. The one who practices pranayama lives blissfully in this earthly world. But this pranayama is not practiced by force, such as by pressing the nostrils. It is a sacred technique derived exclusively from the Guru. When the breath is arrested by force, kumbhaka occurs against the natural tendency of the body, incurring a risk of disease. As the Rig Veda explains, the pranayama practiced by the less intelligent, those who block their nostrils with their fingers, is abandoned by true yogis. Yogiraj stipulated that just as 1 and 1 inevitably equals 2, so too are the mathematical foundations of yoga. 12 excellent pranayamas cause the withdrawal from the senses, known as pratyahara. 144 excellent pranayamas result in dharana, or soul-oriented visualization. If the mind is completely drawn from the senses and soul realization occurs, 1,728 excellent pranayamas result in dhyana, the state of being fixed in soul visualization. Finally, 20,736 excellent pranayamas result in samadhi. These progressions are as certain as any scientific law. As the Goraksha Samhita affirms, 200 pranayamas constitute pratyahara. From pratyahara comes steady dharana. 12 dharanas are called dhyana, and 12 dhyanas lead to samadhi. Just as food appeases hunger, the practice of Kriya Yoga causes the attainment of God. It is not known whether anyone else before him was capable of imparting such a mathematically accurate and scientific path of sadhana. This is a unique hallmark of the path bestowed by Yogiraj. The scientific nature of Kriya Yoga is further elaborated in his accounts. An ordinary person inhales and exhales 21,600 times in 24 hours. This represents the lifespan of a living being. Every person breathes 15 times per minute, and as these resources of breath are depleted, the life of the being expires. However, the time taken for a single Kriya Pranayama is 44 seconds. By this calculation, a yogi practices approximately 2,000 pranayamas in 24 hours. Where an ordinary person exhales 21,600 times, the yogi breathes only 2,000 times. Through continual pranayama, when a yogi achieves the static state, the breathing becomes motionless. Yogiraj would note, when Kriya occurs automatically, without placing the mind on the 6 chakras, then one will be able to state everything. Whatever that person says will be true, because he has attained the state of union. Yogiraj further mentioned, stop the natural flow of the 21,600 breaths. If they are stopped for 100 days, then whatever is wished for shall be fulfilled. One's lifespan can be extended as desired. If this type of kumbhaka occurs, a yogi acquires the power to leave his mortal frame at will. When the inhalation and exhalation of breath are absent, the static state occurs, and the ecstatic state of Kevala Kumbhaka evolves. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, the person who does not remain united in the soul does not possess soul knowledge. Being disunited from the soul, they cannot achieve proper dhyana. This signifies that a living being's fragmented or kinetic intellect is untrue. Only when the breath is mastered can longevity be augmented and death itself controlled. The one who practices a greater number of pranayamas acquires more longevity and sound health. Therefore, the state of samadhi, the transcendental peak of kriya, is sometimes termed a divine death, for in that state breathing ceases entirely. This Kriya Yoga breathing action is an ancient science. Its esotericism and expedience are expounded in nearly every line of the Vedas, Upanishads, and the Gita. While modern religious actions and rituals often conceal the truth under symbols, the internal pranayajna remains the core. Historically, Krishna imparted this yoga to Arjuna. Many great souls throughout history have practiced this path to achieve spiritual fulfillment, including Kapil Muni, King Janaka, Vyasadeva, Patanjali, and even Socrates, Jesus Christ, and Saint John. God stated that in the ancient past he imparted this imperishable yoga to the soul sun, or Surya. Surya gave it to Manu, and Manu to Ikshaku. In this manner, the sages handed the yoga down through generations, though its significance was eventually lost to the onslaught of time. Prana is Surya. The motion of prana occurs in the Ida and Pingala nerves. The Pingala is known as the sun nerve, and the Ida as the moon nerve. Therefore, the airflow of prana within the Pingala is Surya. When prana becomes vibratory, it acquires the designation of the mind. The still state of air is the state of yoga union. From that stillness, vibration evolved, and the state of manifestation appeared. This sublime eternal yoga was once maintained by all levels of society, from the celibate student to the renunciant. The kings of the Raghu dynasty departed this world abiding by the path of yoga, a tradition that remained unimpaired until the time of the poet Kalidasa. Eventually the knowledge became extinct. It was Shyama Charan who preached this sublime sadhana once more, disentangling it from the clutches of time and making it suitable for the spiritually debilitated humanity of the present age. This is his supreme bestowal to the whole of humanity and to the universal storehouse of knowledge. Because of the existence of the soul, the elements of earth, water, fire, air, and space are perceptible. When the mind, attaining stillness, settles in Kutastha Brahma by practicing Atma Kriya, salvation occurs. Thus, salvation means nothing else than constantly remaining in the transcendental state of Kriya. By remaining in Kriya's transcendental state in this manner, the body consciousness remains detached. Likewise, if you keep your body aloof and place your intellect and mind upon Kutastha Brahma, then you will obtain repose from the kineticism of the mind and later perpetually exist in the beauteous Brahma. Existing here, you do not exist, and none of your belongings exist. Thus, the mind is freed from being otherwise confined. In actuality, you do not belong to any caste. You are not a hermit. You are amorphous and invisible, and you have no desires. You exist perpetually in the absolute void of Brahma as a percipient of this world. Existing in the transcendental state of Kriya is your only function. For one who has visualized this infinite void even for a split moment, life has become fulfilled. Religion and irreligion, happiness and sorrow are all functions of the mind, but the infinite within you is devoid of everything. You are not the master, the enjoyer, or the sufferer. Authority, enjoyment, and suffering occur through the mind. When that kinetic mind merges in Brahma, or when it permanently settles in Kriya's transcendental state, then there is eternal salvation. You are perceiving substance in the unsubstantial Brahma everywhere, but as long as you are the viewer and the mind has not yet become Brahma, you are merely envisioning. Since the viewer and the view are a two-ness, the mind continues to vacillate. In this manner, the viewer or mind is being confined, and that is your state of bondage. Considering yourself to be the master, you are seeing Brahma, or else you are seeing everything before you. That is self-conceit. This self-conceit impinges upon you, and therefore you undergo all the pains and restlessness of this world. Since you are not deriving mental peace in any manner, you are praying for advice. Therefore, understand that you are not the authority, the enjoyer, or the sufferer. This faith automatically appears by remaining in Kriya's transcendental state. Drink this ambrosia of faith and remain constantly in the beauteous Brahma. This is the state of salvation, and its reverse is the state of bondage. This world is merely a fantasy of the mind, just as a rope is fallaciously regarded to be a snake. When the rope is recognized as a rope, happiness ensues. Similarly, when you remain in Kriya's transcendental state, you become the personification of your own consciousness. That you is like the percipient, infinite and complete. Being complete, oneness occurs, and being one, there is salvation. Then you are passive, beyond desires and aspirations. You are still and tranquil. Earthly bondage is caused only by fallacy. The feeling of I occurs because you are perpetually in bondage with bodyhood. Annihilate that present self with the Kriya Falcon. When the self becomes extinct in Kriya's transcendental state, egotism will be removed, merging in Brahma will occur, and you will be blessed. Then you will not perform anything because there will be no actions then. All types of desires will be absent and you will become detached. This is the true state of detachment. With no desires, no type of sensory attachment can exist. You then become the self-manifested, immaculate form. You are the pure and the knowledgeable in Kriya's transcendental state. Being infinite, your mind should not be finite. Remain in that state where there are no earthly possessions, no aberrations, and no fear. That is the place of tranquility and rest. The consciousness of the present self results in the world being perceptible, but in the transcendental state of Kriya, when the present self is absent, soul knowledge occurs and the world becomes imperceptible. In this state, only the Brahma self exists. Then how and to whom will the self pay obeisance? The self pays obeisance to the self through the medium of Omkara Kriya, because the soul self is not perishable. Paying obeisance to another causes dualism. Furthermore, the one to whom obeisance is paid would be perishable. Therefore, the self pays obeisance to its own self. If another exists other than the self, duality ensues, and this duality is the cause of all great miseries. There is no remedy for this misery other than Kriya's transcendental state. Duality evokes imagination. This body, heaven, hell, bondage, salvation, dread and aspiration are all fantasies. Ridding the mind of such fantasies, when there is oneness in the transcendental state of Kriya, then there is neither desire nor non-desire. Bondage and salvation are both absent. Then the tranquil, supportless form remains, and where then is bondage? Being united in Kriya's transcendental state is known as knowledge, and for the one who has achieved that knowledge, it acts as a constant companion. The one who remains affixed in this state is devoid of mundane or extra-mundane desires. All yearnings have ceased for him. But the one who is conscious of the permanent and the transitory still yearns for salvation, and this, too, is duality. The equanimous one existing in Kriya's transcendental state executes nothing, yet executes everything. Therefore, Yogiraj has portrayed prana danda rod whole karma habe. This implies that by continually practicing Kriya, even for 5 dandas, where 1 danda equals 24 minutes, the prana air ceases and the Kevala Kumbhaka state is achieved. The state which originates will be true action. Not existing in that state of cessation is inaction. Such a composed one always remains tranquil in the soul. He possesses neither content nor discontent, neither bondage nor salvation. He is not enraged if he becomes a victim of vituperation, nor is he elated by praise. When desires cease, expectations also disappear. With expectations gone, he remains in Kriya's transcendental state, constantly gratified. Such a person is termed a Mahatma, and this type of Mahatma is non-pareil. King Janaka described such a Mahatma thus: Yadpadam prepsabo dina sakradya sarva devata. Aho tatra stito yogi na harshamupagachatu. This signifies that the state which all gods and goddesses humbly wait to achieve is attained by the serene yogis. Despite this attainment, elation cannot hold sway over them. For the person who exists in Kriya's transcendental state, sins and virtues cannot affect him. He is wise, and he alone is capable of truly forsaking volitions. Considering this world to be ephemeral like effervescence, and regarding happiness and misery, hope and despair, and the states of living and dying to be equal, practice Kriya and merge in the transcendental state. Then you have no acceptance or relinquishment, no births or rebirths, no inhalation and no exhalation. What remains is the continuum of age, for both denote time. Keep an observation on the passage of time and regularly observe the time like breath continuing. When this breath becomes still, the universe will be pervaded by Brahman and an equality will emerge within the transcendental state of Kriya. Worldly existence is nothing but desire. Abandoning all cravings results in settlement. Then material attachment is absent, a state entirely dependent upon prana karma. Thus, desire is the essence of worldly existence and bondage. In the transcendental state of Kriya, where desires are absent, material attachment likewise vanishes, and that is salvation. The transcendental state of Kriya, beyond the three attributes, is soul communion. When soul communion is absent, and thus the transcendental state of Kriya is lost, degradation follows, and this degradation is dearth. This absence of soul communion occurs due to mental aberration. If the mind is kinetic, mental aberrations arise. Failing to exist in the transcendental state of Kriya, one loses soul communion. But by practicing regular Kriya, this dearth is removed and spontaneous Kriya ensues. Then an inexplicable condition occurs within the head, a state of deep engrossment. After acquiring this settlement, aberrations cease, and a state of stoicism arrives. Stoicism results in tranquility, and in that tranquility, attachment no longer remains. No afflictions plague the seeker, therefore, it is restful. Worrying brings misery, but the transcendental state of Kriya, being free from anxieties, makes the person happy and calm. Calm yourself by abandoning thoughts of good or evil, happiness or misery, rest and toil, or what must be performed and what must be forsaken. Remain in the transcendental state of Kriya, for then you will derive true rest. But remember, if you meditate upon even that inconceivable form, you would be worshipping a thought. Therefore, the thought, "Let me attain the transcendence of Kriya," must also be relinquished. You must become calm and quiet, become thought-free, and abandon both relinquishment and acceptance. Then, by remaining beyond desires, there will be no good or evil. You will not exist in form or formlessness, yet you will exist in the static. Then you will perform all the actions of eating, sleeping, and moving, yet you will not be the performer. For instance, just as an inebriate expresses a euphoria of detachment after intoxication, similarly in the transcendental state of Kriya, a marvelous state of non-attachment is achieved. At that stage, even the desire for spiritual attainment and the gratitude for achieving it would be absent. This type of relinquishment occurs automatically while practicing Kriya. When both desires and non-desires are non-existent, then material possessions, the earthly world, scripture and science all become non-existent. Confinement and release are also absent because even the desire for salvation has vanished. For instance, if the longing to acquire a particular object arises, the mind conceives of the means by which it can be obtained. If that longing remains unfulfilled, malice is evoked. All these are but dispositions of the mind. But when the mind merges into the soul in the transcendental state of Kriya, then malice, covetousness, and imagination are all absent, resulting in a complete absorption into the infinite. Then, wandering in the beauteous Brahman, true relinquishment occurs. Advising his devotees, he would further espouse, "The soul within you is the soul which pervades all elements. Therefore the soul of all elements exists within you. There is no difference. Thus, it is you who becomes the all-pervasive soul, Jagannatha, the master of the universe." The moment you realize this in the transcendental state of Kriya, you can perceive the mental inclinations of everyone. By achieving omniscience, you will automatically learn about the attributes and actions of all elements. Then, by being omnipotent, all actions can be performed with a non-desirous wish. By this type of profound Kriya, the realization of the subtlest of the subtle, the atom-like self, occurs, leading to the removal of pride and the achievement of a prideless state. You are Kutastha. Pay reverence to him. It is repeated again, pay reverence to him. Do not desist from paying this reverence, because you alone are the Kutastha-like almighty soul. You are beyond the five essences, the mind, intellect, and self-conceit. When you become one in the transcendental state of Kriya, then you alone are the supreme pervading the universe. Without you, the world does not exist. Thus, good, evil, and imagination do not exist. If you attain oneness, you are the imperishable and indestructible one, the tranquil, pure consciousness, and the immortal. Then where are your birth, action, propensity, and pride? Therefore, by abandoning the divisions of this and the fact that everything is the self, become positively doubtless in the transcendental state of Kriya. You are perceiving the world because you are not within yourself. But in the transcendental state of Kriya, when you remain within yourself, then you alone will become the reality, that is, Jagannatha. Just for once, contemplate the fact that, barring you, everything is absent. You are both materialistic and non-materialistic. When you concentrate on extraneous matters, you are materialistic. But by remaining within yourself in the transcendental state of Kriya, you are non-materialistic. Everything evolves in this universe in accordance with your volition. In the transcendental state of Kriya, after the cessation of desires, you will know positively that the universe is merely a fallacy. By obtaining the knowledge that the entire universe is pervaded by Brahman, you will attain equilibrium. Then you are neither in bondage nor liberated. Being crowned with success in this manner, you will wander in beatitude. This is the maxim of Kriya Yoga. No matter how many sastras you peruse or hear, or how many churches or temples you visit, it will bear no result. You will have to forget all of this. However, becoming oblivious is not possible without remaining in the transcendental state of Kriya, for otherwise the expectations of the mind do not cease. Aspiration brings misery, but the person who, by receiving the initiation of Kriya, practices it until there is a cessation of desires, is truly blessed. He attains material detachment, and none is as happy as he. Such a person loses the interest even to move his eyelids. He becomes nonchalant and, devoid of the propensity for action, inhabits the realm of placidity. Thus, salvation is achieved when there is a freedom from thoughts. Then religion, wealth, passion, and salvation all become neutral. He is neither disappointed nor enraged because of the cessation of acceptance and relinquishment. Actually, this state is not known to all. Only the one who has attained it can comprehend it. No matter how much is explained or written, it cannot be understood through words. Thus, the cessation of judging good and evil and the ending of desires destroys the root of earthly attainment. If anyone wishes to mitigate misery by abandoning domestic existence for the forests, mountains, caves, mathas, missions or ashramas, and considers the acquisition of happiness by going there, he is also bound because his desires still exist. But the one who, even while inhabiting this domestic existence, practices Kriya and succeeds in causing a cessation of desires by achieving the transcendental state of Kriya, has neither happiness nor sorrow, neither bondage nor salvation. As long as attachment and desires persist within the body, one is neither knowledgeable nor liberated, but is the recipient of sorrow only. Know positively that until you achieve a cessation of desires in the transcendental state of Kriya or attain total oblivion, even if the holy triad of Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesvara themselves descend and impart advice, nothing will accrue from it. The one who is beyond desires constantly communes with the sole reality. Duality is eliminated from him because he has become pervaded with Brahman. Since his desires for both enjoyment and salvation are absent, he is high-souled, and such a person is rare. He does not visualize anything, yet he perceives everything, for his vision exists within the void of Brahman. In this state he is neither awake nor asleep, and his eyes are neither open nor closed. This is a wonderful state, for he regards happiness and misery, prosperity and adversity, men and women, gain and loss, and bondage and salvation as equal. To him, these divisions do not exist. He possesses everything, yet since desires and attachments have ceased, nothing exists. He eats only when he obtains food, otherwise he remains unfed. With his intellect remaining in the void of Brahman, he stays within himself, and he himself pays obeisance to himself. By existing in the soul disposition or in the transcendental state of Kriya, joy and the absence of joy are both non-existent, for they are merely the imagination of a thought-oriented living being. By abandoning these dualities, you should remain passive and beyond desires. You do not need to know, express, or do anything. Therefore, those who are yogis remain beyond resolutions and apprehensions, being perpetually united in the positive state where everything is soul-pervaded. They dwell statically. In the transcendental state of Kriya, such a calm yogi has no distraction, and with distraction being absent, actions are also absent. The will to perform is not present. Thus, the assumption evolves that since nothing has been performed, dhyana is non-existent as well. Before the transcendental state of Kriya, you were visualizing this universe, but by merging into Brahman in the state of Kriya para avastha, the self becomes extinct. Thus, who remains to be covetous? By merging in Brahman in this manner, what other anxiety remains? A thought-free state prevails, the self becomes non-dual, and nothing else is visualized. I am Brahman then. The one whose mind is distracted observes diversity. Therefore, he strives to arrest that distraction by practicing Kriya. But that very person, through the practice of Kriya, becomes high-souled in the transcendental state. His mind is no longer distracted, leading to the non-existence of sadhana. After practicing prolonged sadhana, when a permanent settlement occurs in kutastha, what else is there to do? He has nothing left to perform. Endeavors are made for the sake of achievement, and once achievement results, the necessity for endeavor vanishes, bringing a termination to all actions. By being stayed and still, attachment is extinct, and the strife for samadhi is absent. The mind being free from distractions, one remains engrossed and thoroughly wrapped within himself in the transcendental state of Kriya. Being devoid of joy and joylessness, he is perpetually contented, free from both desire and non-desire. He performs the action which comes his way, possessing no future and no past. He is not bound by domesticity despite maintaining a domestic existence. He is incorporeal despite being corporeal. He does not desire to achieve or destroy anything. He remains in the mindless state of Brahman and can perform whatever he wishes, free from respect and disrespect. Since he is above ratiocination, he is free from deliberation, knowing, hearing, and seeing. He does not aspire even for the state of salvation, for his thinking has attained a vacuous state. Conversely, one who possesses thoughts performs everything through those thoughts, even if he performs nothing physically. In the transcendental state of Kriya, the settled person is neither worried nor unworried, neither proud nor humble, and is neither the authority nor the non-authority. He relinquishes both expectations and doubts. He does not practice dhyana, for he is neither ignorant nor knowledgeable. He has no feasance or non-feasance, having become the immaculate form of Brahman. When desire is present, salvation does not occur. Even the practice of Kriya is a wish. But that person is blessed who, by practicing regular Kriya, causes a cessation of Kriya, achieves the transcendental state, becomes passive, and does not perform any inclination-oriented action. Desire is the root of all evils. Therefore, the erudites, those possessing intravision equanimity, eradicate the root of desires, which is possible only through the practice of Kriya. The ignorant aspire to achieve peace, but because their aspirations remain, they fail to achieve it. One who is in the transcendental state of Kriya remains still and beyond desires, staying in a serene frame of mind akin to the absolute Brahman. He does not perceive the soul then, because visualizing the soul is based upon a support. The transcendental state of Kriya is supportless. Therefore, who will visualize whom? Those who are ignorant and possess evil will wish to perceive the pure non-dual soul and contemplate it, but they are unaware that nothing exists in the transcendental state of Kriya. The one who is perpetually fixed in this state is characterized by intrepidity and apathy, remaining within himself. This is a marvelous state. By first battling desire through the medium of pranayama, he conquers it and remains constantly fixed in kutastha. Whatever he observes in this world is destructible, but the void Brahman in the transcendental state of Kriya is imperishable. All afflictions dissolve within it, because being free from all desires, the universe, though existing, is absent to him. Thus, body consciousness is also absent. The existence and non-existence of the body become equal. When the self is non-existent, he is devoid of attachment. While speciously performing all actions, he performs nothing. This type of yogi has neither worldly delusion nor the manifestation of ordinary consciousness. He does not crave heaven or hell. He is neither bonded nor liberated, ignorant nor knowledgeable. He has no gain or loss, lamentation or repentance, commendation or condemnation, happiness and misery, feasance and non-feasance, bliss and sorrow are all one to him. He is neither alive nor dead. He is devoid of love and affection, satisfaction and dissatisfaction, conflict and doubt, attachment and detachment. To him, a clod of earth and gold are equal, perpetually communing in Kevalakama and merging in the infinite void of Brahman. He does not perceive the soul, for he is beyond capability or sadhana. He is the non-pareil. Knowing, he does not know. Seeing, he does not see. Saying, he does not say. Eating, he does not eat. Lying down, he does not lie. He is neither a family man nor a renunciate, because everything for him has become extinct. Nothingness pervades him. Remaining in this transcendental state of Kriya is known as true knowledge. Though he attains samadhi, he is not into it in a conventional sense, because despite remaining in this state, he performs all actions inertly. Yet, being inert does not mean he is passive. As an inhabitant of the absolute void Brahman, he sees everything and is omniscient. Thus, though he is erudite, he is not so in a worldly sense. He is neither dual nor non-dual. How much more can be expounded? One who has learned all the essences by settling in the transcendental state of Kriya in this manner is a Mahasaya. He is not present in anything, yet he is omnipresent. Yogiraj would mention that while proceeding to a distant and inaccessible place of pilgrimage, variegated scenes of beauty and other pilgrimages can be observed. If anyone, being entranced by the splendor of the path, pauses there, he fails to visualize the object of his aim. Therefore, Yogiraj would note that by practicing regular Atma Sadhana, many gods and goddesses can be perceived automatically. If one conceives that the visualization of these deities has made his life successful, then it is a misconception. He must proceed further. He should not stop. If he proceeds without pausing, then all those deities will patronize him. It is those deities who will enable him to reach his destination. As Mahatma Kabir remarked, in this manner, all travelers seeking salvation in the path of interminable travel fail to reach their destination. Visualization itself becomes absent after reaching the place of destination, because the mind and intellect will cease to function. In that state, visualization, knowledge, the self and God, the devotee and God, happiness and unhappiness, sorrow and misery, affliction and disease, birth and death, weal and woe, knowledge and ignorance, and bondage and salvation are all non-existent. This is an inexplicably soul-conscious state, the state of non-duality. Keeping this state in mind, Mahatma Ramprasad noted, it is an abode apogean where guru and disciple unite into one. Yogiraj termed this the transcendental state of Kriya. Only one who experiences this state can truly comprehend it. If one exists, the other is compelled to exist. But in that state only nothingness prevails. None exists there even to speak of nothingness. Yogiraj would say, "You will then become the absolute void." I assert that everyone must go there at one time, whether you strive for it or not. But to achieve this, you may have to travel through millions of births. O dear sadhaka, judging by the mind and intellect which God has bestowed upon you, do you want to travel for millions of births? Intelligent sadhakas will not aspire for such a delay. If you are a wise sadhaka, then consider the fact that since you must reach your destination, you should commence ardent endeavors to achieve it in this very birth. O sadhaka, the essence of valor is dormantly present within all of you. Awaken it. Convert that valor into a horse, mount it, and gallop with a heroic spirit. Do not take the reins in your own hands by mistake. Give them to the master, just as Arjuna had done. Inhabit this material world, but do not involve yourself in its turbid vortex. Do not let the 6 chakras of your body chariot be embedded in the pit of covetousness, anger, greed, illusion, vanity, and envy. Abandon mental debility in all respects. Mental debility is a sin. It causes death. Do not invite your own death. O brave sadhaka, you have become feeble-minded by constantly considering yourself to be so. But you are the ambrosial sun. You are beyond birth, death, disease, and afflictions. You have forgotten your own form. You have spent several nights supinely. Just for once, consider that you will have to depart like this. Now sit with your backbone in an upright position. Heed the summons of this absorbed, exalted inebriate. Practice Kriya Yoga sadhana. I speak with certitude. Practicing it will liberate you, and not practicing it will confine you. Kriya alone is the truth. As long as one does not enlighten oneself through sadhana, the gods and goddesses will not patronize him. Everyone has come into this universe to play their own game. When the play is over, they will return as the day fades away. Where is sorrow? Where is joy? They are but the turning away of the heart. Hold fast to the rhythm of the breath. You shall find infinite bliss. The 3 attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas are perpetually in action within a living being, making him a slave to these forces. These 3 attributes are the 3 principal deities. The rajas attribute is Brahma, the creator. The tamas attribute is Mahesa, the destroyer. And the sattva attribute is Vishnu, the protector. Just as these 3 attributes act within the living being, they are similarly in action within the universe. In a living being, the tamas attribute resides beneath the navel. From the navel to the throat is the rajas attribute, and from the throat to the ajna chakra is the sattva attribute. Above this is the state beyond attributes, the attributeless state. As stated in the Gita, those invested with the sattva attribute rise upward, those with rajas remain in the middle, and those engulfed in tamas sink downward. This denotes that when a living being is controlled by a particular attribute, his mind settles in the corresponding place of that attribute, and he remains deluded by it. In this manner, the upward and downward motion between sattva and tamas is constantly occurring. The mind of a living being rarely wanders to the place free from attributes. Achieving stillness in that place above the attributes through sadhana brings the attainment of the Brahman state. Here the deities of Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesa, Durga, Kali and Jagadatri are all absent. While followers of various faiths may disagree on names of deities, everyone acknowledges the 3 attributes, for they are constantly engaged in action within everyone. In this Kriya Yoga sadhana, as the yogi's mind becomes still, he attains such permanence in the attributeless state that he becomes capable of remaining there perpetually. Yogiraj recounted in his diary, "The rewards will be commensurate with the amount of pranakama practiced." In other words, soul visualization will occur to the extent of stillness achieved. It is best to practice pranayama a couple of hours before dawn. During this period, nature is calm, making it an apt time for the practice of Atma sadhana. Yogiraj used to comment that the nature of a river is to flow towards its source, the sea. Whether it desires to or not, nature will eventually force it to merge into its source. Similarly, a living being's disposition is to proceed towards his origin, Brahman. As Arjuna noted, just as many torrents of rivers rush toward the ocean, so do these heroes of the world of men enter into thy flaming mouths. Just as all rivers proceed toward the sea and enter it, so do the valiant heroes, the yogis, enter the repletely effulgent you. Aeons ago, for some unknown reason, man deviated from Brahman or forgot his own true form, and thus he continued to wander, being born an innumerable number of times. In accordance with the evolution of time, he commenced his journey from the small leaf and shrub through the insect and bird until he attained the birth of a human being. In this manner, achieving a gradual progress through successive births, he continues to proceed toward Brahmahood, back to his source, his origin, Brahman. Whether he desires it or not, through the influence of time and the medium of gradual evolution, he must eventually reach his place of origin. This is the natural disposition of every living being. To evolve into the human shape, measuring the length of 84 of his own fingers, a soul must traverse 8,400,000 births. Not only this, but even when one is born as a human being, one must strive to make the brain worthy of attaining Brahma Vidya, or divine knowledge, for which the evolution of another 1 million years is naturally required. Therefore, Yogiraj would state, Kriya Yoga is capable of greatly reducing the span of this natural evolution. Giving an accurate calculation of this, he noted that by practicing Kriya Yoga sadhana for merely 8 hours in one sitting, a yogi's brain becomes advanced by 1,000 years of the natural evolutionary cycle. The one who makes endeavors or practices sadhana is a sadhaka. The one who, achieving that attainment, has become one with it and merged into a united state, is a yogi. For this reason, if there is no achievement, one cannot truly be termed a sadhaka. In the state of the sadhaka, knowing and visualizing still exist because the mind and its intentions are still active. Regarding this, Yogiraj delineated, just as sunlight filters into a room through a slightly ajar door, and if a bird flies across, its shadow is reflected on the wall. Similarly, when manifestation occurs in the mind, all the deities present can be visualized. In this state, the two entities of Brahman and the Self are still prevalent. The one practicing sadhana and the one who is the object of sadhana both exist. Thus, Yogiraj recounted, constantly engrossing myself with goddess Kali, I have been converted into Kali. Now I have to become the father of Kali. Father here means Brahman, who is the void within the present void, the infinite void from which the last of the 5 elements, the manifest void, originated. While visualizing that Atmasurya, the infinite void can be attained, but even this is not the final goal for a yogi, for yoga is the name for stillness, and the one who has become perfectly still is the yogi. When a yogi attains samadhi, the transcendental state of Kriya, he is beyond visualization, acquisition, and non-acquisition. Therefore, Yogiraj mentioned that in the state of Bemanas, the mind is essentially not found. To leave the mind is to ensure the mind no longer exists. Bemanas means the cessation of the mind, a state of which the mind itself is unaware. When attempts were made to know it, the mind lost its own entity and all knowing ceased. In this transcendental state of Kriya, the self being absent, all actions are absent because the one who must perform the action is non-existent. For a sadhaka, the doer, the act of doing, and the field of action, the body, are all prevalent. However, for a yogi in the transcendental state, actions are absent and he is passive, for in this state all attributes are merged into the void. Since the self is absent in this state, its nature cannot be known, as there is no one left to know it. Why then is Kriya practiced? Since the Guru has commanded it, it is practiced, but its ultimate result is beyond the scope of human knowledge. It is for this reason a devotee once inquired, Everyone performs actions to obtain something. But by practicing Kriya, nothing can be gained. Then why does everyone practice it? Yogiraj commented, because they are fools. This signifies that in the ultimate state there is neither acquisition nor deprivation, neither gain nor loss. The three attributes become one, hence the attributeless state. Since it is inexpressible, it is beyond virtue and vice. Just as water exists only when the properties of water are present, when those propensities are absent, there is no water. The transcendental state of Kriya is similar. Since the self is absent, the mind's disorientation and its natural dispositions both vanish. Dharma denotes that which is perpetually present. For instance, the breath of all living beings is their Dharma. When this Dharma is fulfilled, it remains still in the soul. Thus, Yogiraj portrayed, the mind should not be allowed to proceed in a contrary direction. The kinetic mind should be understood with the help of the still mind. When the mind and eyes become still, nothing will result until the body is also still. Today, the breathing does not go outward at all. There is a great ecstasy now, like that of an intoxicated person. Those who accept or visualize things have not yet acquired the knowledge of the essence. Where duality is absent, nothing can be accepted or observed. The transcendental state of Kriya is a speechless state, and therefore a silent one. The digression of the mind is bondage. Salvation is remaining away from this bondage by abiding in the Kriya state. By dwelling regularly in this liberated state, a detachment from all outward objects occurs, and Brahman is perceived in everything. This state contains neither religion nor the absence of religion, neither the senses nor the body, because the mind and senses become engrossed in the soul, and the soul becomes engrossed in the infinite soul. In this state, even the sound of thunder is inaudible. There is nothingness in the transcendental state of Kriya, and this nothingness is Brahman. Thus, to not remain in this state is to dwell in untruth. There is no segregation here. Visualization and audition arise only from segregation. The transcendental state is the contrary of all that can be observed, for it is a state free from the need for shelter. When the Brahman Anu, the divine atom, attains grossness millions of times over, it becomes the atom of the earth. From this gross union, all objects occur and manifest in the body. All gross images are formed by this type of union, yet they cannot remain united due to restlessness and are therefore impermanent. But by settling in Brahman through the transcendental state of Kriya, there is no impediment. Becoming one with the infinite, there is no further origination of separate things, and the mind attains an infinite merging that cannot be achieved by concentrating on any object other than Brahman. But in the pre-transcendental state of Kriya, or in Savikalpa Samadhi, everything is still regarded as divisible. Thus, it is not the true transcendental state. Life is the conglomeration of body, soul, mind, and omneity, and it is within the fold of action that all things occur. The virtue of the soul is the mind, while the body serves as the abode for enjoyment and suffering. Happiness and misery occur through the agency of the mind within the body. Regarding this, the Yogiraj has stated, Jala jab tak gat mein to uska kuch takat nahi, jab ganga mein mila to sab kare. As long as water is confined within a container, it possesses no strength. But when it merges with the river Ganges, it attains the capacity to do everything. Similarly, as long as the breathing motion is externally oriented, it lacks power, for it remains confined within the container of the body. But when the breath attains stillness by becoming internally oriented, it merges with the absolute infinite void and becomes omnipotent. Reaching this state, Yogiraj reiterated, Bara Maja Sabanga Tutne Laga, signifying that he felt intense joy as his sense of physical corporeality dissolved into non-existence. When the mind initially connects with the soul and eventually merges, all visualization, knowledge, and the distinction between the attainable and unattainable vanish. On July 28, 1871, he noted, एक निर्मल सुनिया देखा वही ब्रह्मा हाय, उसी में मनास को लाया करना चाहिए, जब दो एक हो जाए तो एक हाय, एही हमजद हाय. He had observed a pure void, which is Brahman, and concluded that the mind must be merged therein. When the two dissolve into one, duality no longer exists. That state of oneness is Humjad, the Supreme Being. On July 30th, he recounted, Nirmal Rupa me Manasko Laya Karna Kahiye, meaning the mind should be merged into the immaculate form. Later, on August 26, he wrote, Sunya Nirmal Dekha usi में मिल जाना समाधि कहलाओये ओही बाकी हाये पुरुषोत्तमा के अजय ब्रह्मा हाये उसी में लाया होना बाकी हाये लाया बिल्कुल निष्कामना होने से नहीं होगा. In other words, he perceived the pure void and understood that merging into it is nirvikalpa samadhi, the profound engrossment where one is totally absorbed by the infinite. He noted that merging into Brahman, which lies beyond the state of Purushottama, was yet to be achieved, and such merging cannot occur without total passivity. He further wrote, Sunya bhavaname laya ho jana, indicating that one must merge into that state of void. That void is reality. By merging there, one remains united in oneness. On September 2nd, he mentioned, निर्मल ज्योत मनस देखता है ये लेकान वो ना लाया हुआ वो हा याके अभी निर्वाणा नहीं हुआ. The mind was visualizing the pure effulgence but had not yet achieved total merging or complete emancipation or nirvana. As he progressed, Yogaraj noted, Ab hum nirmal jot mein samai gaye. I have now merged in that pure effulgence. He continued, बहुत तरह का घर दरवाजा देखने में आया ओम ध्वनि में लया होना चाहिए. He observed many types of rooms and doors within the Kutastha, representing the manifestation of the 6 chakras, and realized he must merge into the Omkara sound of this state. He further expounded, बड़ा दरवाजा खुला, जैसा नल का जला गंगा में मिलने से गंगा हो जाता है, ओइसा श्वासा यय के शून्य भक में मिलने से एकाकर हो जाता है, एही ब्रह्मा हाय, अदि ब्रह्मा सच्चा अपि अप भगवान रूपा हाय, अब बड़ा मजा हाय. This signifies that the main gate opened. Just as water from a small source becomes the Ganges when it merges with the river, so too does the breath merge when it mingles with the pure void. This state is Brahman. This primordial Brahman is truth, and there the self becomes God. Seeking the source of that breath, he noted, Sunya ke bitar se haoya ata haya iha malum hone laga. He understood that the breath originates from within the infinite void. A few days later, he portrayed his state. आज अभय पड़ा दर्शाना हुआ यानी महास्थिर हुआ मोक्षा हुआ फिर वो सुनिया घर में रहा करके सब कुछ देखे सब कुछ करे इतना इंद्रिया लाया होता है ओही स्वसा में. He had visualized the fearless state, attaining sublime stillness and salvation. Remaining in the void, he could visualize and perform all actions, as all senses merged into that infinite void-like breath. This fearless state is the cessation of all fear, for the infinite void, being supportless, is the ultimate sanctuary. He further noted, Ab maye anankagar paya yanesvasana aoye na jaye. He had achieved the blissful state where there is a complete cessation of the inward and outward motion of the breath. Following this, he voiced an ultimate aphorism, Abna anana jana. Neither coming nor going shall occur now. Arriving at this state of stillness, he recounted, Sthir garme thahare abatakneka jagahi mila. He had settled in the still state, a place to remain perpetually united. In this union, how did the world appear to him? He delineated, Iha jivana hai sab, jhut dekhle deta hai bastabik kuch nahi. जैसा मुर्दा कमदा लगा रहा धोखे से मालूम होता है कि मेरा शरीर में लगा है और मेरा है, वैसे ही जगत संसार को मालूम होता है. इहा मालूम हुआ कि इहा संसार स्वप्नवड़ है, सब तुच्छ मालूम हुआ. Ab dusre padarth pa takneka erada nakare. Through intravision, he saw that this life is entirely unreal. Just as scurf on the body might be mistaken for one's own skin, so is the material world a deception. He realized the world is dreamlike and futile, and the desire to cast a glance upon any material object vanished. He concluded, Abiha eradakarta hai kapchap padarahe. Now the only desire is to remain inactive. Therefore he chanted, do not neglect the practice of austere endeavors, for if you strive, your aspirations shall be fulfilled. Be firm to keep the mind from material attachment. Perform all acts while dwelling in the void. Then you shall realize your own marvelous capacity. Later, all shall be achieved automatically. You shall wander with holy indifference, appearing devoid of emotion to the world. You shall be aware of all things beforehand, yet be careful not to divulge what you know. Be united with God in a superlative manner, for he shall surely bestow his grace upon you. Perpetually remain attached to him through dhyana, for this will surely make all your actions fruitful. To say that Shyama Charan was only a yogi is incomplete. In the seclusion of his confidential diaries, he divulged his true identity, an identity hidden during his lifetime because of his aversion to propaganda. On August 13, 1873, recounting his experiences in sadhana, he wrote, Aj hum Mahapurusha huye. Today I have become Mahapurusha. On August 17th, after sketching a human face, he wrote, Mahapurusha hum hai, Suryame Aisa Deka hum hi Brahma haye. I am the Mahapurusha, and I have visualized within the soul sun that I alone am Brahman. On August 18th, he noted, Humarai rupase jagat prakasit, abahu gadha pranayama huya. Through my own form the world is illumined. A very deep pranayama has occurred. I alone am the Purusha, there is none else. The world has manifested from my form, and now a deep pranayama has been executed. I am the primordial male energy, and none else exists beside me. On the 22nd of August, he noted, I am the Adi Purusha, the Supreme Lord. As a decline in physical strength brought pain to the stomach, he observed the breath entering deeply into the internal core. Now I receive the indication of my becoming the four-armed Narayana. I realize that apart from my present pair of hands, another pair of immensely powerful, formless hands has emerged from within. On the 25th of August, he sketched a sun and wrote beside it, I am the soul sun, Narayana, the Lord of the universe, the omnipresent. I am that effulgence emanating from the soul sun which I have visualized. What I am is that formless essence. The vast, infinite form beyond the intellect perceived in the Kutastha is God Almighty. It is sacrosanct. I am that imperishable being, the Akshar. To be Akshar is to be indestructible. When the soul of a living being becomes attributeless, it becomes inseparable from the infinite soul and merges there. Only then can it be termed imperishable. Yogiraj further recounted, the imperishable Kutastha is that very soul sun, Narayana. I am he, and I am the sun. The eternal Kutastha is the beginning, and it is myself. The soul sun is the master, blissful and pure. That vast, imperishable Kutastha is the soul sun, and I am that. On the 23rd of August, Yogiraj commented, when I am that boundless Kutastha-like soul sun, then whatever I assert is the Vedas. Know this for certain. Thus, the Vedas are not of human origin. On the 24th of August, he penned, I am Krishna. On the 27th of August, he recounted, the primordial energy within the soul sun is myself. The Brahma form of the sun emanates from me. On the 3rd of October, he wrote, I am the soul sun, Mahadeva. On the 12th of November, he declared, I alone am the Mahapurusha, the Purushottama. On the 8th of January 1874, he wrote, the soul sun is Brahma, and its visualization enables a yogi to reach the still state. Now I have arrived at that still state, which is called the immortal abode. On the 29th of January, he further portrayed his state. I desire now to simply lie down and continue visualizing the absolute void, Brahma, within the void. Having reached the still state, I feel the body overflowing with the internal airs. This condition proceeds from the base upward. It is like a hookah. After it is smoked and the water is cast away, smoke pipes out through the opening. I have reached the inaccessible abode, proceeding from the ageless state to the immortal state, where all is absent except the void Brahma, the Supreme. Yogiraj noted on the 2nd of May, "The Brahma form is mine. The internal void of the mind is the same as the external void." When the mind perceived the external, imperishable Kutastha, even that disappeared. Now only the absolute, peaceful state of Brahma exists. In this state, my entity, the imperishable Kutastha, and everything else have become Brahma. The mind has merged into this void. Regarding this, he blissfully addressed his own self and chanted, "O dear soul, proceed now toward the immortal abode. Relinquish the world's refuse and let go of all material attachments. Why do you forget your true nature and wander aimlessly? Worldly pleasures hold no true mirth. Immerse yourself in your own self. Exist only in that state beyond vacillation, and remain constantly present before your own divine essence." How can one attain that fearless state? Yogiraj described this in his diary on the 15th of August, 1874. The fearless state, Abhepada, cannot be acquired without the divine influence of the Guru. One must remain static in the void. Without entering into stillness, entry there is not possible. The sublime yogi shared this message with mankind. Take refuge in the name of God. This is the eternal message. You are Brahma yourself, yet you have forgotten this truth. Why do you prattle and move your hands to and fro? It is the kinetic mind and thought that cause you to vacillate. Abandon the objects of your distraction. Envision the nature of this vacillation and judge the void. Who is it that wavers? It is the breath that causes vacillation. This is the absolute truth. One must understand why the breath moves. The wise say that it is volition and desire that cause this movement. Why does the breath waver? Know that the nature of air is restlessness. From where did this breath emerge? It emerged from the void where Maya met it. And what is the reason for its emergence? It is to experience the fruits of karma that the soul wanders in forgetfulness. Therefore, abandon the fruits of your actions. Meditate always on the union of the mind and Brahma. Then you shall become that very essence. Constantly behold the signs of your true self, for the knower of Brahma understands that this is the root of all bliss. Describing why the breath vacillates, one must realize that enlightenment is the goal. It is well understood that in its natural state the air is never motionless. Yet it remains unknown from where the breath truly emanates, for its movement causes misguidance. It originates from the void and results in a fusion with illusion. O wise man, seek to enlighten the cause of its emanation. That cause is the necessity of undergoing the consequences of past actions, which results in the true self being forgotten and casts the soul into the vortex of the cycle of births and deaths. To escape this, the consequences of such actions must be abandoned. Perpetually practice dhyana on Brahman by merging the kinetic mind with the still mind. In doing so, you will achieve the same form as Brahman, as the righteous have declared. You will perpetually envision the symbol of your own form, for one who is Brahman conversant is fully aware of this supreme bliss. Yogiraj himself would never perform the japa of any names or mantras, nor would he impart these to his devotees. He never marked his forehead with sectarian signs and attired himself in the normal garb of a householder. He did not favor gross external actions or any form of ostentation. Instead, he practiced Atma Sadhana himself and imparted this internal path to his devotees. He would often say that ostentation reaps no benefits, as soul visualization is impossible through such means. If an action is incapable of bringing about the realization of the soul, what is the use of performing it and wasting precious time? The Srimad Bhagavata expresses this same truth. Aham sarveshu bhutashu bhutatma bastita sada, tamabhajnaya mam martya kurutyarka bidam vanam. Yo mam sarveshu bhutishu santmatmanami svaram, hitvarkam bhajate mudyadbhasmanyava jyotish, ahamuka bakaidra bai kriyayad pannayanage, naiba tushyarchito arkayam bhutagrama manina. Srimad Bhagavata 3:29, 21, 22, 24. This verse signifies, I am the soul of all elements, and am constantly immanent within them. Ignorant persons disregard that soul and worship idols instead. The person who, due to ignorance, abandons me, the soul, and worships idols, finds his actions rendered futile. I am prevalent in all elements. Disregarding this, the person who worships idols with extraneous objects, deluding himself with the concept of worshipping God, does not please me. Yogiraj would state that human birth is a rare gift and is transient. Therefore, such a sadhana should be practiced as will enable a person to obtain release from the clutches of birth and death in this very lifetime. For this reason, he was never observed fasting or performing gross worship, except for the purpose of teaching mankind, when he would fast once a year on the day of Sivaratri. He would state that if he abstained from this, others would follow suit. Yet this does not imply that he was an unfeeling or prosaic yogi. He was a Raja yogi and an incarnate of love and mercy. Yogiraj would remark that if one had to travel to a distant place for only a few days, certain requisites would be necessary. In such an instance, the traveller is aware of the destination and the period of stay. Yet, without the prescribed necessities, the journey is impossible. But when this body is abandoned and you must proceed along an unknown path for an indefinite period, how many more requisites will be required? No material objects will serve you then. The destination and the duration of stay are unknown. That essential provision must be acquired in this present life through yoga sadhana and carried over. That experience derived from sadhana will be the only requisite in the form of spiritual reformation. This requisite is imperishable. Regarding the person who takes this wealth with him and reclaims it in rebirth, God has assured in the Gita that a person who has deviated from yoga due to untimely death is reborn into a noble family or a lineage of yogis. There, he becomes attached to yoga with full devotion and never digresses. Such a noble person faces neither the adversity of deviation nor the degradation of lower births, and he does not distance himself from Brahman. To the one executing this Atmakamaic holy action, God has imparted confidence, saying, Nahi kalyankrit kashi durgatim tata gachati, Gita 6-40. The one who brings about his own welfare through Atma Sadhana is the true bringer of welfare. The author of the Pankadasi scripture expressed a similar sentiment. Iha bamarane basya brahmalokeatha babaved, brahma sakshad kriti samyagupasinasya nirgunam. Pankadasi 9:150. This denotes that for the worshipper of the attributeless, the visualization of absolute Brahman definitely occurs, be it in this life, in the life after death, or in the abode of Brahman. The result of his worship will surely be achieved. Yogiraj was a sadhaka of sublime fortitude. He never indulged in idleness or the postponement of his duties. He would work during the day, teach students in the evening, and manage the various aspects of family life, yet he still engaged himself in social welfare activities. Until 9 in the evening, he would discuss spiritual essence with his devotees. Amidst all this, apart from his deep experiences in sadhana, he would record almost all daily incidents in his diaries. He personally replied to the letters of his many devotees and solved their various problems. While performing all these external duties, he practiced his sadhana so secretly that he was able to mount its highest pinnacle. From this, it can be deduced that he and mental fortitude were synonymous. He once noted in his diary, "Ab ratbar jagneka erada hota haye." Now the desire is to practice night-long sadhana. Again he wrote, "Ratmi nidkamata haye, bada sthir bada nesa." During the night, sleepiness diminishes. There is a feeling of immense stillness and deep engrossment. This implies that from this time onward, he would practice yoga sadhana throughout the night, and being completely absorbed in kriya, he would remain in a state where all attributes cease. The descriptions of his state during that period are amazing. He recounted, "Agam panthme pagdara. Ohana malum swasa ata haye na malum jata haye sang sabka chode. Aur dhwani mune Radha ji ka darsana bhaya, ab anmol dhan mila." This signifies that permanence was attained in the inaccessible abode of the still state. In this state, it cannot be perceived whether the breath exists at all. Having achieved Kevala Kumbhaka, all attributes and senses were forsaken. Radha, inherently descending from the Sahasrara through the sound current, was visualized. Invaluable wealth was derived. In this manner, he would delineate the images of various gods and goddesses, describing them according to his internal realizations. A few days later, describing another state, he wrote, "Bilkul bahar ka swasa band hota hai, dhanya bhag uska jiske iha hoye." The external inhalation and exhalation, which incessantly continues in the nasal passage, had completely stopped. The one who attains this type of permanent cessation, or Kevala Kumbhaka, is truly blessed. From this, it is certain that after commencing his life of sadhana, he did not waste a single moment, and by practicing austere sadhana, he progressed rapidly toward the zenith. Exactly a few days after this, he wrote, "Sa sarir mein sidhe jalake upar jana kuch kathin kam nahi hai." When, through the practice of pranayama, the pranavayu, the life breath, is stilled for more than an hour, the yogi may walk upon the surface of water as easily as on solid ground, regardless of the depth or distance. This becomes possible because the essences of water, the void, and the soul sun are realized as one, and the practitioner's own self attains that very same form. When the external motion of the prana is easily arrested, the body becomes light, allowing one to traverse even reverse water currents. This exalted state is reached when Kevala Kumbhaka occurs. History records that only a few renowned great yogis, such as Jesus Christ and Tailanga Swami, achieved this state and walked across rivers or seas as a form of holy sport. Yet, although this sublime household yogi attained that same mastery through the path of yoga, he never chose to demonstrate it. The sages have long documented this yogic state in the sastras. As the Patanjala Yoga Sutra, Vibhutipad 40, states, "Udanajaya jala panka kanta kadimba sanga udkrantiska." This signifies that if the udana air in the throat is conquered, the upward air is arrested, causing the downward airs to cease as well. The body then becomes so light that it does not come into contact with water, mud, or thorns. Movement over these elements becomes effortless. Furthermore, Kayakasayo Sambandha Samyamya Lahuta Lasama Patiskaka Sagamanam, Patanjala Yoga Sutra Vibhutipad 43, explains the relationship between the gross body and the void. By mastering the essence, specifically when the air ceases between the Muladhara and the Visuddha chakras, the body becomes featherweight, and the power to traverse the void is achieved. Such an individual is regarded as one who is conversant with the very essence of existence. Beyond his realizations in sadhana, Lahiri Mahasaya would candidly recount nearly all his daily experiences in his private diaries. These writings were exclusively secretive, and no one was permitted to read them during his lifetime. However, Out of compassion, this noble yogi recorded his daily spiritual realizations, a practice rarely seen in the lives of other Mahapurushas. These diaries now serve as an invaluable wealth in the universal storehouse of knowledge. The extreme simplicity and frankness of his character are evident in his writings. In the initial stages of his sadhana, he wrote in his diary, "Today I was attacked by carnal passion." In other entries he noted, "Carnal passion has intensified, it must be controlled now." Again he remarked, "Today carnal passion made my mind restless, and vehement carnal desire is insistent." He even noted, "The deity of carnal passion has appeared again. Sleep has trapped me intensely, and I am feeling very hungry." Oh, how profoundly candid he was to make such comments. Most people would keep such matters secret, knowing these diaries might fall into the hands of future generations. Yet, through his writings, one understands that he concealed nothing. He recorded only what was necessary, noting his realizations with blunt forthrightness. He never disacknowledged any aspect of human life. The various impediments that every human being must overcome while progressing on the spiritual path were all documented by the Yogiraj in a disciplined manner for the welfare of humanity. Despite being the absolute, he allowed these occurrences in his own life to set an example for mankind. He did not advocate for the superficial suppression of hunger, thirst, sleep, or desire through outward austerities. Instead, he established for the masses a scientific method of sadhana that incurs no physical or mental detriment. To him, denial and abandonment were one thing, but conquest was another. He provided the guidance to win over the inherent hurdles that torment every seeker. In this manner, he eventually brought about the cessation of carnality and all attributes within himself, allowing the sublimity of a yogi to blossom. These realizations were intended exclusively to enlighten the masses. In the human journey toward stillness, one is bound to be plagued by such impediments. By assuming a human form, the Yogiraj rigorously maintained this discipline and enumerated these experiences. We must remember that, essentially, he performed all actions without being involved in them. Though sensory afflictions appeared to plague him, he remained untouched. Sanatana Dharma eternally preaches the internal withdrawal of the sensory faculties. However, due to the decadence of the current age, this has degenerated into a mere superficial withdrawal. Modern teachings often suggest suppressing or relinquishing sensory stimuli, but this is not true detachment. Senses cannot be controlled simply by removing the object of desire, as this only creates a state of forced deprivation. In contrast, when true internal relinquishment evolves through sadhana, the mind withdraws from sensory stimuli, even when they are present. This is the true detachment that the Yogiraj taught to humanity. Carnal passion is a physical disposition. As long as prana is dynamic in the body, that disposition will exist, regardless of how great the soul may be. When prana becomes still and the breathing motion ceases, all physical dispositions are eliminated. At that stage, though the yogi possesses a body, he has conquered passion and is capable of transcending all mental dispositions and the three attributes. The Yogiraj established this very state within himself. In his life of sadhana, he quickly reached the summit. Thus, he occasionally noted in his diary, "Today I have visualized Goddess Kali in the golden form," or "I have visualized the beheaded form of the goddess." This beheaded form, Chinnamasta, is the symbol of aggressive female energy and the controller of the universe. It represents a living being deriving nutrition by consuming another, implying the drinking of one's own blood through self-beheading, the total annihilation of evil within the self. Because everything is derived from the still prana, it is only the body containers that make life seem separate. Fundamentally, one living being consuming another is the self devouring the self, prana devouring prana, for the consumer and the consumed are one. In this state, the threefold essence of nature, the enjoyer, the enjoyable, and the enjoyment, are merged. Through continual sadhana, at the very juncture where all types of enjoyment are exterminated, a terrifying and awesome feeling becomes manifest within the yogi. By practicing regular prana-karma, when the prana air becomes still and sushumna-oriented, one achieves a permanent settlement in kutastha. In this state, all worldly enjoyments of a yogi are exterminated, giving rise to the beheaded form, the specific essence to which one should take recourse, and the method by which sadhana should be practiced to achieve the intrinsic condition of each chakra has been meticulously delineated by the ancient sages through the medium of divine imagery. These are not mere myths, but the immanent realizations of yogis. For instance, the garland of 108 heads worn by goddess Kali represents the destruction of the 108 bestial propensities of a sadhaka. The lolling tongue of the mother is the symbol of internal kakari mudra, while the falchion in her hand represents the annihilation of ignorance, the sword of pure knowledge. In this manner, it must be understood that all the essences of the deities are latent within the human body. Sometimes the Yogiraj recounted, "I have visualized the absolute void, the Sunya Brahma." At other times he remarked, "Brahma visualization is becoming clearer." He further wrote, "He who is Brahma is the void, and he again is the effulgence of the sole sun." Again he observed, "Within the Omkara is the pure crystalline void. I visualized someone like me seated there." He even expressed, "He is the supreme Allah, and this is my own form. What is my own form is the Omkara-like amorphous Brahma." Here, he and Brahma merged together and became one. His state as a living being achieved mergence and became established in oneness. This is the ultimate state of a yogi, where none remain to speak of duality. Therefore, he would say that as long as duality is perceived, it is vile. He offered another significant aphorism. When the breath is restrained day and night, then the name of Rama is found and all is attained. Yogiraj here clarifies the result of loudly chanting the name of Rama. While executing Atmakarma, when the external motion of breathing has permanently ceased, only then is the actual essence of Rama's name realized. Only then does everything become spiritually attainable and liberated. A living being hears external sounds through the medium of the senses, yet he cannot hear the intrinsic sound because the senses have no capacity to enter that internal realm. These are the Anahata and Omkara sounds, which occur continually within the total creation. But few pay attention. By practicing regular prana-karma, when the prana air attains stillness, one can hear and maintain that incessant sound current of Atmarama. Then the actual chanting in praise of God occurs within. There is no necessity for verbalization. In this state, the tongue, lips, eyes, mind, and prana become static and non-vibratory. Under such circumstances, who is there to chant? This internal praise is the cardinal chant. The loud chant is merely secondary. Without tune, rhythm, or instrument, few would perform the latter. To loudly chant or to search externally will not facilitate the quest for Atmarama. As Mahatma Kabir asserted, "My eyes are exhausted from watching the path, and my tongue is blistered from calling thy name, O Rama." Kabirdas implies that constant attention on different spiritual paths had so confounded him that his observation failed, and the constant chanting of the name made him weary of speech. In this regard, Yogiraj noted a remarkable fact. All animals are enraptured by music. If a man is not enraptured by the Omkara sound within him, he is a blockhead. If one does not aspire to hear the Omkara, his human existence is rendered fruitless. Like a donkey that carries grass for other beasts, but is deprived of the fodder itself, the person who does not intend to listen to the Omkara labors fruitlessly for material benefits. As the Sastras expound, The soulless knowledge which persists despite remaining in the soul is gradually removed by dhyana. In spite of becoming conversant with this direct consequence, if a person does not practice dhyana, who else can be a beast other than him? Can God be achieved by invoking him? Explaining this to a devotee, Yogiraj expounded, "Name and form belong to the body or to objects. By what name will you invoke God? He is beyond name and form. The body is destructible, hence name and form are also destructible. But the one who is God is devoid of origin and is imperishable. Is God a distant object? Is he so far from you that you must loudly invoke him? Only distant objects are beckoned by their names. Who is nearer to you than him? He dwells within you. To invoke the name of God, prana must be dynamic in the body. If prana is non-existent in the body temple, the lips and tongue are rendered incapable of speech. However, there is no action in the still prana. The word God does not connote God, just as the word water does not quench thirst. If the word water possessed the attributes of water, thirst would be quenched by crying its name aloud. Response is not derived by loudly invoking Hari. Hari means the one who seizes everything, marking the complete absence of sensory attachment. When prana attains stillness and the dynamic state is extinguished, everything is seized. The limited living state is eliminated, and a cessation of all senses is achieved. Therefore, this still state is termed Hari. Thus, Yogiraj remarked, "Thirst is never quenched by merely observing the reflection of a river in a mirror. Does any person call himself by his own name? It is not necessary. When prana himself is God, how will prana invoke prana? He is the master of invocation, and the one whom he would invoke is himself alone. Where then is duality? This prana God is prevalent in all living beings in a still state. But a living being, swept away by vibration, deviates from consciousness and forgets his own self. Therefore, it is imperative to eliminate dynamism through pranakarma and achieve the still, prana-like self-consciousness, transforming the vibratory state into the great stillness. When people pay obeisance to God, they fold their hands and place them on the forehead between the eyebrows. Though many do this in ignorance, they are actually paying obeisance to the Kutastha. In truth, none pay obeisance to external deities, for the place of settlement for all gods and goddesses is that Kutastha. There is no alternative but to honor the Kutastha, for in doing so, obeisance is paid to all deities. Therefore it is observed that Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesvara are all wrapped in dhyana. They also pay obeisance to Kutastha. My house is a commonly used epithet. I myself am not the house, I merely reside there. Similarly, everyone says, my body. From this parlance, it can be deduced that this body is not the self. I just dwell within it. Within this body, a separate self-entity is present, which is termed the real self. That self is the true self. If that true self is absent, the person's self is also absent. That self is the soul, that self is God, that self is beyond births and deaths and is indestructible. How will that self invoke the present self? What is the necessity for invoking? Merely try to know yourself. That is sadhana. When you know yourself, then you will become liberated from the fetters of earthly bondage, and thus you will become Shiva yourself. Knowing oneself in this manner is the ultimate and supreme fulfillment of human life. How will you eulogize God? It is equivalent to praise or flattery. Is he fond of sycophancy like you? He never wants flattery. He makes his devotees akin to him, establishing them like himself. Therefore, to obtain him, you have to station yourself in a state of engrossment in statis, because the static state is the state of the cessation of vibration. This purports that stillness is Brahman. Thus, try to become static through pranakarma. That is the settlement in Brahman. Then you yourself will become Brahman. The action that leads you to that static state is sadhana, which is karma yoga, the action of yoga. Resort to that karma yoga, celebrate it, and practice atma karma, the passive sadhana, for then you will achieve everything. Thus, kriya is true and everything else is untrue. Pura swasame piya, apna khoj kare bhai. Janma janma ka samsar tumhara sabe chut jaye. For instance, after drinking a glass of water, it goes within without being externally noticed. Similarly, by practicing regular pranakama, the externally oriented breathing becomes completely internally oriented and still, and the state of kevala kumbhaka is attained. Drink the breath completely in this manner, in the kevala kumbhaka state, then search for yourself. In other words, one's dear one exists in that still state of breathing. Achieving him in that stillness will annihilate the material aspirations of all births, and the cycle of births and rebirths will be removed. The tongue itself is sensory, and the hymns in praise of God performed with the help of this sensory faculty are indirect chanting. Therefore, Yogi Raj would observe that for those who have not achieved the technique of direct chanting, it is better to perform indirect chanting. By performing this type of indirect chanting, a living being will gradually be purified, and devotion, reverence, and faith will emerge in his mind. Later, the moment will automatically arrive when, by the grace of the Guru, he will become aware of the actual chanting or derive the pranakarma, the sadhana, from a Sadguru. Then it will no longer be necessary for him to perform indirect chantings. Thus, Yogiraj would remark that for those who have fortunately acquired the Atma Karma Sadhana or the path of direct chanting, indirect chanting or idol worship is no longer necessary. They can then realize, know, and visualize everything within themselves. The Shastras have similarly expressed Dehasta Sarva Vidyaska Dehasta Sarva Devata Dehasta Sarvatithani Guru Bhakyena Labhyate Janana Sankalini Tantra. All types of knowledge, deities and pilgrimages prevalent within this body can be derived from the Guru through the path of the 6 chakras. Ida, Pingala and Sushumna are the 3 steps. The 3 worlds of heaven, earth and hell are located in this body itself. Hell is from and beneath the navel, earth is from the navel to the throat, and above this is heaven. Brahmandalakshanam sarvam dehamadye byavastitam, sakaraska vinashanti nirakaro nanashati, nirakaram manoyasha nirakarasamubhaved, tasmad sarva prayatnena sakarantu parityajed. Janana Sankalini Tantra. This verse implies that everything in the universe exists in this body. Form is destructible, but formlessness is indestructible. In the amorphous mind, a holy knowledge of Brahman is born. Therefore, the knowledge of any form is impermanent. All endeavors to abandon forms should be made. Mantra Pujata Podhyanam Homam Japyam Balikriyam Samnyasam Sarvakarmani Lukikani Tyajed Buddha Janana Sankalini Tantra. This signifies that knowledgeable persons easily relinquish all types of popular religious customs like mantras, japas, external worship, religious austerities, oblation, sacrifice, and becoming an ascetic. In this regard, there is a remarkable story. The king of Sagar in Madhya Pradesh, in order to establish a vast lake, completed the task of excavation. But all attempts to fill the lake with enough water failed, after which the king sought the directive of the Panditas. They advised that if a human sacrifice was accomplished, the lake would be filled with water. The king announced accordingly that if, in lieu of immense wealth, anyone was willing to offer their infant son for sacrifice, they could do so. A poor Brahmin had many sons. Hearing this announcement, he thought that if one son were offered for sacrifice, the immense wealth accruing from it would sustain the lives of the other members of his family, which would be better than gradual death due to starvation. Therefore, he offered one of his infant sons to the king. The king took this infant son near the lake and, after making arrangements for the sacrifice, asked, "Dear boy, what is your last wish?" The son replied, I have no wish, and even if I have, it is no use telling you." The king stated, "I am the king. If you have a last wish, tell me, and I shall fulfill it." The child answered, "Mata Pita Danki Lobhi, Raja Lobhi Sagara, Devi Devata Balike Lobhi, Mama Saranagati Madhava." The parents are greedy for wealth, the king greedy for the lake, and the gods and goddesses greedy for the sacrifice. I have surrendered to Madhava. The raised falchion descended. The lake, becoming inundated the whole town. Observing this condition, the king again inquired of the Panditas, "What is the means by which the town can be saved from this?" The Panditas replied, "Ask that lad, for it is he only who can save us." The devoted lad prayed to Madhava and said, "O God, they do not know what they require. Save them." After this, the flood abated, imparting spiritual enlightenment about the esoteric mystery of idol worship. Yogiraj would explicate to his devotees, "Look at the image of Bhagavan Krishna." The sages, to explain the essence of this yoga sadhana to common men, have made remarkable arrangements. Krishna holds a flute in his hands, and this flute has 6 holes. This is allegorical of the 6 chakras. Above, there is another hole. It represents the Sahasrara chakra. Krishna is piping his flute. This implies the internally oriented breath's actions, that is pranakarma, in the path of the 6 chakras. Practicing this pranakarma regularly, Kutastha is visualized. Therefore, Krishna dons peacock feathers on his head. The eye design in the feather is symbolical of Kutastha. He stands in the Tribhanga Murari position, the standing posture of Bhagavan Krishna, characterized by 3 bends at the head, waist, and legs. This posture represents the release of obstructions in the tongue, the anahata, and the muladhara chakras, which in turn symbolizes the liberation of the obstructions of Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesa. He stands upon his left leg, while his right is slanted across it, a position symbolic of Omkara Kriya. Know that the complete essence of yoga pervades the images of Bhagavan in this manner. One who worships Krishna thus is a true worshipper of Krishna. Similarly, Goddess Durga possesses 10 hands, representing the manner by which the sadhaka controls his 10 senses, or the divisions of prana. These 10 divisions denote prana, apana, vyana, udana, samana, naga, kurma, krikara, devadatta, and dhanamjaya. Through these 10 pranas, all actions are accomplished. At the feet of Goddess Durga lies the lion, king of the jungle. She restrains him, for the lion represents passion. He is not completely annihilated, for then creation could not be maintained, yet she holds him in absolute control. She has exterminated the asura, who symbolizes anger, for it is imperative for the sadhaka to eliminate anger entirely. On the right stands Goddess Lakshmi, whose mount is the owl. Here the sadhaka is cautioned. While practicing sadhana, when one achieves the Lakshmi state of abundance, one must be careful not to become like the owl. The owl is blind by day and active only in the night. In other words, dear sadhaka, be wary that in attaining spiritual and material wealth, you do not fall into a state of spiritual blindness. Addressing this state, Kabir Das expressed, "Kanaka kanakate sauguni madakata adikaya, iye haye burat hayaye uhapaye buraye." Kanaka implies both the thorn apple and gold. While consuming the thorn apple makes a person insane, the mere possession of gold or immense wealth can intoxicate even more intensely, driving a man to madness without him ever consuming a drop. To the left of Goddess Durga is Goddess Sarasvati. Her mount is the swan, whose nature is to segregate milk from water. When a sadhaka arrives at an exalted state of sadhana, deriving correct knowledge, they become capable of extracting the essence from the murky material world. This is known as the state of the Paramahansa. Yet the sadhaka must proceed further, for he has not yet established himself in non-duality. Beside Sarasvati stands Kartikeya, the commander-in-chief of the gods, symbolizing heroism. The sadhaka is advised to practice sadhana heroically. Kartikeya's mount is the peacock. The eye designed within the peacock's plume represents the kutastha. If a sadhaka practices with valor, he will surely visualize the kutastha. Kartikeya holds a bow and arrow. The arrow represents the breath, and the bow represents the body. One who guides the arrow-like breath within the body valiantly, executing the air-like pranakama, is truly Kartikeya. As the sadhaka practices with such austerities, he deserves fulfillment. The grantor of this success is Ganesha, yet his mount is the mouse, whose disposition is to cause harm without reason. Therefore, in that state where the sadhaka is not yet fully settled in non-duality, he must remain distant from harmful influences, lest salvation elude him. Siva resides above all, the essence of the void. Though he is Visvanath, the controller of the universe, he has no dwelling place. This implies that when a sadhaka completely establishes himself in the essence of the void, nothing belongs to him. Siva wears no garb and sits with ashes smeared over his body, signifying the total relinquishment of all worldly aspects. In his hand, Siva holds a small drum. From its two ends, a uniform musical sound emanates, symbolizing the Omkara. The sadhaka becomes rapt and merges into this vibration. In his other hand, Siva holds a trident, representing the three attributes of sattva, rajas and tamas, or the achievement of the attributeless state. Snakes entwine his waist and throat, symbolizing malice. This denotes that the sadhaka has controlled malice along with the other senses, attaining the state of non-malice. The mount of Siva is the bull, signifying dharma. Its 4 legs, disposition, wealth, passion, and salvation are the steps of dharma. Siva is the void essence. By settling in this void, the sadhaka achieves liberation. This state of emptiness is Brahman. Yogiraj has elucidated. When apana air enters the anahata chakra, 10 types of anahata sounds can be heard. Cheering, a small bell, a conch, a lute, rhythm, a snake charmer's flute, a wooden tom-tom, concerted drum music, and a prolonged bell. All instruments played in gross worship are but allegories of these internal sounds, which exclusively the yogis can realize within. Yogiraj further clarified, the sound of the dish of bell metal could be heard within. I could experience a sugary taste in my throat. Lightning started flashing before my eyes. I heard the Omkara sound for a long period. He also illustrated that a sound known as the anahata emanates from either side of the temples. He noted a milder sound like a shenai and the ringing of a big bell within the occiput. Regarding the symbol of the bull, Yogiraj stated, Mahadeva mounted the bull, but why? Could not the world serve as a mount for him? The bull signifies this body. Its 2 horns are the Ida and Pingala, which emerge during pranayama. By practicing the Ida Pingala action, the relinquishment of passions is achieved. This exists within the body, which is why the body is termed the bull. Mahadeva, the still prana Brahma, exists within. Mahadeva implies the vast space or the still sublime void which is all-pervasive. Yogiraj detailed another acme of his realization in his diary. I met the original primordial Krishna. He further recorded, I merged with the primordial being. The tongue was raised further upwards and stopped. When I attained this Kekari state, my mind entered the void. Void means nothingness. In that state of nothingness, the supportless, amorphous, and attributeless state, I achieved the settlement of the mind. This realization occurs during Kevala Kumbhaka and is known as the attainment of Kachari. Yogiraj referred to this void as Sunya asal chij svasabitar bitar kalta That void is the truth, the Brahman, for everything originates from there and eventually merges back into it. Yogiraj further observed, Surya sunya sunyame miljana The soul sun is itself the void. One must dissolve and merge into that emptiness. He declared, I alone am the origin and the form of the sun in the sky. There is none except me. An internal instruction arises to forsake everything, including the senses, and to sit in quiet absorption. In this state, the joy of consummation is experienced from toe to head. The infinite void visualized within is now perceived externally. The internal and external have become one, and the absolute void of Brahman is perceived everywhere. Now, he noted, I must abolish my own essay and completely become the void. Who is this Purana Purusha, the Purana Krishna, or the Adi Purusha? The Upanishads explain, Ajo Nitya Sasvatoyam Purano. He is eternal, with none before him. He was, is, and shall perennially be. He undergoes no metamorphosis, is indestructible, and stands beyond the cycle of birth and death. He is the primordial being. When a yogi enters the cave of Kutastha, everything becomes pervaded by Brahman. In this oneness, duality vanishes. If duality is absent, can birth exist? And if there is no birth, where is death? He is the supreme being, the eternally primordial one. Yogiraj stipulated that without the practice of pranakarma, one cannot reside in that state, for that practice alone is dharma. Settling in the transcendental state beyond action is the eternal state, the immortal abode. By perpetually abiding there, the seeker becomes eternal. Mahatma Kabirdas corroborated this truth. Kabir, if that one is not known, what is the use of knowing all else? From the one, all things manifest, but from the many, the one is not found. This implies that without knowing the one, all other knowledge is futile. Everything is created from and pervaded by that source. Kabir further expressed, by mastering the one, all is mastered. By seeking the many, all is lost. Water the root of the tree, and it shall bloom and bear fruit in abundance. The Jnana Sankalini Tantra declares, Ekam Bhutam Param Brahma, Jagad Sarvam Karakaram. Brahman alone is prevalent in all elements and the whole of creation. If the mind is plagued by fragmented thoughts, it deters salvation, but knowing the One makes liberation imperative. If various deities are worshipped with a sense of hierarchy, the mind remains divided. However, as the Kathopanishad suggests, if the prana air enters the Kutastha cave, a merging with the absolute Brahman occurs. Material attachments are exterminated, and universal knowledge arises. In accordance with the codes of discipline, Yogiraj manifested this within his own yogic essay. The Upanishads further state, Angustha matra purusha madhya atmani tishtati. Within the Kutastha dwells the primordial being, the soul, akin in size to the tip of a thumb. Yogiraj counseled his devotees that this thumb-sized being is the soul, the fearless and supreme state. Regular practice of Kriya Yoga reveals that the supreme being is the self. He is Purushottama, the effulgence of all effulgences. All light is manifested from him. He is the sole sun. Without him, no light can exist. Therefore, every form observed is his form, for all forms emanate from him. Every living being is Shiva-like. Without the soul, nothing exists. As the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad notes, Anuraniyan Mahatomahiyan, he is both infinitesimal and infinite. If the mind enters the soul latent within the Kutastha cave, all miseries are dispelled. Yogiraj taught that pranakarma enables one to visualize a thread-like luster, like the unquivering flame of a lamp between the eyebrows of the Omkara body. This is the potential energy, the soul sun of Kutastha, the innate void. The breath is the root of speech, the personified Gayatri. The dulcet note heard during pranakarma is the pranava, the sound of Krishna's flute. By becoming wrapped in that sound, the prana air rises, and settlement in Kutastha is achieved. That is the immortal state. As the Omkara Gita describes, Within the 8-petaled lotus of the heart, upon the stamen, dwells the blue, thumb-sized being. The sages call him Vishnu, the primordial Purusha, and upon him they fix their meditation. This is the Purana Purusha, whom yogis perceive through a mind entirely absorbed in that truth. Yashantam na biduh surasurgana devaya tasmai nama. Gita Dhyana. This infers that settling in dhyana and being thoroughly wrapped in this state enables yogis to visualize the primordial being. Even the gods and demons are unaware of his beginning and end. To such a god, obeisance should be paid. On the 15th of July 1873, Yogiraj penned, "Beyond the 5 senses occurs the state of the mind. Pnak indriyoko pare manas yane svasa. Beyond the mind is the intellect, the point of stillness. Manaske pare buddhi yane bindi. Beyond that intellect is the formless Brahman, the pure and perfect void. Buddhi se pare Brahma nirakar sunya nirmal." The state of the mind exists beyond the 5 senses. As long as breathing continues, the kinetic mind remains. When the breath becomes still, the kinetic mind loses its existence, for the mind's life depends entirely upon the breath. Thus, as the breath stills and the intellect persists, the practitioner settles into the kutastha dot. Beyond that, intellect is the amorphous Brahman, who is both pure and the void. The Sastras provide a similar stipulation. Sparsanam rasanam kaiba granam kakshuska srotaram panchendriyamidam tattvam manas sadanyamindriyam. Nanasankalini Tantra 28. Touch, taste, smell, sight, and hearing are the 5 essences of the senses, and beyond these lies the mind, the principal sense. Therefore, Yogiraj wrote on the 17th of May, 1873, "One should constantly remain united with the dot beyond the mind, bindum atak rahana kamhai, for then settlement in the void is executed." What occurs after this? He had already stated on the 3rd of March of that same year. "I have entered into the state of manifestation. It seemed as though someone had lit a lamp there. Aj hum ujiyala garkale, jaise koi dipak bar diya." Breathing continues internally within the path of the Sushumna, Svasabitar Bitar Kala. In this state, which resembles the sky at dawn or a twilight sky that lacks radiance yet is self-manifested, everything can be perceived. Both the near and the distant can be envisioned. After this, the state of Samadhi arrives. Recounting his sadhana experiences on the 13th of January, Yogiraj described, "The void state in the Sahasrara chakra could be seen clearly. The tongue was raised further upwards and remained united in the palatal cavity. And then a feeling of ecstasy emerged. I could visualize everything in the tranquil brilliance of the sky at dawn. Yet again, nothing could be visualized because in this state, visualization is absent. The mind that would see is gone. Sunya bhavana or safa jiva और ऊपर उठा अब बड़ा मजा एक उजियाला उसी से सब देख लेता है ये और कुछ भी नहीं देख लेता है ये उसी से मनास्ता हर जने को नम samadhi. Yogiraj states that the settlement of the mind in that state is samadhi. The soul sun revealed in that moment was addressed by him as such. Surya hi Krishna, that Atma Surya is Krishna. He described the experience of that peculiar state further. In that land there is no night. There I saw a being like a man. He neither spoke nor moved, but merely stood still. योन देश में रत नहीं है वोन्हा एक आदमी के माफिक देखा वो आदमी ना कुछ बोले ना कुछ काले खाली खड़ा है. You are the thread, and he stands there. Tumi sutra acho sidnadye ache. He is the embodiment of love. If he is loved, he can be achieved. Kevala se premer bhusho, prem korilet naha ke poya yaye. Yogiraj refers here to a state that has no night. What state is without night? In the physical world, such a place does not exist. If there is no night, can there be day? This is impossible, for where there is day, there must be night, and where there is night, day must follow. One gives rise to the other. Just as one cannot have happiness without the shadow of misery, these dualities coexist. Thus, when Yogiraj says, "In that land there is no night," he refers to the conflictless state of self-manifestation, like the sky at dawn, where I saw a being who did not speak or move, but merely remained standing. He realized that since this being is the fundamental source of all, he is Purushottama, that Purushottama is the incarnate of love. If he is loved properly, he can be attained. When does this love occur? The more prana-karma is practiced, the more the amorphous form becomes condensed. As this condensation takes place, visualization with the static eye in Kutastha occurs, resulting in a profound attraction toward him. Eventually, that attraction intensifies into love. This love is pure and holy. Such love is impossible before this stage. The great soul Ramprasad once chanted, "If the tongue is raised upwards into the palatal cavity, one can float in the ocean of ecstasy. Urdhva jiva kari ananda sagare basite." Commenting on this later state, Mahatma Ramprasad proclaimed, "I have found the being belonging to the state which has no night. I have learned the nature of love from the mother of love. Ye desete rajani ne masei deser ek lok payechi, ebar bhalo bhabir kache bhab sikhechi." Due to his natural disposition, Ramprasad preferred to refer to the soul Brahman as mother, though in actuality he is both mother and father. On the 1st of March, 1874, the sublime glorified state of sadhana was achieved by Yogiraj and portrayed by him thus: neither inhaling nor exhaling, great happiness, this is Brahman. The light of the sun remained no more. Na swasa lena na fekna, bada sukh, ehi Brahma, Surya ko jyoti nahi raha. By practicing prana karma continually, he arrived at a state where the inhalation and exhalation of breath were eliminated. Attaining the Kevala Kumbhaka state completely, he became still. He was then extremely blissful, and that ultimate state of happiness is Brahman. When a river enters the sea, its current ceases to exist. Similarly, Yogiraj caused his permanent settlement in Brahman. He described that state as bliss, not merely joy. There is a distinction. In joy, there is but a trace of bliss, but in bliss, a total joy is prevalent. To remain merged majestically in the void of Brahman is bliss. To remain distant from that absolute void is misery. Abiding in the transcendental state of Kriya imparts bliss. Therefore, he specified this state as bliss, a state far more exalted than ordinary joy. When he settled into that Brahma bliss and later descended, he explained, "The radiance of the sun remained no more. Surya ko jyoti nahi raha." There was no longer the effulgence of the Atma Surya, for only self-manifestation prevailed. The perceptible sun and moon could not express that effulgent form. Everything else vanished. The Lord has delineated this state in the Gita. Natad basayate suryo nasasanko napavaka, yadgatvana nivartante tadama paramam mama. Gita 15-6. This signifies that the resplendence of the sun, moon or fire is absent there, for their light cannot manifest that state. It is a supremely effulgent place, self-manifested and inexplicable. That state, once achieved by the yogi, entails no rebirth. This is my supreme abode. The Kathopanishad states, "Natatra suryo bhatina kandratarake neme vidyuto bhanti kutvayo magni, tameba bhantamanubhati sarvam tasya bhasa sarvamidam bibhati." In that state, the rays of the sun, moon and stars cannot reach. When even a flash of lightning is dimmed by that brilliance, the power of fire becomes negligible. Since this Atmasurya is eternally aflame, the perceptible sun, moon and stars are but reflections of his omnilucence. Yogiraj would never advocate the practice of so-called dhyana, but would instead advocate the practice of Kriya Yoga sadhana. The Karma Yoga of the Gita is Kriya Yoga. Dhyana commonly refers to being engrossed in the thought of an imaginary or desired deity within the Ajna chakra, progressing gradually towards samadhi. However, the path of the Yogiraj is different. He taught the technique of the movement of prana air through the 6 chakras by means of Rikaka and Puraka. When this movement of prana becomes internal, an automatic state of Kevala Kumbhaka arises. As all forms of dynamism are extinguished, the true foundation for dhyana is established. Following this, through the practice of Yonimudra, a deep engrossment in soul visualization ensues, and as one progresses further, the state of samadhi appears. Since no discomfort occurs in this practice, the Bhagavad Gita clarifies, Rajavidya Rajagujyam Pavitramidamuttamam Pratyakshyavagamam Dharmyam Susukham Kartum Vyayam, Gita 9:2. This verse signifies that because this knowledge is scientific, it is the supreme knowledge. It is extremely esoteric and holier than the holiest. This prana-karmic dharma is direct and explicit. It can be practiced with ease and comfort, and it is imperishable. Thus, Yogiraj would often remark, if there is discomfort, it should be understood that Kriya is not being practiced properly. Executing this karma terminates the necessity for all other karmas. When the pranavayu attains vibration, it gives rise to all sorts of actions. Yet, when it attains stillness, all actions cease. This is known as the state beyond action, which Yogiraj referred to as the transcendental state of Kriya. This state is the ultimate aspiration for everyone, the supreme abode. Therefore, he counseled everyone to remain in Parabhasta, the transcendental state of Kriya, for prolonged periods, for there is nothing greater than this. That still state is Brahman. As it is said, Niskalam Brahma Ukate, the static or void state is Brahman. On the 16th of August 1873, Yogiraj recorded in his diary, "Today my breath ceased for a long time. I only am the soul sun god. My form is the black soul moon." On the 19th of August, sketching a black moon, he wrote beside it, "The form of the black soul moon, Krishna, is the black moon." This black soul moon, perceived in Kutastha and perceptible only to yogis, is the form of Bhagavan Krishna. A few days later, he delineated the face of Krishna and wrote, "The image of Krishna which I am visualizing in Kutastha has evanesced. Later, I visualized 1,000 Krishnas." Here, 1,000 implies a countless multitude. He continued, "After this, the gigantic Krishna which I envisioned was extremely terrifying, and it seemed as though there was a blazing sensation within. I envisioned an effulgence within which is indescribable. There is nothing else excepting that effulgence. Now a difficult state arose, and in this state there was immense bliss. This is Brahman and the form of infinitude." Advancing further, he wrote on the 31st of August, 1873, that Krishna merged into the infinite void, implying that Krishna had dissolved into the void within the void. Eventually, no form remains. All merge into the infinite. He noted, "All the forms which are perceptible are basically amorphous, and all of them merge in the void." Alluding to this, Arjuna stated in the Gita, "All the hosts of deities enter into you and merge in you." Regarding the nature of that void, Yogiraj expounded that through regular and prolonged kriya, a veil-like state appears, after which the bindu, or the dot, can be visualized. While the nature of common space acts as a deterrent, the infinite void, or Mahasunya, lacks such obstructions. Therefore, while the dot may not be visualized initially, eventually the totality can be perceived within the bindu of the infinite void. When asked how long such visualization persists, Yogiraj explained, "There is nothing excepting me. Again, I also am absent. Only the pure infinite void prevails. That is one's own state, the self-form. Now my breath flows internally within the Sushumna. This internal breath is Narayana, the source of everything. This is referred to as the transcendence of the material world. All noble yogis settle in this state. I am that Atma Surya. The entire creation manifests from me. Abiding in this state, he noted, it has now been realized that I only am that Atma Surya. Since I am the Sun Soul, my entire effulgence is the all-pervasive Brahman. I have no hands and feet. Here, hands symbolize action and feet symbolize motion. Though the Almighty functions without physical limbs, he executes all through his omnipresence. He concluded, I only am the orbed, indivisible infinity. My effulgence pervades the whole creation. The Shastras state, Akhanda mandalakaram vayaptam yena karakaram tadpadam darsitam yena tasmai Sri Gurave Nama. Guru Gita 27. Obeisance is paid to the Guru who has shown the path to realize the indivisible infinite Brahman pervading all creation. This state is truly the Guru state. Therefore, Yogiraj delineated a sun and inscribed beside it, this is the lotus feet of the Guru. He further wrote, this is the form of the Guru, the sun. This is the real Guru, Mahadeva. Mahadeva is the primordial Guru. Yogiraj, embodying that state, wrote, just as the reigning god Mahadeva is constantly engrossed in dhyana, I too am wrapped in the state of Kevala Kumbhaka. In this state, his head felt perpetually heavy, and his eyes, like those of Shiva, were drawn upward so intensely that they could not be easily pulled down. In this state of silence, the desire to talk vanishes. He reiterated, I have realized that it is better to abstain from speech. There is no desire for conversation when the self has become silent. This purports that Yogiraj is omnifunctional. It should be mentioned here that Sri Ramakrishna once described the eyes of a yogi to Sri Mahendranath Gupta, opining, a yogi's mind is constantly engrossed in God and wrapped in the soul. His eyes have a vacuous gaze, like those of a bird who sits apathetically hatching her eggs. Her attention is concentrated entirely on the eggs. Can you show me that picture? Sri Gupta replied, I shall try my best to find it. To achieve that state, Yogiraj would advise his devotees, Ek okta haroj yata sake ek asana baithe. Practice Kriya daily at least once, for as long as practicable, and then everything can be achieved. He further remarked that if anyone aspired to achieve salvation in this birth itself, it would be possible if he practiced this Kriya Yoga sadhana with sincerity, respect and fortitude. The pranayama revived by Yogiraj has been divided into 3 stages, inferior, medium and superior. Initially, due to a lack of practice, a sadhaka's pranayama is inferior. A great deal of perspiration occurs at this time. Later, further practice results in medium pranayama. Yogiraj explained this stage thus, Kamak ute bikme thela dia usise sarir knapa, isiko madhyam pranayama kahate haye. The body jerks occasionally. An internal push makes the body quiver and waver. When this occurs while practicing pranayama, it is referred to as the medium type. After this, when superior pranayama occurs, the body attains levity and levitates. In this state of excellence, a whistling sound emanates, known as the pranava sound. Thus, he has written, Si sab jorse nikla. The whistling sound emerged with force. He depicted the form of this excellent pranayama further. Yetta rechaka ka asal basubli yane basulika oyaz hota hai, otta puraka ka oyaz nahi hota hai. Jo ki sunya rupa ohi asal brahma ka rupa. अब और मजा जिव और चधा जता है शब्द के सूरत में लाया लगाने से karma vrom sab jata hai. In commonly prevalent pranayama, the 3 functions of Rechaka, Puraka and Kumbhaka exist. However, in the pranayama of Raja Yoga, the one revived by Yogiraj, only the 2 functions of Rechaka and Puraka prevail. It is not necessary to cause Kumbhaka by striving for it. If the 2 actions of Rechaka and Puraka are practiced internally, an automatic Kumbhaka will result. While it is common to breathe through the nose or to cease the breath to force a kumbhaka in the pranayama revived by Yogaraj, the inhalation or exhalation of breath through the nose or mouth is taboo. This implies that the function of breath through the Ida and Pingala is absent. The action is wholly internal, involving the internal prana and apana airs. The Ida and Pingala attract a living being toward the material world. Therefore, they should be abandoned in the beginning so that pranayama may occur through the sushumna. This state is extremely comforting and can be derived exclusively from the Guru. There is no risk or harm in this. Yogiraj explains that during this internal pranayama, a wonderful flute-like sound emanates during rekaka but does not occur during puraka. That which is the form of the void is the form of Brahman. In this state, there is an enhanced happiness. The tongue is raised further upward. If the mind can be merged in the whistling pranava sound, all fallacies pertaining to actions evolving from dynamic prana are eliminated. Regarding this excellent pranayama, he recounted his realizations between 1871 and 1873. Kriya korte korte ap utkhada huye, phir hos karke baithe choda svasako. While practicing Kriya, he spontaneously stood up. When he regained consciousness, he sat down upon his asana again and exhaled breath internally. He noted, sitting in the Siddhasana posture while practicing Kriya, I suddenly stood up from my asana. He further wrote that just as a heavy stone can be lifted by the strength of many, the body can be raised by the force of internal air. However, it does not entirely leave the earth or the Muladhara chakra. A small portion of the buttocks or legs remain attached. When all the airs merge in the void, the yogi can, with the help of the void, go everywhere. When a yogi sits in asana, his mind can be present everywhere. He becomes omnipresent and omniscient, for the universe is pervaded by Brahman. Later, by continually concentrating on the soul, the mind merges and dhyana results. Through this practice, the knowledge of samadhi dawns, bringing purity and true love. Yogiraj mentioned Bada Maja, Badan Jara Halka. Practicing this superior pranayama, he sensed a great deal of happiness and the body became light. On September 2, 1873, he penned, Sarir bahut dhila ho gaya. The body became internally slack and light. The airs being still, the joints and flesh became non-functional and body consciousness gradually disappeared. Yogi Raj repeated, Pisab na hoke utke tapatap apse ap girne laga. Being wrapped in Kriya for a prolonged period, he did not feel the need to micturate, but the body became so slack that upon standing, the urine flowed spontaneously. He described another state. Majhuke mafik surya ke taraf omkara rupa dekhne se niche ka pair teen kar dafe ut khada hota hai thik. Majhuke mafik sarir samet teen kar dafe ajay kudta hai up se up. Vayu ke gati se iha sab prem ki Lakshman. He attained the state of a frog. While visualizing the Omkara form within the soul sun, he stood up involuntarily and the body leapt forward 3 or 4 times. This frog leap is an indication of divine love. He recorded, Today, while walking, my feet lifted from the earth. While visualizing the soul sun, my feet were being raised from the ground. It seemed as though someone was lifting me by holding my hands. I can perceive the void, the crystalline Brahman, with the naked eye. The body became so weightless that it was levitating. The upper air within the body being still, I feel a slight amount of fear, yet a great deal of happiness. I realized that through kumbhaka, the body attained buoyancy and lost weight. Now the body is being pulled upwards. Today, I have severed all connections with superficial nature and am traveling exclusively within. Immense bliss is ensuing from this. I could further comprehend that I was now levitating, my asana posture intact. The Omkara sound, which I used to hear only at midnight, can now be heard at all times. That sound is the infinite void, and this, again, is Brahma. Sitting in Padmasana and practicing Kriya, the front portion of the Yogiraj's body arose. While he was absorbed in his sadhana, he automatically levitated. He noted that just as jaggery becomes light when refined, the regular practice of pranakama makes the body light. Just as refined jaggery floats upon milk, the body floats in space. A few days later, it merges into the anu, the infinitesimal atom. Advancing further in his sadhana, on September 13, 1873, he remarked, "Such an intense engrossment occurred that the self-entity was lost. Body consciousness and the senses were abandoned. The mind, intelligence, intellect and pride were all eliminated. Because the mind and intellect are essentially observers, when they cease to exist, who is left to observe? Who is there to collect information? As long as the mind is kinetic, various visualizations result, but when the mind is still, there is a total absence of everything. This type of engrossment makes a yogi intoxicated with divine bliss." Pertaining to this intoxication, he elaborated, "Due to the intensity of love, even food is forgotten, a rare phenomenon. If the intoxication of engrossment is further enhanced, then misery and happiness cease. Drown yourself in such a marvelous intoxication." The yogis ascribe this type of engrossment to be true love. Superficial proclamations are not the reality. As he noted, perception is in accordance with mental disposition. Describing the nature of the mind and desire, he wrote on March 6, 1873, "Bapu signifies the body. Desires emanate from the heart, and from desire the child of attachment is born. But by continually practicing Kriya, when the state of cessation of desire is achieved, when the transcendental state of Kriya is consummated, then the self becomes Brahma. The Atma Surya is Brahma. He is the master. If the breath ceases, desires cease. A yogi can then perform all actions in a truly desireless state. What is Hamsa is Omkara, which is the mind. In this state, the mind is Brahma. When the mind becomes still, it is Brahma. When it becomes kinetic, it is the world. Continual practice of pranakama and Omkara Kriya arrests the breath. When the external motion of the breath ceases and the Kevala Kumbhaka state is achieved, the mind also becomes still. It is then that all transitory, perennial and ignorant doubts disappear. There is neither duality nor non-duality, because when the mind is absent, there is no one left to speak of such distinctions. Everything merges into the absolute void, Brahma. Only the one who undergoes this state can realize it, yet they cannot know it in the worldly sense, for knowing implies a separation between the knower and the known. Breath is the fundamental basis of existence. Without it, the body cannot remain. Through pranakarma and Omkara Kriya, one must raise that fundamental breath to the Sinsiput, the Sahasrara, and observe the roots and leaves beneath. After arriving at the state of still prana from the vibratory prana, the senses and organs become passive. This state is compared to a person who has risen from abject poverty to great affluence. Living in a high-rise, he now empathetically observes his past condition from a great height. The static state is the state of affluence, while the kinetic state is the state of poverty. Observing this internal state of the yogi, the divine has remarked, "The trees of the world have roots below and branches above, but the sacred Asvatha tree is reversed. Its root is above and its branches are beneath." This reversed syndrome is comprehensible only to the yogis. Above the Ajna chakra, the fundamental truth is the infinite soul essence. Beneath it lies the body-like peepal tree, characterized by the hands, feet and senses. Asvatha means transient, that which exists today but may not exist tomorrow. From the root of this tree, the region from the Ajna chakra to the Sahasrara, the still prana Brahma resides. From here, the dynamic prana extends through one's actions. Yogiraj advised his disciples to halt the breath at its origin in the head. By remaining in this state and observing the lower organs and the sense-like branches beneath, the fallacy of the world disappears and Brahma knowledge dawns. The state of Kevala Kumbhaka is the cessation of breath which occurs naturally through regular pranayama. Therefore, perpetually keep the mind above, for then the self can perceive the true self. This is the meaning of Brahmajnana. Yogiraj reiterated that while executing Omkara Kriya, apprehensions often occur regarding the exactness of the performance. Generally, the kinetic mind remains focused on the front of the body, while its existence at the back of the body remains marginal. But Omkara Kriya must be executed at the back of the body. Therefore, a question arises in the mind: how shall the mind place itself at the back of the body to perform Omkara Kriya? To this, the mind itself must provide the answer. Yogiraj then caused Kutastha to reveal the secret. The kinetic mind must be reposed within the triangle of Kutastha. The mind must be mounted upon the Ajna chakra and then rotated from right to left. Following this, the phallic kinetic mind must enter the yoni-like Kutastha through intermittent thrusting. When the mind enters Kutastha in this manner, it emanates a supreme bliss that is truly inexplicable. When the kinetic mind is united within Kutastha, the beatitude that originates can be explained by none other than the still mind. In that sacred union, all tracks of the kinetic mind and the triangular Kutastha are lost. Through the medium of Omkara Kriya, yogis can visualize a triangle within Kutastha. That triangle is the primordial source, the origin from which everything arises. The mind must enter there, for the mind is the phallus. If the phallic mind is caused to enter, a dot or Brahmanu is visualized. That is the seed-like place of origin for the entire universe. He is Bhagavan. Bhag signifies the source, the origin or Kutastha, while Van implies the arrow and the breath. By conducting the breath inwardly through the continual practice of pranakarma, the mind becomes still. The entrance into the Kutastha source by the phallic mind gives rise to the tranquil state which is Bhagavan, or God. Kutastha alone is the source, the mind is the phallus, and their conjoined symbol is the Siva Lingam. Therefore, Yogiraj has quoted, "When the tongue is raised upwards and enters the palatal cavity, the ecstasy derived then is Bhagavad, the state of God." God himself has corroborated this in the Gita. "My intense Brahma-pervaded universe is my source, for from that state everything originates. I place myself in the manifestation of spiritual consciousness, which is the cause for universal expansion." The dynamic motion emanating from this state becomes the expression of different images. The sublime Brahma, the pervasive consciousness of the prana soul, can be expressed by pranakarma sadhana when the mind is settled in the cave of Kutastha within the Ajna chakra. The triangle within that glorious extensive Kutastha is the true place of origin of the sublime Brahma. From this point in Kutastha, the motion of the vital breath is spread. The prana soul, settled in that place of impregnation within the triangle in the form of an anu or dot, later becomes distinguished as the expansion of the body. Thus, from that magnificent Brahma source, all elements are created. Likewise, whatever is created from different wombs finds its root in the absolute Brahma. From that state, many images arise from various wombs, and he is prevalent as the master in them all. While the innumerable small wombs are separable, the inseparable Brahma is the supreme place of origin. For this reason, he is the mother, and he is the father, because within the aforementioned triangle, the form of the dot which exists subtly as an anu is he himself. Thus, Yogiraj reiterated, the absolute Brahma-like triangular place of origin is intensely effulgent. Yogiraj further penned, I have visualized the resplendent place of origin. I saw the effulgent source and the blood-red seed of passion. At times, he remarked, I have seen the place of origin of Bhagavati and the phallus of Mahadeva from where creation emanates. Again, he wrote, an extremely minute, mustard seed-like dot could be envisioned within that triangle. This became like a large lamp, and later I observed it become like a small star. That dot is real, for it alone shows the play of birth and death. On another day, he noted, I envisioned the resplendent phallus, the symbol of which can be seen in the material world as the Siva Lingam and in the form of the peacock plume upon Bhagavan Krishna's head. Its allegory is the sandalwood or clay paste painted on the foreheads of Saivas and Vaishnavas, symbolizing the three folds occurring on the forehead during Trataka in Kriya practice. He repeated, while I was in the Trataka position, I perceived Visvanath's phallus. Drawing a triangle and a resplendent phallus, he wrote beside it, I visualized a fine resplendent red stripe within the Omkara triangle beside the Sushumna. I first saw the resplendent phallus, which later merged into the infinite void. When there is a cessation of breath, immense happiness ensues, and within that resplendence, the 6 chakras of the Sushumna can be perceived. While practicing pranayama, a wonderful resplendence is visualized, and a light resembling a serpent can be noticed upon the phallus. I perceived a beautiful seed of passion. I envisioned the magnificent Brahma primordial female energy, the source from where everything originates. I envisioned a triangle where the 4 Vedas and Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesa are prevalent. Because of the augmentation of the sattva attribute, all deities can be perceived. Yet this is not the end. Further advancement must be effected. The attributeless state must be achieved, for even the sattva attribute is still an attribute. The yoni and the linga must be united as one. But how? By executing excellent pranayama with a definite aim, similar to the shooting of Arjuna's arrow at the reflection of the fish's eye, knowledge of Brahma is derived. After this, Omkara Kriya is practiced. That Omkara is Rama. Kriyabans should consider this deeply. First, a sound arises from within. Later, Om becomes Soham. The Paramahansa says, after this comes Omkara, the unfathomable state of Samadhi. By fixing the mind upon the breath, all things good and bad become known. This is what is called true experience. The execution of excellent pranayama results in a sisi sound, similar to the sound produced when air is blown through a keyhole. This is the pranava sound. Through continual practice and merging with this pranava, one achieves the state of I am He. In the subsequent state of Omkara, or Nirvikalpa Samadhi, where imagination and alternatives cease to exist, one arrives at a realization where all harbor a singular truth, for non-duality has been transcended. By practicing this refined pranakarma, there comes a clear cognition of both substantial and insubstantial objects, of good and evil. This is true perception. Thus, Yogiraj chanted, Manasaina monete dekho chnad badani chokete, laga manas omkarete, pabe maja kata sedvanite. Behold the kinetic mind within the mirror-like serene mind through the beautiful Kutastha in all his glory. If the mind adheres to the Omkara sound, a profound joy is achieved. Manas jasne re kotha. Manas diye manas ke dekhle habe sakal britha. The mind should not deviate. If the kinetic mind is perceived only in its kineticism, then all efforts become fruitless. Indir karma indir kare, manas keno knede mare, achad keye pade mare, madye nakal kare. The senses perform their sensory functions. Influenced by them, the mind becomes dependent upon external stimuli. Emulating the senses, the mind loses its ability to distinguish right from wrong, thus becoming a vessel for happiness and misery. It is the disposition of the kinetic mind to emulate whatever it encounters. In this manner, it vacillates and suffers anguish. But the moment the kinetic mind is stilled, nothing else remains. Where is the place of origin for this mind? The effulgence within the sound emerges from the soul sun, and the mind is settled within it. This is the still mind. To merge with this is the state of Vishnu. The breath merges into this state of Vishnu, which is the still mind itself. The breath commences and ends here. Yogiraj further mentioned that the place of settlement for the still mind lies beyond the pure soul effulgence, which is amorphous. The kinetic mind must be merged into that pure form. What occurs mentally occurs physically as well. When the mental illusion is removed, the physical illusion will gradually vanish. Thus, he intoned, Omkara dvanir sonresur, yekhane jyoti prachur. Dekha dekha surar bhitar katasur, manas sada taitepur. Abhyasete habe sabur, darsana habe mahaprabhur. Dara dara tenesur, katasabdiye aikshur. Kriyabans, listen perpetually to the Omkara sound, where a great effulgence abounds. Observe the various deities within that resonance. Keep the mind fixed upon the Omkara with patience, a quality developed through continual practice until Bhagavan is visualized. Hold fast to that Omkara sound. Worldly delusion must be severed with that razor. Manas barbar japa sadatare, yejan antareri antar sadathake antare. Bhabbine bhab ke mane habe, chintay se dhvanire, yakhan dakbitare, biralete dhyanadhare. Manasniya manas deto sure, advuta rupa dekho antare. The mind should constantly contemplate Bhagavan, who is inherent and dwells perpetually in the innermost realm. How can divine love emanate without devotion? It shall manifest by ruminating upon the Omkara sound. When you remember him in a secluded atmosphere through dhyana, place the kinetic mind, with the help of the still mind, upon that Omkara, for then there will be a marvelous intrinsic visualization. Kasedare tantano, kena sono venvenano, amulya dan kaligeno, hridpadme base achen, chesta kare darana keno, kare ekanta manano, dudgi kauna keno, nirjanete tantano. Why pay attention to the constant prattle of the world? It is better to practice pranakarma with dogged determination. Know that Goddess Kali is the invaluable wealth dwelling within the Anahata lotus. Strive to retain her through deep concentration. Consume pure foods like milk, butter and ghee to impart strength, and practice pranakarma in solitude. The CC sound of pranakarma is the razor. Everything must be severed with it, for only then will stillness be attained. Reaching this stillness results in the attributeless state, free from the qualities of sattva, rajas and tamas, which brings conquest over the cycle of birth and death. Therefore, he asserted, there is nothing in the mind. Concentrate in dhyana, and everything can be achieved. He further declared that deceiving refers to the offering of the vacuous mind once it reaches a state of stillness, reposing the kinetic mind into the still mind until it becomes the embodiment of the Supreme Being. In Bengali, this is called attainment through deception, for the kinetic mind is tricked into entering the stillness of the divine. When the mind is kinetic, words have no significance. It constantly vacillates. As long as the mind remains restless, it will be distant from the still Brahman. Regarding the offering of the mind, the Srimad Bhagavatam shares a remarkable narrative of the gopis and gopinis, the devotees of Bhagavan Krishna who practice Atmakarma. Upon visiting him, they desired to bring an offering. They realized he possessed everything in the universe except for the kinetic mind, which they possessed in abundance. Therefore, they offered their minds completely to him. By ceasing their restlessness through pranakarma and reposing the restless mind upon the still mind, they became mindless. This is the true offering of the mind to God. Finally, Bhishma represents the existence of fear, the fear of practicing austere sadhana. Until the three arrows of Ida, Pingala and Sushumna merge in the head, there is no tranquility. As long as the inner air is not stilled, fear persists. If excellent pranakarma is executed with focus, the air becomes still, the Omkara sound becomes audible, and total absorption in it gives birth to the still state. As long as the dynamism of prana persists, a human remains limited. But the moment one achieves the still state, they metamorphose into supremacy. In this regard, Yogiraj chanted, "The functions of the body are performed by the body itself, Yet how can you contemplate that it is the self which performs them? In truth, you do not pertain to this world, for you are the pervasion of the indivisible universe. Who else, other than you, is the controller of the universe? The mind is invaluable. Endeavor to comprehend it, for it will lead you to the absolute. You are obsessed with egotism, but barring your real self, who else is the master? For that reason, regard yourself as the supreme. You will acquire blissful ecstasy when you attain the state of supreme bliss. O mind, why do you perpetually concern yourself with material thoughts? Excepting you, there is no real friend. On the 4th of January, 1873, Yogiraj recounted, I visualized the Atma Surya Narayana, the sun of the soul, like the Omkara form. The body became light through the regular practice of prana-karma, and then I realized a whitish opacity before my eyes. After this illusion disappeared, I saw the form of Bhagavan Krishna within the Atma Surya, who was omnipresent. That was the form of the three attributes, sattva, rajas, and tamas. All elements mingled in the five essences, and I viewed those five essences emanating from that Atma Surya, which is the pure crystalline Brahman. On the 19th of April 1873, he wrote, I saw Narayana, my own form. This is the true self, and again, this is the amorphous Omkara. That formless Omkara is the Vedas in their origin. Yogiraj delineated on the 3rd of June 1873. Now, the visualization of the reality of the self occurred. This visualization happens within the triangle of Kutastha, which is known as Hansa. Then all types of skepticism are eliminated and everything appears white, for white does not pertain to the category of color, it signifies neutrality. That alone is the holy state which arrives and departs from within. This occurred today. I derived immense pleasure from this. Yogiraj penned his realizations further on the 19th of June, 1873. The imperishable Kutastha became the form of Narayana. The next day, the 20th of June, he wrote, I envisioned a different form within my real self. The form of Narayana can be visualized in the intravision. He remarked on the 8th of July, 1873, I perceived a white being akin to myself. On the 28th of July, 1873, he wrote, I perceived the self in reality, which is the form of Narayana. Now I feel very blissful and am disinclined to perform actions. It seems that I should remain passive. During this period, he would execute sadhana throughout the night, making great endeavors to conquer sleep. He portrayed this on the 11th of August, 1873. The flute-like sound emanating in excellent pranayama, known as the Omkara sound, has occurred splendidly today. Through the medium of this Omkara sound, I arrived at the infinite void, the Brahman, which is beyond that sound. I must mingle and merge there. But to attain this mergence, the time required for prolonged sadhana cannot be found while maintaining a family existence. Thus, sadhana must be continued throughout the night. To execute this, sleep must be conquered, and I am striving for this now. The engrossment in pranakarma has intensified, and the void of Brahman has attained more clarity. On the 14th of August, 1873. Now I am experiencing less sleepiness in the night. Practicing continual action, I have become extremely tranquil and am undergoing a deep engrossment. On the 7th of October, 1873, he wrote, Sleep is no longer plaguing me in the night. It has been conquered wholly. Thus there is no inconvenience now to practice pranakarma throughout the night. Body consciousness remains prevalent as long as prana is vibratory. Thus, sleep is required. But when the regular practice of pranakarma stills the prana, sleep is no longer necessary, allowing a yogi to remain in samadhi for long periods. In this state, he does not even require oxygen. All ordinary beings inhale oxygen and exhale carbon dioxide as oxygen makes each cell active. But when a yogi, through yoga action, is capable of ceasing the function of every cell in his body, he can exist without oxygen, and exhalation is absent. In this state, though the cells remain non-functional for a prolonged period, they are not destroyed. When a yogi returns to his normal or awakened state, all the cells, along with the heart, lungs and brain, resume the intake of oxygen, rendering the organs active once more. The motion of the external breath commences, which is referred to as the dynamic state of prana. Ramprasad, keeping this in mind, is quoted to have said, "Sleep is necessary in the vibratory state of prana, but not in the still state." Therefore, the sleep of this vibratory state was returned to itself, and he achieved stillness in Kriya's transcendental state. Yogiraj would expand. The sublimely radiant kutastha, which is the abstruse significance of Dharma, should be realized. Dharma implies Kriya, or pranakama. In the Satya, Treta and Dvapara ages, this pranakama gradually declines. In other words, the state of samadhi declines to the state of highest knowledge, then to ordinary knowledge, and finally to the decrement of Kriya. The Satya age represents permanent settlement in kutastha. The Treta age represents the visualization of kutastha. The Dvapara age symbolizes happiness derived from the practice of Kriya, and Kali Yuga symbolizes the imparting of Kriya. He further explained, Satya signifies the transcendental state of Kriya, Treta, the pre-transcendental state of Kriya, Dvapara, the period of the practice of Kriya, and Kali signifies the state of not practicing Kriya. Thus, these four ages must be comprehended within this body itself. Commenting about the esotericism of the Sastras, he quoted, Veda samudaya dharma mul arthad kriya dvaraye sab jana jaye. Sruti arthad bina kathaye yaha sona yaye. Smriti arthad sune ye smarana kara ihai marma kathita. Manushe te sthir karyache. Kriya karya kirti ke paye ihaloke mare. Brahmete leen haya param sukh prapti hai. The four Vedas are the basis of Dharma, meaning that everything can be comprehended through Kriya. Sruti implies that which can be heard without being spoken. Smriti denotes remembering by hearing the significant truth. Man has determined that the practice of Kriya leads to glory, and supreme bliss can be attained by dying to this mortal world and merging into Brahman. He further expounded, Katha bina yaha sona yaye tahar nam sruti taha janar nam veda. Taha smarana kariya yaha ek padarth arthad kriya tahar nam sastra. Evidir arthad sruti smriti mimamsa hebar yonai karan hathad. Asiya pare tahari dvaraye kriya karite karite prakashaye. Veda smriti sadachar arthad kriya aratmar priya arthad sthir havya ekar sakshat dharma arthad kriyar lakshman jana yaye. Sruti is that which can be heard without words, and knowing this is the essence of the Vedas. Remembering this oneness is Kriya, which is the true Sastra. There is no external means by which the settlement of the Vedas or the act of hearing and remembrance can occur, for it appears abruptly and manifests only through the regular practice of Kriya. The Vedas, remembrance, righteousness and Kriya are dear to the soul, for they entail stillness. These four alone are Dharma. Through them the true characteristics of Kriya are revealed. Having faith in the dictum of the Guru, if this Kriya is practiced like the act of ferrying, the river of the material world can be traversed. Yogiraj described this on December 11th, 1873, thus, Omkara Svetrupa, Ohi Jalaka Rupa Ohi Adirupa, Sahaja Swabhab Swityaka Sahaja, Guru Bakyame Biswas Karne se Sahaja Sahaja, क्रिया करे तो पर उतरे हाये, जैसा कोई डूबता हाये और कोई तैरने वाले का कमर इशारे से पकड़ के दोनों तैर करके परलाज और लगावे, और अगर वो जोर करके पकड़े तो अब डूबे और बचाने वाले को भी डुबावे, वैसे ही गुरु चेला, कनियो की यो guru सोई चेला. The Omkara form, which is colorless, is the form of water. It is the primordial form. Settling in that infinite void, it becomes one's natural disposition, the self-form or normal state, and the dynamic state of prana then transcends nature. By completely abiding by the Guru's dictum and regularly practicing Kriya, the cycle of births and deaths in this material world can be overcome. For instance, when someone is drowning and another comes to save him, if the drowning person holds his rescuer's waist gently, both can reach the shore. However, if he holds the waist with a firm, panicked grasp, both will drown. In this context, a gentle hold symbolizes the proper spiritual interaction, while a firm grasp represents a forbidden material attachment. The relationship between these two is the relationship between Guru and disciple, for the one who is Guru is also the disciple. एक्के अंक उठा बीमारी देखने से बहुत देर तक जैसा उसका चुया चुत से उसको भी अंक आता हाये ओएसा कुतास्था अक्षर को देखने से भी ओही रूपा हो जाता हाये इसमें संदेह नहीं. When a person suffers from an eye inflammation, if another observes it for a long duration or makes direct contact, his own eyes become inflamed. Similarly, the continual practice of Kriya results in the constant visualization of the imperishable Kutastha. Thus, the self becomes converted into the Kutastha state. Of this, there is no doubt. Therefore, Yogiraj chanted, "There is no respite other than invoking Bhagavan, who is the only resort of the helpless. By achieving that state, there is a cessation of rebirths. All the senses will become self-restrained. None can express the bliss of this state, which is indestructible. Who else can describe the supreme bliss other than the one who has achieved the invaluable wealth? Everyone will gain access to the holy feet upon acquiring devotion." On August 24, 1873, he recorded Vasana chodde to kud Vasudeva hoye, Vasu, Vasana, Deva, Malik, Yab Vasana ko chode to khud Malik hoye, hum hi Suryaka Rupa. If all types of aspirations and desires are abandoned, the self becomes Vasudeva, the master. While practicing regular pranakama, when the self-entity merges and everything attains the essence of the void, then the self attains masterdom, for that crystalline void of Brahman is omnipresent. He is the master. Yogiraj intoned, "Never forsake God until you become confluent in Him." On May 3, 1873, he remarked, "Hum hi Suryaka Rupa Nirmal Jyoti, जब निर्मल ज्योति देखते हैं तब हम चौड़ाए दूसरा कोई ना देखते हैं, लेकिन अब निर्मल ज्योत में समाना कहिए." I am the Atma Surya, the holy effulgence. When I visualize that holy effulgence, none but me visualizes it. But now a merging should occur. The effulgence and myself must become one. The next day he wrote, "Yo bindi soi Surya, ab gar ujjala hota hai." The tiny point of light perceived in Kutastha is the Atma Surya, and everything becomes distinct through this visualization. On May 5th, he commented, "Nirmal Jyoti Bhagavanka Hai, Jyoti Akaske Mafik." The holy resplendence of Bhagavan is like the infinite void. On August 12, 1873, he noted, "Asmanke trikutime akshar fir usise jyotrupa, uska bada nirmal rupa." The void-like triangle within Kutastha is supremely imperishable, and from it an extremely pure effulgence emanates. On August 28, 1873, he wrote, "Jihva jab talumul mein lagta hai tab khatta mitha swad malum hota hai, aur gadha ab bahut sthir hai, aj pranayama thoda hua, omkar ka dhvani piche taraf sunata hai." Woe, when the tongue is raised and enters the palatal cavity, sour and sweet tastes are realized. As pranayama became more intense, a deeper stillness was achieved, and the Omkara sound could be heard at the back of the head. On November 12, 1873, he drew a dot within Kutastha and wrote, "Ehi agam stan haye isime thaharna kahiye." The still dot within Kutastha is the inaccessible place where one must pause. If the mind is restless even for a brief moment, that dot cannot become still. By continually practicing pranakama until all movement ceases, one acquires the state beyond mind and desire, and the dot becomes still. The kinetic mind and intellect are unable to reach this static point. Thus, Yogiraj described it as the inaccessible place where one must be affixed. He recounted on December 7th, 1873, "Iha sarir ke bhitar dusra, ek sarir haye, aise hi lekin kala." Within this physical body, there is another similar body, though it appears dark. This is the visualization of the true self. Just as one's body is observed in a mirror, the regular practice of pranakama stills the mind before the mirror of kutastha. There, one's own form is perceived, the size of a thumb. This is the causal body. The body is of three types: gross, subtle, and causal. The subtle body dwells within the gross body, and the causal body resides within the subtle. During sleep, while the gross and subtle bodies release themselves from the senses and lie dormant, the causal body remains awake. It is the eternal container and shelter for the others. Of this mystery, Yogiraj chanted, "Maya rakho maye chodo, satpar aje, badho sidhi sidhi aje kadho. Tab hoga sukh bado, jhute mansuba kya gado, sriman samne khado, ohi ank par pado, phir ek hi ho pado." Dispel illusion, abandon egotism, and proceed upon the path of righteousness. Ascend with rhythmic grace, for then you shall derive immense happiness. Why entertain the falsities of the mind? A beatific vision of the primordial being has appeared. Concentrate upon him, for then you shall merge and become one. The Yogiraj noted the physical sensations of this ascent. The tongue, being lifted upwards, entered the palatal cavity. I derived a sweet taste, and the breathing continued internally. The deep engrossment which occurred in this state is constantly required. He realized that the crystalline, non-illusory, and pure Brahman is the master of all, for everything is created from that essence. Brahman is like the form of water. Though water is formless, it assumes the shape of whatever container holds it. This amorphous void of Brahman is omnipresent. Atma Surya, the sun of the soul, is my form, he observed. That is Omkara, the path for reaching the still state. Madhi. Through repeated visualizations of this Atma Surya, a yogi attains the state of stillness where both visualization and realization dissolve into pure being. It is extremely difficult to remain steadfast, keeping the eyes raised toward the forehead between the eyebrows, yet if one can remain in this manner, the state of samadhi is attained. One should never practice this action by reading books or without the guidance of a proper teacher. It must be approached only after prolonged pranayama. Yogiraj described the refinement of Kekari Mudra. The tongue was further uplifted, crossing the inner nostrils and moving deeper within. Executing pranakama in this state, I could visualize the crystalline, infinite void everywhere, externally as well as internally. The inner and outer worlds attained oneness. This crystalline, infinite sky is Narayana. Brahma Dhyana is the only veritable meditation. Through the dexterity of Thoka Kriya, acquired exclusively from the Guru, the obstruction of the Anahata Chakra is released. When this center attains permanence, the truth is manifested. The illusory dynamism that precedes it is but a deception. Upon arriving at this static state, Yogiraj derived immense ecstasy, settling into that stillness for a long period. He realized the crystalline, pure, absolute void. He noted that when remaining in this still air, the anahata is purified to such an extent that even speaking causes a perceptible thrust upon the heart. Once Kekari is perfected, the yogi moves effortlessly through the void of consciousness. Pride stems from desire, he taught. When this desire is stilled, intelligence dawns, and that intelligence is Ishvara. After attaining samadhi, the still mind is steeped in a contentment 1,000-fold greater than any worldly wealth. Brahman is pure because he has not emanated from any source. He is original and untainted. Regarding the rituals of worship, Yogiraj offered a profound internal perspective. While superficial injunctions suggest performing the holy ablution of a deity before meditation, Yogiraj declared such an order impossible for the true seeker. He maintained that dhyana must come first. One must first comprehend the soul and be steeped in its essence before any true worship can occur. Consequently, though he did not frequent external shrines, he undertook all pilgrimages internally. The internal journey is the true symbol of the external rite. He proclaimed, "The imperishable Kutastha is the real form of Omkara. When the breath is born constantly and Kevala Kumbhaka is achieved, one becomes like Baladeva, the bearer of strength." The dark moon visualized in Kutastha is the Pravas pilgrimage. The emergence of the Sushumna is the bathing in the river Sarasvati. When the breath becomes completely still, one bathes in the fire pilgrimage, and when the 5 currents of ambrosia cascade from the Sahasrara, one has reached the pilgrimage of the 5 Badris. In this manner, Yogiraj effected all sacred journeys within his own body, teaching that external travel cannot cause soul attainment. As the Janana Sankalini Tantra states, "Idam tirthamidam tirtham brahmanti tamasa jana. Atma tirtham na jananti katham moksham baranane." Ignorant persons wander from one external pilgrimage to another. Dear sadhaka, until you are aware of the pilgrimage within the soul, you cannot attain salvation. Yogiraj has repeated, "Closing my eyes, I could view a little of the waves of the Sushumna Ganges." This is termed the play of the Sushumna waves. He has delineated the picture of Hara Parvati, who exist on the peak of Mount Kailash, writing beside it, "Mount Kailash is located in the Sahasrara, where Hara Parvati prevail, and this can be distantly visualized. Kashi is situated above the trident of Mahadeva. The trident represents the 3 attributes of Ida, Pingala, and Sushumna. Kashi signifies the state of revelation, and Mahadeva signifies Sushumna, which is the sattva attribute. Drawing a sketch of the Gomukhi, a holy cave in the Himalayas shaped like a cow's mouth, he mentioned beside it, "I envisioned the pilgrimage of Gomukhi within Kutastha. If at the time of birth the planetary positions of the person concerned are favorable, then all his actions will be successful. If unfavorable, then all material actions and spiritual progress will be unsuccessful." Regarding his internal realizations, he noted, "The tongue being raised and entering the palatal cavity, external breathing ceased totally. Thus, the external inhalation and exhalation of breath became non-existent. In this condition, I sensed a sweet taste on the tip of the tongue. When prana air enters the sushumna while practicing pranakarma, a pit similar to a well is experienced within the throat. This signifies that just as the air within the pit of a well is non-vibratory, the inner air within the throat becomes still. Spontaneous manifestation results with the cessation of desires. Until desires persist, there is no spiritual fulfillment. Now I derived immense bliss. The breath wholly entered till the end of Sushumna. Then I realized that the immortal, indestructible Kutastha, the eye of wisdom, is constantly prevalent to my vision. I only am the blue Mahadeva. I only am Bhagavan Krishna. The one who is Krishna is Atma Surya, the soul sun. Again, he is the causal water. I aspire to see the soul sun repeatedly. What is the effulgence of the Atma Surya is myself. One's own form is the truth. The essence of the universe is Atma Surya because everything is created from it. That is the true form of yourself, myself, and everyone else. You are that you. When this state arrives during the practice of pranakarma, only then does mergence come into realization. Delineating a sun on the forehead of a human form, he wrote beneath it, The second form of Atmasurya is death, yet that only is myself. What is breath is the effulgence of Atmasurya, and that only is myself, because this breath emanates from that soul sun. This is the place of origin of the breath, though this cannot be comprehended quickly. For this, austere sadhana is necessary. The Atmasurya and its effulgence are the causal water. From this water, the entire universe has been created, and herein it merges. Now the breath is internally entering, though a small quantity of breath is still external. Executing prana karma, a state arrived where the mind abandoned all the senses. In this state, a visualization of the Master occurred, and I envisioned and heard the manifestation of the Omkara sound. This state is like death for everyone, regardless of gender. One must never pay attention to its fearsome aspect, not even by mistake. The prana in its still state bears two aspects. One is Vishnu the protector, and the other is the death-like destroyer. Yogiraj advised that a yogi should not observe this death-like destroyer. Nevertheless, both states will appear to a yogi, and knowledge of both must be acquired. Yet it remains a yogi's duty not to cast his glance on that destroyer, for by doing so he may fall into the jaws of death. Therefore, he cautions every yogi. Today, uttering something to someone has afflicted my mind. The tongue has completely been uplifted, and entering the palatal cavity has become fixed there. Since the breathing motion has become internally oriented, it continues within. In this state, the prana air rising upwards caused such an intense engrossment that I could not see anything, not even the letters while writing. Just as a drowsy stupor arrives before sleep, a deep absorption enveloped me. At the time of internal pranakarma executed with vigor, the eyes spontaneously close. I cannot comprehend anything. Now an intense absorption and immense bliss are emerging. Yogiraj further expounded, inhalation of each initial internal pranayama causes uneasiness. There is discomfort in ceasing it for a while, and there is comfort at the time of internal exhalation, but the wind does not exist in the belly. In the second pranayama, the air travels up the throat, nose, and internally until the palate. The bliss of inhaling internally oriented pranayama is similar to the bliss of cessation at both ends and to the exhalation. But the dulcet Omkara sound which emanates at the moment of exhalation causes the air to rise to the head and remain fixed. By this, a heaviness in the head can be experienced. This state of heaviness is termed engrossment. Why does this engrossment not occur to everyone? Just as a passion to acquire a beautiful woman ensues after being captivated by her, where the woman is the cause for passion, similarly a divine heavy-headedness ensues upon executing the internally oriented pranakarma. The Supreme Being, who through the medium of illusion assumes a bewitching figure to delude the world, inspires a passion far less than the enhanced engrossment evolving from visualizing the divine. I perceived this while practicing pranayama. At the time of inhalation of the internally oriented pranayama, no breath comes out, but at the time of exhalation, a small quantity goes out. Actually, after practicing pranayama for a while, the breath does not depart even at the moment of exhalation. It then travels entirely internally. While practicing pranayama, I executed the breath gradually to test its effects, and I realized a distinct disparity in the quantity of air. Through this practice, the breath eventually ceases of its own accord, and I can remain in this state of stillness for as long as I desire. I further realized that if the mind is controlled and proceeds toward the internally oriented breath, a spontaneous, replete and still state appears. Regarding this sublime state, Yogiraj repeated, "That which liberates the mind is called mantra. That which nurtures the body is called tantra." The kinetic mind, as it is commonly known, finds its state of release or stillness in mantra. The medium by which the body is nurtured is tantra. Because of the constant flow of life force through every nerve, the body is sustained. Therefore, that internal flow of air is the true Tantra. Yogiraj further stated, "Nothing is sweeter than the ambrosial cascade which flows from above." The head feels quite heavy. Remaining in Kutastha and executing pranayama for a long period causes the causal water to flow down from the Sahasrara. The Omkara sound, which could previously be heard only during dhyana or pranayama, can now be heard constantly. The opacity above the soul moon within Kutastha is removed through regular pranayama, and the crystalline, amorphous moon can be viewed. The moment the eyes are closed, that moon is clearly visualized within the Kutastha. While it is visible now only for a short duration, I have achieved the strength for longer pranayama. The more I practice, the more I comprehend that the breath is no longer external. I feel ecstatic in this state, realizing that everything comprises the cessation of inhalation and exhalation. This still state is the actual dawn of renunciation. Prior to obtaining this state, renunciation is futile. When I meditate or practice Kriya, I can hear the jingling sound of a bell and the clinking of a bell-metal dish. While executing pranayama in the morning, I envisioned the soul moon with naked eyes. I further noticed that the sun and moon merged into one. When this union took place, duality vanished and everything became empty. Thus, I visualized the infinite void. This infinite void is Brahman. The soul sun is replete with causal water. The dot visualized within Kutastha is the form of the Omkara sound. Now that sound has become steady. When the Atmasurya takes the form of the dot, then the Atmasurya is the sound, and the sound is the dot. I have now reached that inaccessible, still place where none can enter except the yogis. The water flowing from the lotus feet of Hari into the cornucopian water pot of Brahma is the causal water. The water pot of Brahma is the palatal cavity, and Hari's lotus feet is the Sahasrara. The ambrosia that flows onto the tip of the raised tongue from the Sahasrara is the causal water, and by drinking this, one attains immortality. According to Tantrism, the drinking of this internal causal water is the actual consumption of liquor, not the superficial consumption of alcohol. The principal feature of Tantrism is the sadhana of its 5 essential rites, characterized by the 3 attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas. Among these, sattva is the most important. The 5 superficial essentials are liquor, meat, fish, wealth, and coitus. Those who possess rajasic or tamasic attributes practice with these superficial vices, but soul realization does not dawn through them. The virtuous 5 essentials are different. The Tantra Shastras explain the baseness of the lower modes of practice through these verses. If man attains salvation through consuming liquor, then the vilest drunkard should also attain salvation. If the consumption of meat brings forth a virtuous orientation, then all meat-eaters should be blessed. If salvation is achieved through copulation, then let every creature be liberated through the act of coitus. In accordance with the sattva attribute, what is the true nature of liquor, the first of the 5 essentials? The Shastra denotes, the one who drinks the ambrosia, which exudes from the Brahmarandra and remains in ecstatic bliss, is the true practitioner of Madhya. By drinking this causal water, Yogiraj remained perpetually wrapped in the serenity of Bhagavan. What is the true consumption of meat, the second essential? The Shastra stipulates that the word ma signifies the function of the tongue, and speech is the part of that function most dear to it. The person who devours the tongue, that is, controls speech, is the true practitioner of mamsa. In accordance with the Guru's instructions, when the tongue enters the palatal cavity, speech is arrested. In this state, as pranakarma is executed, all desires are annihilated. When desire is absent, who is there to speak? Thus, the ardent sadhaka who keeps the tongue in a raised position is the one who truly consumes meat. What is the third essential? Fish. The Shastra states, "A pair of fish constantly swim within the two rivers of the Ganges and Yamuna. The sadhaka who devours that pair is the true practitioner. The Ganges is Ida, and the Yamuna is Pingala. The constant breathing that continues through these two nostrils is that pair of fish." The yogi who stills the prana through pranakama and devours or stills the breath is the true practitioner of Matsya. What is the fourth essential, wealth? The Shastra stipulates, "Within the Sahasrara, the great lotus, one must move through the sealed pericarp. Atma tatraiva devasi kevalam paradopamam, suryakoti pratikasam kandrakoti susitalam, atiba kamanyanka maha kundaliniutam, yasya jananodayastatra mudra sadhaka uchate." The stem of the thousand-petaled lotus is as unalloyed as mercury. Its manifestation is more intense than the rays of millions of suns, yet it remains as soothing as the light of millions of moons. It is extremely tender, holding within it the Mahakundalini. The one who has realized the soul in union with this energy, the yogi who through the guidance of his guru has directly realized the Supreme Being through Atma Karma, is the true sadhaka who worships spiritual wealth. Regarding the fifth essential, which is often misunderstood as physical coitus, the Shastras provide the true spiritual commentary, Maithun paramam tattvam srishtisthityantakararam, Maithuna jayate siddhir brahmajnanam sudurlabham, refastu kunkumabhasa kunda madhye byabasthita, makaraska bindurupo mahayonau sthita priye, akaraham samaruhya ekatacha yada bhaved, tada jatam mahanandam brahmajnanam sudurlabham, atmani ramate yasmadatmaramastadokayate, ataiba ramanam tarakam brahmanischitam. Mrityukale mahesani smaredramaksharadvayam, sarvakarmani samtyajya svayam brahmamayo bhaved, idantu maithunam tattvam tava snehad prakasitam, maithunam paramam tattvam tattvajnanasya karanam, sarva pujamayam tattvam japadinam falapradam, shadahgah pujayaddevi sarva mantra prasidati, alinganam bhavenya samkumbanam dhyanamiritam, abahanam sitakaram naivedyam upalepanam, japanam ramanam proktam retapataska dakshina, sarvataiba tvaya gopyam mama pranadika priye. This implies that the essence of Maithuna is the cause of creation, preservation, and dissolution. Through soul communion, one achieves spiritual fulfillment, the state of rising beyond all desires and attaining the elusive Brahma Jnana. When the Manipura chakra, carrying the essence of heat via the vital breath or pranakama, achieves union with the bindu at the sublime place of origin in the Ajna chakra, the supremely blissful Brahma knowledge evolves. When settlement is attained in the Ajna chakra, communing in that still state is referred to as Rama. This is the real Rama chanting, which can never be merely verbal. The soul-communing sadhaka constantly dwells within the soul. Therefore, it is certain that the name of Rama is Taraka Brahma. Dear sadhaka, one should remain engaged in Atma Karma so that at the time of death, the name of Rama is remembered. Upon the relinquishment of all actions, the seeker becomes pervaded by Brahma. Aiming at this, Yogiraj wrote, "The Omkara Atmarama is Rama." This soul essence is the supreme essence, the cause of all knowledge, and the fruit of all disciplines of worship and japa. Through this sixfold yoga action, performed according to the Guru's advice, all mantras become propitious and derive consciousness. In internal pranayama, when the internal and external airs are maintained in their respective domains, bearing this air in the Ajna chakra is termed embracement. To be absolutely wrapped in that state of settlement is the act of kissing. This state of dhyana occurs after practicing 1128 internal pranayamas. In the Kevala Kumbhaka state, invocation occurs. By placing the tongue upwards in Atmakama, the ambrosia that exudes is the oblation. The vital breath-like japa is spiritual communion. As this continues, ambrosia flows from the Sahasrara like a divine ejaculation of energy, bringing a satisfactory bliss known as dakshina, the state of absolute bliss. This virtuous essence of the 5 tantric rites was revealed by Mahadeva to Parvati with the instruction to keep it a universal secret. In the present age, however, the sattva attribute is often abandoned in favor of rajas and tamas. Yogiraj remarked, "This body is Omkara, and everything is produced from this body." On another occasion, he noted, "Today, because the mind was somewhat restless, it prevented me from practicing the excellent pranayama I am accustomed to. Yet, due to past prolonged practice, the breathing motion is reduced to a great extent, and I am feeling ecstatic." Later, he wrote, "Today my breathing completely ceased. The external breath did not exist any longer. The uvula was raised further upwards, and I experienced the flow of ambrosia in the palate. One who has conquered all cravings can perform every activity properly. The more the breathing motion is stilled by the practice of pranakarma, the more all covetousness is conquered. That Mahapurusha has the same form. He undergoes no metamorphosis. I visualize that it is he who is pervaded by the entire universe." After establishing himself in non-duality and becoming confluent with Brahma, Yogiraj stated, "That Atma Surya, characterized by the brilliance of 1,000 suns, is Brahma. I myself am Brahma. Everything is Brahma." Yogiraj declared that as he and Brahma became one, the entire creation was pervaded by Brahma himself. "My form pervades the total creation. Excepting me, nothing prevails in this universe." This form of Brahma is settled in the infinite void, the void within the void, where day and night are absent, yet it is spontaneous and self-manifested. This is the pinnacle state of a yogi, Laya Yoga, where the small entity is eliminated by merging into the vast entity. Normally, Yogiraj never suffered from serious ailments, but the physical body remains liable to minor afflictions. Once, when afflicted by an abscess, he recorded in his diary, "I have developed an abscess due to my negligence." A few days later, he recounted, "Today, due to the pain, I could not practice excellent pranayama as usual, but I visualized the imperishable Atma Surya at night." After another couple of days, he expressed, "Due to the abscess, I became weak, but the breathing motion automatically became internal." Delineating a sun in his notes, he wrote beside it, "I am only myself. I visualized the Atma Surya even with my eyes closed. I am that indestructible soul sun. When the lotus of the Alakh Niranjan blossoms, one sees for oneself. Then one becomes the Aprupi Bhagavan, and then one realizes there is no giver equal to the Guru. While executing pranakarma, when the 6 chakra-like lotuses flower from the Muladhara chakra to the Ajna chakra, the glory of the imperceptible, immaculate God is revealed, and one perceives his own true self. After arriving at this state, only the own form, the self-form God state, remains to blossom. It is then that the realization dawns. None can equal the munificence of the Guru. Advancing further, the eternal Yogiraj effected a confluence between his living being state and God state, firmly establishing himself in non-duality in accordance with the Vedanta doctrine. Mounting the highest pinnacle of sadhana, he penned in his secret daily recountings the omnific words, Svayam Bhagavan. In this manner, by delineating a chronological sequence in his sadhana, he conveyed to mankind how he reverted from his present Shyamacharan living being state to his original primordial state, manifesting the divine apothem. Svayam Bhagavan, it is my own self who is God Almighty, the supreme, the absolute, infinite, infinitesimal, creator, universal sustainer, destroyer, savior, omnipresent, omnipotent, omniscient, omniphile, omniform, and omnigender. My advent is to reorient mankind who, although deviated, essentially craves for salvation. In August of 1871, he noted, For a long moment, I visualized the static black dot, cogitating on the fact that if I depart in the state of external breathing, as is normal for humans at the time of death, I shed tears in anguish and spoke to Mataji, the primordial female energy. Later in the evening, I narrated this to Guruji, the static state of prana, and he divinely explained everything. Here, evening marks the juncture between the state of dynamism and static prana. I visualized nothingness, exclusively Brahman prevailed, and I realized that I would now envision the state of supreme knowledge. In September 1871, during the bright lunar fortnight, he expatiated on the essence of space. Now I am experiencing an intense bliss. Everything originates from that Atma Surya, the soul sun. I was initially envisioning that very Atma Surya in the minuteness of a dot, but now this very dot has attained a magnitude comparable to the sun in the sky. This entire creation has originated from that Atma Surya, giving rise to duality. Yet that same Atma Surya achieves dissolution within the absolute void of Brahman. Conversely, this very Atma Surya originates again from that absolute void. In this manner, the eternal process of preservation and dissolution continues. The Anahata and Omkara sounds, along with other intrinsic sounds, emanate from that Atma Surya. That divine sound is wholly the prana effulgence. This same Atma Surya metamorphosed into the soul moon, the master of intense moon effulgence. There, along with all, exists Ganesaji, the penman of the Vedas. He gives the apparent impression of having written nothing, yet it is he who explains the complete significance of the Vedas through the medium of his trunk, the symbol of pranayama. The sound which emanates while blowing into a keyhole is similar to the sound produced while practicing pranayama. Atma Surya is the only verity. Now, with the annihilation of desires, the will to execute any action is absent, and even the slightest yearning has become non-existent. Now breathing continues wholly in Sushumna. Becoming rapt while envisioning the 6 chakras, my external eyes closed. In this state, I realized I might fall forward. Engrossed in this rapt state, I visualized within the Kutastha mirror a terrifying image with monstrous hands and teeth. I informed this horrifying form that no matter how much fright it tried to instill in me, I would remain tenaciously united with the true essence of the Atma Surya. He later commented, "Closing my eyes, I visualized that in the dynamic state, the prana air is prevalent and consciousness is present within it. Consciousness is prana, and breathing is prana. If that consciousness or prana air is placed in the right position, then none shall expire." In other words, the vibratory prana must be stilled by pranakama, for then there is no death. Since that state signifies the cessation of births, who is there to die? When birth is absent, death is also absent. I envisioned that Atma Jyoti in all bodies, though not yet distinctly. He further remarked, the Anahata, the Omkara sound, and the omnipresent Vishnu all merged into the infinite void. For that crystalline, static, infinite void is all-pervasive. Vishnu and the infinite void possess the same form and essence. Nada Brahman evolves from that crystalline void. Therefore everyone feels cheerful listening to songs, as everyone's happiness emanates from one's own form. Thus, the source of songs, bliss, Vishnu, and everything else is that crystalline, static, infinite void. Yogiraj then chanted, "O dear mind, perform all actions with benevolence and love." You involve yourself in material actions, which is but a sham, and you wander about. But not once do you cogitate on Bhagavan. He is constantly present within us, in the form of Atmarama. How can you exist without him? Truly, you cannot exist apart from him. On the 4th day of the bright lunar fortnight in 1871, he detailed, "The soul sun is the principal access. One who mounts that access, or who has achieved permanent settlement in that soul sun, is named Darbes, one who has reached earthly detachment. because possessing nothing of his own, he is truly destitute. Now, such deep and excellent pranayama is occurring that the bodily airs are being pulled upwards, and an occipital, heady feeling is experienced. The minute dot, the cynosure, can be observed in kutastha. Its color is visible, but no name can be assigned to it. Such is the color of pranayama. This nameless color belongs to prana, and this color itself is the color of Brahman. When all these colors mingle and merge into oneness, the own form is visualized as Bhagavan. In October 1871, during the 8th day of the dark lunar fortnight, he sketched 12 soul suns. A gigantic sun stood in the middle, with the remaining 11 suns arranged along the sphere. Beside this, he commented, "Within the sun lies the Sudarsana chakra of Narayana. In the large dot at the center is a yellow color, followed by purple, and then white. In another dot there is a black color, and within that a window appears. Through that window one perceives Aprupi Bhagavan, the self-formed Lord, within the chakra of Vishnu. I envisioned Narayana's Sudarsana chakra within that soul sun. The color within the large dot, or the extensive sun, was yellow. This yellow color was encircled by purple, and this purple color was encircled by white. Beyond these three colors, the color of the 11 suns in the sphere was black. I noticed an axis within it, and within that axis I visualized the own form God. I visualized all these within the spherical Vishnu chakra." He reiterated, "Dahina svasa yab tak kale tab tak sab kuch dekhe phir binas hoye. लेकिन पहले दहीना कलने के बड़ फिर बे कलता हाय याने बनावा यो की स्थिर कल रूपा हाय." In the right nostril or in the pingala, as long as the breathing motion exists, it is termed the Raja's attribute. This Raja's attribute provides inspiration for all actions, therefore all actions are accomplished. A living being existing in this Raja's attribute eventually meets death. After breathing occurs in the right nostril, the motion continues in the left nostril, or in the Ida. This Ida is also death-like. In other words, existing in Ida, death is inevitable. Thus, through pranakama, a living being must go beyond Ida and Pingala and enter the Sushumna. This Sushumna is the Vishnu abode. But as this is also personified by the Sattva attribute, a yogi must go beyond the Ida, Pingala and Sushumna into the attributeless state where all three attributes are non-existent. There, one merges into Gyu crystalline infinite void, which is supratemporal and beyond conflict, where Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesvara are also absent. This state is beyond the clutches of birth and death. अंक या ये से अंधे का था हर जाए और ये सा विषय को जौन देखे के वाला ब्रह्म को देखे उसका भी अंखे थम या ये अभ्यस बस था हर जाए. Just as the eyes of a blind man stop functioning, so too does the man thoroughly engrossed in material thoughts possess a steadfast gaze. Similarly, the one who visualizes Vishnu attains a likewise state. When one visualizes Brahma in the same manner, the mind, eyes and everything become static. This depends entirely on practice. If Kriya is regularly practiced in a disciplined manner, then stillness is attained. Stillness is Brahma. Thus, Kriya sadhana should be practiced daily by all. Therefore, he repeated, Abhyas dvaraye kona karma na karileo karahaye. If any action is apparently not performed, it is performed habitually through the power of practice. Extolling the virtues of Kriya Yoga, he would reiterate, Tomar nijer bhala kise habe tatumi nijei janona. Duri. You consider that the actions you perform will bring you welfare, but it is not so. You yourselves do not know the real action which will be truly beneficial for you. The practice of Kriya results in total welfare. ऐसा मालूम होता है कि कुछ चीज मिला अर्थात तृप्ता. Now I understood that I achieved something while practicing Kriya. This was the state of being appeased, of attaining fulfillment. Then he chanted, The consumption of sweets could not make the mind contented. Does such wealth exist which is never exhausted? O Guru, kindly enlighten me. He is ubiquitous. You should constantly be observant, for he is present in the vision as the void. That Brahma state is beyond the purview of the mind. When oneness is attained, everything else is extirpated. The bliss of a still mind is beyond the ambit of the dynamic mind. Then, nothing exists other than Brahma. None will attain this state until Kriya is practiced. Barring Kriya, all other sadhanas are futile. No sadhana exists other than Kriya. This sadhana imparts profound bliss. Never forget the practice of Kriya, for the non-practice of Kriya will entail infernal agony. The existence of prana will be annihilated, ground down by material constraints. The cycle of births and deaths will recur without benefit. In the practice of Kriya, never be indolent. If it is not practiced, the ultimate supreme state will remain unfulfilled. Dynamism is awed when stillness arrives. That stillness comprises nothingness, yet it is omneity. Practice Kriya in solitude, and then the invaluable wealth will be achieved. Stillness seizes and destroys earthly attachment. There is no harm if prana departs from this mortal frame, for the static wealth will be achieved, and it is invaluable. At the juncture of stillness, everything ceases. The feeling is that the vibration of prana will no longer exist. The desperation to achieve prana leads to exhaustion. Prana does not proceed to his original still state. The desire is to become still, yet the mind has not attained stillness as yet. Regularly practice Kriya, and surely his clemency will be showered. Despite knowing this, do not be indolent in your practice. It is a profound mystery when the dynamism of prana ceases. It sought its own temple, and there it became one. The son and daughter are alike. In the midst of their play, there is a suspension. Due to the long practice of Kriya, when the dynamism of prana becomes extinct at the confluence of his stillness, a state of enigma evolves. The dynamic prana proceeds towards his temple, the static state, and on arriving becomes one. The stillness and dynamism of prana are equivalent, but involvement in dynamism is certainly not desirable, as it creates all types of earthly attachments. O God, you are the master of each and every wonderful sound emanating from this great universe created by you. O still prana, your splendid static kingdom is the master of the dynamic universe. This dynamic universe subsists upon the static kingdom. Barring the static kingdom, everything is absent. It is resemblant of the sky. By constantly envisioning it, the still state is reached. When it becomes perceptible as the imperishable form, then its cloudy color can be realized. It is considered auspicious because the intellect, or a virtuous inclination, can lead the seeker there. The static kingdom is regarded as fortunate because this state eliminates all deficiencies and shortcomings of life. Such penury stems from desire. The more intensely desire evolves, the more deeply this penury is experienced. But when desire is extirpated, true contentment accrues. This state is termed the resplendent I, whose splendor is indescribable. This state can be achieved through the medium of a yogi's dhyana, which remains inaccessible to non-yogis. In this manner, when the state of emancipation is attained, the yogi's dread of earthly attachment and the vital breath are seized. Then the yogi himself invokes his own self. Achieving an all-pervasive still state, the Shiva state, the yogi brims with bliss. Barto paka bahu manas leya charan bhagavan sumirat yahi ho jai ebo chute abhimantik pakad sadhu vakana hoy he omkaratan namdeva ehi nam leta ho gaye antardhyana. The continual practice of Kriya leads to its advancement, and the mind can then be settled at the lotus feet of God. In this state, the moment God is remembered, all forms of conceit are exterminated. By abiding by the advice of the Guru and practicing Kriya properly, the Omkara sound is made accessible. If Kriya is practiced for progressing towards stillness, intra-dhyana occurs. Khete dibi sute dibi. Karte dibi sakala karma. Manasgata ichcha chede tushtahaye. Dekhe atma karma. Regularly practicing Atma Karma eliminates all desires and the mind attains contentment. In this state, a yogi eats, sleeps, and performs all actions while maintaining absolute detachment. Aiming at this state, God has expressed in the Gita, "Dear Arjuna, when a yogi becomes contented with the supremely blissful soul and abandons all mental aspirations, he is regarded as having wisdom equipoise." This infers that when a yogi appeases himself by becoming wrapped within the soul bliss of his own self, forsaking all types of desires, or by the mind settling in the infinite soul's state of action cessation, the person in whom superlative soul knowledge dawns, the knowledge of the self by the self, he alone is termed to be having wisdom equipoise. Pranavayu ko bindu mein thaharani se vayu sthiti ho jaye. Vayu bind bidaranam. If the prana air is stilled within the cynosure-like dot visualized in Kutastha by continual prana karma, all the 49 airs lose their function and the state of dhyana is achieved. This is the withholding of the air in a special manner within the dot. Nada bedhna. औयज सुमर करे नरी के जिह्वा अग्राकर रोके ओमकारा ध्यावे तब स्थिर होए ओ नेत्रा नसिका बिच ध्याना करे निराले बैठ के तब निरालंबा प्रप्ता होए। आनंद शब्द से धुन होता है, धुन से ज्योति, ज्योति से मनस आए, तहा मनास लौलीन होता है, सो विष्णु का पढ़ाए। Surmounting the sound emanating from Brahma, remembering the Omkara, placing the tongue in the palate cavity and practicing Omkara Kriya, stillness is achieved. By fixing the eyes on Kutastha and practicing pranakarma in solitude, one can achieve supportlessness, settling in the void. From the blissful sound, vibration evolves. Effulgence evolves from vibration, and the mind evolves from effulgence. If the mind merges in that soul effulgence, the still state which arrives is the state of Vishnu, that sublimely still, infinite void. While continually visualizing that soul effulgence, one must achieve complete engrossment. The gaze must be stilled. Do not remove your gaze from this point, but keep on visualizing. Later, when you descend from Kutastha, which implies visualizing the external world, you must still keep a rapt attention on Kutastha. In doing so, you gain a state of detachment from all worldly actions, and the bondage of action will no longer exist. In this manner, placing a static vision on Kutastha, one again ascends through excellent pranakarma. If Atmakarma is executed for a prolonged period along the path of the 6 chakras, a dim, infinite void similar to the twilight sky will be envisioned. The effulgence visualized is sometimes black, sometimes fiery, sometimes like a sunbeam, or like flashing firework sparks. The effulgence may assume green, red, blue, or black hues, subsequently becoming the infinite void of the twilight sky. As Kriya continues, this non-radiant twilight state ensues. With further progress, the effulgence from within is visualized again until the twilight sky infinite void visibly appears. This visualization should be continued. Neither light nor darkness, yet a self-manifested crystalline infinite void. This is pure Brahma. What is Brahma is the infinite void, and that is the effulgence of the soul sun. The one existent amidst this Atmasurya is Mahadeva. This Atmasurya is the form of the amorphous absolute Brahma and Omkara. This Atmasurya is the Omkara and the Master. It is the place of origin and merging for all things. The following sequential points guide the practitioner. 1. To acquire knowledge, reverse the flow of ignorance and serve God by reverting to the spinal cord. 2. Grave and solemn internal pranayama should be practiced. 3. The anahata area should be converted into the knowledge of the sacred texts by envisioning the anahata chakra. 4. Sadhana-oriented realization should be practiced and regarded as the true study of one's life. 5. The ringing of the Anahata bell resembles an oscillating fringe. Listen to the Anahata sound. 6. Serve the imperceptible primordial being, the Supreme Being. 7. Practice this sadhana continually, day and night. Commence sadhana in quest of the indweller in this manner as early as possible. Practice sadhana day and night. The void God is omnipresent. The rivers Ganges, Yamuna and Sarasvati are present within the Ida and Pingala. To understand how you should remain engrossed in dhyana, you must engage yourself in the practice after ceasing the external air. Settle yourself in the Kutastha temple and practice sadhana. Practice dhyana within Kutastha and visualize after reaching there. Serve the throne of Kutastha fearlessly by sahaja karma, the innate action of sahaja samadhi. Metamorphose the mind into a brush used for fanning deities. This fanning signifies the practice of pranayama with utmost attention. On the 1st of November 1873, Yogiraj chronicled, Omkara aur sthir bada gambhir, jo omkara so mera rupa, omkara sabd ye yada soke sunne lage, sthir ghar bada sukh. This signifies that Atma Surya is Omkara. This Omkara is now more still, solemn and resonates with a grave sound. That which is Omkara or Atma Surya is my form. That Omkara is the essence of all sounds, because all sounds originate from that Atma Surya. Now, upon lying down, I can hear a great deal of the Omkara sound. This still state imparts immense bliss. Such a bliss exists in nothing else. Describing the four states of a living being, conscious, dream, dormant and transcendental, Yogiraj has stated Jagrata, the conscious state. Pranayama should constantly be executed within the body, or one should constantly visualize the imperishable Kutastha and remain merged in Brahma incessantly. Svapana, the dreamful state of sleep. Consider the world to be a dream. Sometimes consider it to be true. Be wrapped in this truth. Sushupti, profound sleep. The Omkara and Anahata sounds should be slightly touched intermittently. The mind should merge into them. Turiya, communion with the Absolute. Remaining divinely conscious but materialistically apathetic. Brahma and the mind should be made one to attain oneness. Regarding the place of settlement of a living being, Yogiraj stipulates, Omkara, the imperishable Kutastha, implies Dronakarya of the Mahabharata. A circular array of strength is illusion, wherein a living being dwells. A circular array of nature is action, and a circular array of prosperity is deep attachment. Santakar kahe sab loi, sante bhaya jiska ohi marma paye. गुरु कृपा बिना भये कैसे महगल होई, ऐस के अंते और क्या केवाला ओमकारा होई. संतकर देखे पर नयम में द्वि बिंदी होई, ओ या को देखे ओ ही रीपा नबा फिर हो जी. भुजाबल यो स्नैप क्यालत घरे में ओ पर नारा सोई, भुजाग ऐसा बना हाये सूर नारा मुनि सबे खाई. पड मनबा संतरा ओ या को कहत हाये, नब कमाल हरदम आई ओ जाए. Everyone raises a hue and cry about attaining peace, yet only one who can reach beyond the breathing motion can comprehend the significance of peace. This is the true benefit, but it cannot be attained without the Guru's grace. Nothing else but only Omkara exists beyond the breathing motion. At the end of the breathing motion, in the still state, two dots signifying duality can be envisioned in the Kutastha. After visualization of the dot, the self is transformed into the dot. The internal air which circulates within the body is the serpent, and the human body exists atop the serpent. This serpent symbolizes devilish propensities and how it devours devatas, humans and sages alike. Since this serpent-like kinetic air exists at the root of the navel, it is termed as Padmanabha or Vishnu. Through the medium of each inhalation, he travels in the navel essence. This air has been compared to a serpent. If this kinetic air is controlled and made still, then Brahma knowledge is attained. Similarly, as the venom of a serpent has medicinal properties, the internal air, if not controlled, results in an aberration that inevitably leads to death. Balago bala amaye bala tare dekhe eli kothaye sakala jyotir jyot anandri srot nachakali komar nede amar mathaye. The still wind implores to know where the kinetic mind exists, because the source of all effulgences and the eternal current of bliss is the still mind. The still mind commands the kinetic mind, personified as goddess Kali, to prance about on its head. This signifies that no matter how much dynamism is instilled in the still mind, it remains unchangeable, static, and still. Kanthe baso tumi hariramani, ke janema tumi karramani, sibe saibani trilokani bani, katyayani kadambini, bhabani sulapani khadgapani, sarvani sisi sabd bale karbe dhvani, jagat pita bharta samharini, anahuta haye damkara dhvani, dhvani rantar jyoti svetrupini ke jane ki kalikal nagini swarupakhyane se manas ramani. Hari connotes the still prana, while Ramani connotes the dynamic prana. Yogiraj advises the dynamic prana to settle at the Visuddha chakra in the throat region, for then the dynamic prana will attain stillness. None know with whom the maternal-like kinetic prana communes. Sometimes she communes with Hari, sometimes with Shiva. Thus, she bears many forms. Through the medium of dynamic prana, while executing pranayama, a whistling sound emanates. When the kinetic prana is stilled, it becomes the universal controller and maintainer of the universe. Again, when she achieves kineticism, she becomes the destroyer. While the whistling sound emanates during pranayama, the Omkara sound evolves unexpectedly. Within the Omkara sound, a white effulgence can be visualized. This is the essence of Kali and the cobra. This essence communes within everyone in the form of separate minds. Peye chedona kona jana. Seje biraler dan swaprakas manas, balartha paina manas avarna varnan ache veder likhan seje abhabiri bhab, mathar tanakmada bhab, bhabte gele kulna paye munijan, kaligate kalore manas jethai ache haridhan, yekhane srinathar damananda kanan. After attaining the Atman, none should abandon him, for this wealth is rare. He cannot be described with the help of the manifested kinetic mind. Even the scriptural Vedas cannot expatiate on him. He is the engrossment of the non-engrossment state. When pranavayu rises to the head, only then does knowledge about that state dawn. Endeavoring to know him through the kinetic mind has caused even sages to fail. The kinetic mind must be reposed on the head at Kalighat, where divine bounty abounds. That is the abode of Shiva, the supreme beatitude, the garden of bliss. Kar sadi thokar mare e atal sparshe. Yadi thakan tripurari tabeto barsakari natuba pranemari sakala yaye bese. Who has the capability, through the medium of Tokka Kriya, to experience the boundless state of the Atman? If Shiva, the still prana, is present, then by depending on him, attainment is possible. Otherwise, by inhabiting the dynamic prana, one will plummet to death, and all will be swept away. Ank munde turn kya dekha beithe Brahman Rama ank ap munde tab dekho sahaje atmarama. Atma kya dekhai pade, jhute dhyanadharo mati, tada Lakshman atmanam jyoti rupam prapashati. आत्मा देखे क्या फल और कैसे करिया सधाए, परमात्मा मनासे मनास जैसे बिरिया पड़े आए. दुरे दुर कबाले सोचे यामे हाये, बड़ा कष्टा भक्ति से पल में मिले तबा, एक सर्वा विशिष्टा. O Kriyaban, what do you visualize sitting in asana with your eyes closed? If the eyes spontaneously close, steeped in the engrossment of Kriya, then the visualization of Atmarama becomes effortless. The Atman, or soul, is not perceptible to the senses, yet engrossment must be initiated through the fictitious kinetic mind. The true indication of the soul is the effulgent form. Every endeavor should be made to realize the consequence of Atma visualization and to understand how all earthly actions can be accomplished through this spiritual sight. Regular practice of pranayama entails the emplacement of the kinetic mind upon the still mind. This state is Paramatma, the infinite soul. Just as the union of physical elements results in impregnation, the union of the moving mind with stillness results in the birth of spiritual consciousness. Having deviated from stillness, one falls into the clutches of dynamism. Becoming attached to thoughts and a victim to the onslaught of time, one experiences agony, afflictions, and suffering. But if Kriya is practiced with intense devotion, the Supreme, the Absolute, can be attained swiftly. Ik jana achepade bayona balona tare, seje antariri antar balbe keman kare, jadabat sthir seje abar jite che kapalare, matal ke matta karaye guna ke balte pare, saguna nirguna seto ama chada bete nare, manas jene sune ke nona chinta kara sadatare, ashtasiddhi padeache chintamanir naktvare. Someone exists within you, repeatedly invoke him. Yet, how can you truly invoke him when he already pervades your innermost recesses? He is inanimate and still, yet he alone has conquered dynamism. He has stilled the very essence of motion. He alone makes a yogi inebriated with the headiness of Kriya. Who can speak of his attributes? He is both within attributes and beyond them. He pervades one and all. O kinetic mind, you know him well. Why then do you not contemplate him? Soul wealth abounds at the portals of that thought-free state. Manas raja ko bhagavan ke taraf laga pnacho indri ko ladai kare, sab ichha ke sat tab saicha ko dur karega. Establish the mind regent toward God. Uniting your will, fight the sensory dispositions. Only then will the self-desire be removed. Andhi dekhe, andhi uche dhaye kichu na dekhte paye kevala chokh rag daye. मिचे केनो मनास के भ्रामन कराए देख तो घातिर भीतर स्वरूपा जलाधर कए. Multifaceted tempests and life's various impediments cause the mind's agony. When nothing can be observed, that is, when settlement is attained in the void of the transcendental state of Kriya, the third eye yearns to visualize the soul effulgence. It is futile to let the kinetic mind wander amidst the falsities of the earth. If visualization is sought, it is best to visualize one's own amorphous form within one's own self. Hey manas deo tum sada hajiri, apas mein kya tum karo jari. Leo ramanam ka tabildari, ramake dhanua ramatoddari. Iha kam haye atyanta bhari, snap ke marne se haye hanri. Madan haye dusman bada bhari, madan ka agni haye hamesa jari. Nagaras dekar usko maro, nagin ke tab us par jaro. रगड़ रगड़ तर उसको जरो, ऐसे कर परम लाभ करो. ब्रह्मा पढ़ कहचा एक कर निहरो, अतुलिया धन हाय ताब तुम्हारो. O mind, always pay attendance to the soul. Why do you command yourself? Abandon these distractions and sit with the boundless storehouse of chanting the name of prana. With the bow of Atma Rama, annihilate the dynamism of the corporeal Rama. This is an immensely difficult task. The one who can exterminate the kinetic, air-like serpent is truly dexterous. Carnal passion is the greatest enemy. Its fire is always latent in the mind. Destroy this carnality through the medium of pranayama. Through pranayama, entwine the kinetic air, the female serpent stemming from dynamic prana, and confine it. Metamorphose it into still prana. In this manner, strive for the supreme attainment. Maintain an equanimous vision between the Brahma state and material wealth. Realize the all-pervasive Brahma even in material objects. You will then possess incomparable wealth. Kshiti chakre jabikar bindu dekte pabi tarmadhye bijlam prathibi. If settlement occurs at the Muladhara chakra, the earth essence, the visualization of 4 dots occurs at the Kutastha. Within this, the seed mantra Lam is obtained. This is the essence of the earth. In this regard, through the medium of questions and answers, the Yogiraj has conferred unique knowledge on yoga. What is Brahma, O Gurudeva? Please explain. When pangs of hunger afflict the body, the mind wanders in different directions to appease it. Similarly, all-pervasiveness is Brahma. From this omnipresent Brahma, everything evolves. What is the form of that Brahma? I have never seen it before. Breath like Hamsa is his name. Desire is oriented toward the breath. Who is termed as Hamsa, and what is its significance? Breath is the form of Hamsa. It misdirects man to proceed in the reverse direction toward the sensory dispositions. When man proceeds toward water, does he progress by going beyond the earth? Water is the form of amorphous Brahma. If perfect pranayama is practiced, the water-like amorphous Brahma settles upon the head. Expatiate on that Hamsa, which enables a yogi to reach the primordial being. Yam, the air essence of smokish hue. Ram, the fire essence of red. Lam, the earth essence of the universe. And Bam, the water essence of white. When the power of these four essences merges in the Kutastha dot through augmented pranayama, the Omkara sound emanates. Could you please explain all these in an elaborate manner? The word Lam is the seed of the earth and is responsible for all earthly causations. How did Lam become the earth essence? The four-petaled lotus is stationed at the Muladhara. It is here that the seed of the earth, Lam, exists. Due to the force of exalted pranayama, when settlement occurs at the Muladhara, the ever-wandering kinetic mind can be envisioned within the still mind. Question: is amorphous Brahma knowledge possible for a man inhabiting this earthly world, in other words, for the yogi settled at the Muladhara essence? Answer: just as one who consumes food without attention to its taste is referred to as a non-eater, similarly, for the yogi settled at the Muladhara essence who pays no attention to the earth essence, Brahma knowledge is indeed possible. Question: by what means can a living being born of this earth subsist without food? Answer: through excellent pranayama. When a yogi goes beyond the anahata, or the Omkara sound, he becomes free from all aspirations. In this aspiration-free state, the kinetic mind merges into the still mind. Remaining then in a state beyond body consciousness, the intake of food becomes redundant. Question: what is the function of the Bam seed, and what evolves from it? Answer: the seed Bam is white in color and located at the Svadhisthana. It is the water essence, and its form is amorphous, like water itself. Question: how does desire evolve from the water essence? Answer: water evolves from the tongue, which purports the very existence of desire. Question: what is the form of greed, and how does it appear? Answer: the mind hankers for this and that, fretting in suppressed greed. In other words, it is oriented entirely toward material objects. Question: when can the red ram seed, the ball of fire, be visualized? Answer: through the power of intense pranayama, when a yogi can go beyond the anahata and omkara sounds, he then dwells in the manipura chakra. Question: the yam seed is air-like and smoky in hue, representing the place of the god of love, Bhagavan Krishna. Answer: settlement at the Muladhara entails going beyond desires and aspirations, moving beyond consequences into a dispassionate state. This state is imperishable. Remaining in this state of non-volitional volition, the yogi attains everything. He then visualizes the amorphous Brahma, akin to the formlessness of water and an all-pervasive red atmasurya, the soul sun. He envisions Brahma as something even less opaque than smoke. Therefore, Yogiraj, recounting his daily sadhana realizations, explained, Brahma jalka rupa haye, raktavarna surya dekha, dhuyase kuch patla, Brahma ka rupa nirakar malum huya. Brahma takes the form of water. I visualized the blood-red sun. I realized the amorphous Brahma to be less dense than smoke. Yogiraj would note almost every detail in his diary. From these entries, interesting information regarding the market prices of the time can be deduced. On December 31st, 1890, he paid 3 rupees to a shopkeeper, Prankrishna Modak, for 6 seers, about 13.5 pounds, of sandesh, and 2.5 rupees for half a maund, or 41 pounds, of milk. On the same day, he paid the following amounts to Ramcharan, another sweetmeat shopkeeper of Kashi. 2 rupees and 6 annas for 5¾ seers of bundia, 1 rupee, 11 annas, and 1 paise for over 2 seers of kachoris, 2 rupees and 3 annas for 5 seers of jalebis, and 2 rupees and 7 annas for 8½ seers of buttermilk. The yogic and intrinsic explanations through allegories made by Yogiraj in his diary regarding Bhagavan Krishna and his divine, abstruse causations have been rendered here precisely through the medium of questions and answers without distortion. The narrative of Krishna. Bhagavan. Krishna was born as the son of Devaki and Vasudeva at Mathura. Later, due to the dread of King Kamsa, he was removed by Vasudeva to a safe place in the house of Nanda at Gokul. Renowned as the son of Nanda and Yasoda, he visited Vraja and Vrindavana from Gokul with the Gopes and Gopinis. Accompanied by Valarama and the cowherds, he would graze the cows and caper in a holy manner. His mother bound him to a husking machine because he stole butter. He uprooted 2 Arjuna trees by hand, and with the help of Valarama, he killed demons sent by Kamsa. He subjugated the monstrous serpent in the river Yamuna and consumed fire. When Nanda decided to perform the Indrayajna, Bhagavan Krishna persuaded him not to do so. Instead, he demonstrated his own yajna and proved its supremacy. On being offended, Indra caused a torrential downpour, yet Bhagavan Krishna upheaved a hillock and held it as an umbrella to protect the inhabitants of Vraja. During his childhood, he overturned a bed with his legs. On the pretext of sucking the breast milk of Putna, a female demon, he killed her. The notes of his flute effected such raptness and submissiveness from Brahma, the lesser gods, and all animate and inanimate objects, that on the night of the full moon married women eloped, abandoning their homes, husbands and sons. While they were away bathing in a pond, he took possession of their clothes surreptitiously, communed with each of them by taking the shape of many Krishnas, and observed the Rasa festival. Later, he went to Mathura with Valarama and killed the demons. An elephant run Amuk, Kanur, Mushtik, and subsequently Kamsa, eventually constructing the city of Dvaraka and residing there. The afferent answer: Sri Krishna, Kutastha; Mathura, the head; Devaki, the body; Vasudeva, the soul; Kamsa, illusion; Gokul, the tongue to be placed on the upper palate; Nanda's abode, the state of settlement; Gope and Gopini, practicing Omkara Kriya with the help of soul and body; Yasoda, the renown that occurs when settlement is achieved; Vraja, passing away; Vrindavana, visualizing forests within the Kutastha; Valarama, the application of strength during internal inhalation whereby stillness is achieved; the Gopi, different types of Kriya, such as Trikuta, the triangle within Kutastha; Brahmareka, the sign of Brahma, and Pankasrota, the 5 streams, which are located at various places on the tongue; grazing, lifting the tongue to the palate cavity; holy caper, the proper raising or springing of the tongue; stealing of butter, the merging of the soul moon into the Kutastha; being bound by Yasoda, the state of being settled wherein yogic renown is affixed to the practitioner; husking machine, the head; bound, to affix, by hands, the Sushumna; 2 Arjuna trees, Ida and Pingala; uprooted, remaining in the Sushumna after abandoning Ida and Pingala; various demons, the digressions of the mind, killed, destroyed; Yamuna, Pingala. In Yamuna, between Ida and Pingala, the Sushumna; monstrous serpent, the passage of time and material attachment; subjugated, the settlement that occurs after material detachment; consumption of fire. When water and fire are purified by air, fire evolves in the body. As that air attains stillness, the consumption of fire occurs. Indrayajna, affixing oneself unitedly at the Kutastha Brahma; persuading the mind not to digress. Onyajna, the transcendental state of Kriya, the torrential downpour of Indra. Due to material attachments existing in a different essence, The waves of thought emanate through the eyes and the conjectures of the mind. These are the torrential downpour. Hillock upheaval. Raising the tongue and holding it for Omkara Kriya. Overturning the bed. During internal pranayama, the air is raised from the Muladhara chakra to the Ajna chakra. This is the overturning of the bed. Killing the demon Putna. The stilling of air in the Anahata chakra, which eliminates ignorance. Notes of the flute. The sisi sound heard during pranayama. Brahma and lesser gods, all desires. The enamored senses. At the time of practicing kriya, all the senses are enamored, resulting in the fulfillment of all desires. Married women. Illusion. At night, when the darkness of ignorance prevails, the mind abandons its home, becoming engrossed in the five senses instead of communing with the soul. In this state, husbands represent self-conceit, while sons and relatives symbolize the bonds of illusion. The act of taking possession of clothes surreptitiously refers to the spontaneous evocation of an impediment-free state, implying a universe entirely pervaded by Brahma. Likewise, the Rasa festival on a full moon night signifies the sublime vision of beholding Brahma in everything. The Amak elephant, the demons Kanur and Mustik, and the tyrant Kamsa all represent the pervasive nature of illusion. Conversely, the city of Dvaraka symbolizes Kutastha. Yogiraj taught that the person who performs actions without the remembrance of God is lost. One must be cautious, for though worldly treasures may be plundered, one's gaze should never waver from the divine. For the one who constantly practices dhyana, God himself becomes the doer of all actions. When the kinetic mind is obliterated and settles into the still mind, a state of mindlessness is achieved. While practicing prana karma, when this mindless state evolves, it becomes the actual state of dhyana. One who maintains this constant devotion finds that all actions are performed by God. The individual performs nothing, having moved beyond the realm of action. On March 26, 1873, Yogiraj stated, "Slowly and gradually, without being aware, without desiring or thinking, all actions occur spontaneously through my soul self. The endeavor to perform anything no longer exists." When does a yogi reach this state? Yogiraj defined it thus: "The object never desired yet acquired by grace is a profound gain." Similarly, even if kumbhaka is not willfully practiced, its spontaneous occurrence brings extreme bliss. A yogi established in this state attains all forms of divine power. He elucidated that the one who is omniscient can perform all things. When everything is pervaded by his ubiquitous being, then I also am him, and thus I also can perform everything. On May 13, 1873, Yogiraj expounded, "This Atma Surya I am visualizing became the primordial male energy, then converted into the extended Linga Rupa of Brahma, that is myself. From that form, a resplendence emanates, where there is neither day nor night, only self-manifestation. To become confluent, there is known as mergence. When this mergence occurred, the body became non-vibratory. In this state, Yogiraj could perform anything he wished. He noted that if Atma Karma is practiced in a single asana, with deep absorption for 10 days and nights, without food, water or sleep, this state can be attained. However, until all aspirations are relinquished, it remains out of reach. Aspirations evolve from the vibrations of the mind. As long as vibrations persist, so do desires. When vibrations are exterminated through Atma Karma, complete stillness arrives. In this state of non-existence of desire, one finds spontaneous fulfillment and permanent settlement in the divine. Surrendering himself totally to the Master, Yogiraj remarked that he would let the difficult steps of sadhana ahead unfold as the Master desired. On July 16, 1873, he detailed these complexities. Soul consciousness is Brahma, and it is difficult to overcome the final barriers. My function now is to control the senses, relinquish all desires, and merge totally. Bliss exists when one is uninterruptedly engrossed in Brahmadhyana. In that state, material consciousness and intelligence cease to persist. His wish was to spend the entire night in samadhi, though he noted the need for increased spiritual energy. Earlier, on June 29, 1873, he observed, "Now I have entered somewhat within. It is an abstruse access. In this state, there is no external support to maintain consciousness. When the totality merges into one, duality vanishes. This resembles sleep, yet it is not sleep. In this state, the Omkara sound is perpetually heard. The paramount ruler, the Supreme Being, stands ahead, offering the ambrosia of bliss. Compared to this ecstasy, all material happiness becomes insignificant. Those who remain contented with worldly pleasure suffer the blows of existence." Yogiraj further observed, "Fluid breathing continues within the Sushumna. I have entered the still state and feel extremely ecstatic." As the totality merged, his body consciousness became extinct. All vibrations were annihilated, signifying the permanent habit of remaining in the state beyond the physical form. The true sabsadhana, the contemplation on a corpse, is not the mystical rite of sitting upon a dead body, but rather converting one's own conscious body into a still, dead-like state while dwelling within it. A yogi settled beyond body consciousness perceives the pervasive Brahma at all times, and his desires are fulfilled before they are even formed. Achieving this, Yogiraj remarked that he had found the permanent indication of that exalted, still state. Attaining this sacred state on the 6th of August, 1873, Yogiraj commented, "Brahma asal haye, Surya Rupa haye, firuha Rupa nahi haye kevala Brahma. अब एक जगाई बैत का इरादा करे, साहस करके जो करे सो होए, ऐसा मालूम होता है ये। स्त्रीमतरी पुरुष रूपा लड़की मकरूपा, लड़का बप करूपा, बप मतरी सब जाता है ये, अपना सब दोनों रूपा रूख जाता है ये। पुरुषा प्रकृति चोड़ाए और कुछ नहीं इहा अनड़ी बना है ये, उसका बहुत रूपा है ये, इसलिए उहा अनंत रूपा है ये, लेकिन एक ही रूपा का सकाला पसरा है." Brahman alone is the origin and the primordial. It assumed the form of Atma Surya, yet it ceased to exist as such, for it merged into the infinite void. Only the still Brahman remained. Now I feel the urge to sit in asana for an indefinite duration, realizing that whatever I cause to be performed with courage shall indeed be accomplished. The essence of wife and mother assumed the form of the primordial male energy. The essence of daughter and son assumed the forms of mother and father respectively. In this manner, the essence of every being, along with that of father and mother, merged into that infinite void. Even this self of mine, once perceived as separate and dual, became stilled and attained oneness. Thus, barring the primordial male energy, I cannot perceive anything else in its totality. The primordial male and female energies are eternal. That energy has assumed many forms, and for that reason it possesses infinite manifestations. Yet I realize that from that sole amorphous Brahman, everything is expanded and extended. Therefore he would advise his devotees, "Aine mein dvi dekhne se aham kar ek dekhne se kuch nahi." As long as a reflection is noticed in the mirror, duality and self-conceit exist. But when the entirety merges into one, then nothing else is present. In the absence of duality, who remains to feel conceited? Where there is no duality, there is no evidence. As long as body consciousness remains, evidence persists. When body consciousness vanishes, duality ceases. For instance, silver is an element. Anything possessing the virtue of the silver element is also silver. Where both the object and its virtue are non-existent, the state is beyond evidence. By practicing Kriya of the essences, one arrives at the transcendental state of Kriya, which is the state beyond all essences. Duality results in misery. If one desires to go beyond all suffering, it is imperative to exist constantly in that state, for Brahman is beyond all conflict. It is for this reason that Brahman cannot be ascertained by proof or by being provable. All the forms visualized while practicing Kriya, their origins, and the manner of their visualization, give rise to malice and antipathy toward the self, for attachment evolves through such visualization. A perceptible object is inherently destructible. The transcendental state of Kriya, which lies beyond the Brahman existing within all shapes as an Anu, is the true knowledge of essence. In visualizing these forms, many arguments appear in the mind. Are these real or fallacious? This mental debate evokes malice upon the ascertainment of form. Brahman does not exist there. Ultimately, it is resolved through deliberation that these were but actions of the kinetic mind. The static mind is Brahman. All those forms which seemed subtle could not truly be perceived. To attempt to ascertain them is a function of malice, for Brahman is absent there, being beyond essence. In the transcendental state of Kriya, when the self is non-existent, duality is non-existent. With duality extinct, malice and arguments vanish. Only by constantly abiding in this state does the knowledge of essence dawn. Then the void essence exists beyond speculation and sophistry. That void essence is Brahman, for Brahman is beyond the essences. Where there is duality, there is evidence, but beyond evidence is the transcendental state of Kriya. Duality being absent there, evidence is likewise absent. Does the one then prevail? The existence or non-existence of that one is the same, for if the person who would denote oneness becomes the one himself, there is no difference whether the one exists or not. Thus, Brahman is beyond proof, for he is his own and only proof. This proof is executed through the mediums of sense-oriented perception, conjecture, analogy, and mystic sound. Just as forms are perceived by the eyes, we see that eyes exist in a dead body, yet they cannot perceive. Perception through the eyes occurs by a particular power, the Brahma power or Brahma energy. Brahman is the principal source of all energy. In the transcendental state of Kriya, there is no energy, yet it is replete with energy. Practicing Kriya evokes this transcendental state. Then the prana air, becoming still, merges into Brahman. This state, which did not exist before, now exists. It is knowledge itself, it is self-consciousness. But what stands in comparison with this Brahman? Only sadhya, sadhana, and sadharma. Sadhya is the one who can be attained by austere endeavors, Brahman himself. Sadhana is the medium by which the object of these endeavors is attained, Kriya. Sadharma is the transcendental state of Kriya. By not abiding in this transcendental state, the mind wanders. If the mind wanders, it observes, and observation causes suffering. The digression of the mind entails earthly action. Thus, it is erroneous not to exist in the stillness of Kriya. If one remains in material attachment, the cycle of birth continues. The error stemming from non-abidance in this state produces various desires, and, in accordance with those desires, various actions are accomplished. To suffer the consequences of these past actions, birth is inevitable. However, by remaining in the transcendental state of Kriya, desires become extinct. When desires are extinct, actions are absent. When actions are absent, material attachment and its results are non-existent, thereby eliminating rebirth. Therefore, to cease the cycle of births and deaths, instead of wasting time in arguments and deliberations, it is imperative to practice Kriya. Practicing Kriya in this manner is referred to as sadhana. By practicing this sadhana, the supreme Brahma energy evolves. Dwelling within it is Pankatapa, the 5 mystic fires present in the body. If the present does not exist, the past and future also cease to be. The past and future subsist entirely on the present. Abandoning the present brings no direct perception. Direct perception is within the fold of time. Without time, there is no perception. When direct perception occurs, the present exists. Thus, in the dearth of the present, direct perception becomes a non-entity. Again, when direct perception is absent, then the past, future, present, and the continual flow of time, nothing exists. Similarly, in the transcendental state of Kriya, all these are absent. This state is exclusively dependent on Kriya. This Kriya is the yajna of sacred fire and the latent laudation. If anyone develops a disinterest toward Kriya, its virtues should be extolled. Through direct realizations and examples, their inspiration should be augmented. This is the external laudation. It is the foremost duty of a good Kriyaban to explain to the disinterested that practicing Kriya imparts welfare and spiritual upliftment. Those who fail to practice Kriya or abandon it after obtaining initiation should be encouraged to return, for by practicing this Kriya, all types of benefits accrue. Just as the administration of a specific medicine is prescribed in the books of Ayurvedic treatment to alleviate a particular disease, the practice of Kriya serves as an authentic panacea when it brings about mental deliverance. If the correct medicine is not administered at the precise moment, the disease will not be allayed. Similarly, if the method of mental deliverance is not derived from a true guru, the mantra is rendered futile. The very state of mental deliverance is known as mantra. Those who have achieved the state of union are knowledgeable about the God essence. Moved by the misery of others, they impart the sacred advice of Kriya. When the mind is wholly offered, the transcendental state of Kriya evolves. This is the true oblation. If the mind is offered in an excellent fashion, it never remains disconnected from the one to whom it is offered. Perpetually united, it becomes positively permanent. A deep engrossment occurs in the transcendental state of Kriya. When the depth of this engrossment lessens, it is referred to as the pre-transcendental state. A yogi existing in this state performs all actions, yet while performing them, he does nothing at all. Naturally, immediately after initiation, the transcendental state of Kriya cannot be fully realized, for it is dependent upon prolonged practice. Merely obtaining initiation does not effect this state. Rather, its repeated execution becomes a habitual, sacred action. Whenever Kriya is practiced, the transcendental state of Samadhi occurs. Therefore, the act of self-reformation, the habitual action resulting in Kriya's transcendental state, is imperative and beyond being forsaken. In this state of Samadhi, which lies beyond the senses, one cannot ascertain where, in what manner, or in what bliss one existed, for the ascertainable mind has become extinct. Being beyond all essences, attributes, and entities, it has no impediments to its permanence and no means by which it can be expressed. The latent presence of various essences within a human is what defines the human shape. In a worshipped idol of Krishna, the inherent essence of Bhagavan is totally absent. Even the common attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas are non-existent. However, the Supreme Being, Narayana, is invested with the infinite essence. His form exists within all of us. To know this Narayana is to possess knowledge of Satya Narayana, the true Lord. Failing this entails a lack of true knowledge. For the soul, the intellect is not necessary. All elements of intellect pertain to the kinetic mind, whereas the still mind is vacant, just as Brahma is eternally omnipresent and unchangeable. The terms mind and soul are merely variances in definition. When the mind is wrapped in the soul, it is referred to as the soul. When the mind is wrapped within the essence, it is termed the mind. All senses are subject to the mind is subject to the soul, and the soul is subject to the infinite soul. The one Brahma alone is the eternal totality. Habits of previous births continue into subsequent lives, giving rise to mirth, fear, grief, and anger. One who performed the functions of the sattva attribute in a previous birth will continue that same function in this life and the next. Such a person will be religious from childhood, while one belonging to the tamas attribute will naturally be oriented toward cruelty or evil. These indications are visible even in children. For instance, some are fond of creatures while others are cruel toward them. Some are grief-stricken at the loss of a son, while others remain unaffected. Yet, to the soul, all such emotions are absent. Desire itself is a possession of the mind. Achieving the cessation of desire entails a birth-free state. When the soul is free from desire, and that desire dissolves, rebirth becomes impossible. But as long as the soul is invested with virtues and attributes, birth accrues. Just as a tree withers when its vital virtue is lost, the moment the soul becomes attributeless, it merges with Brahma. Brahma is infinite, and from this absolute everything emanates. For this reason, Brahma is omnipotent. One who is conversant with Brahma possesses unlimited power. The three worlds are in proximity to the Brahma Anu, the divine atom. Therefore, one conversant with Brahma can visualize the three worlds within that atom. Due to the disparity of stillness and the proximity of the mind, different perceptions arise. For instance, the deities Jagadhatri, Sarasvati, Ganesha, and Brahma prevail in the Muladhara chakra, while Radha Krishna reside in the Svadhisthana chakra. The act of visualization is a disposition of the elements, yet nothing can be envisioned in the absolute transcendental state of Kriya. One might ask, if non-visualization becomes the disposition, why then does visualization occur? The respective divisions of the Brahma Anu bring about various forms of manifestation. These forms are visualized because every atom of Brahma comprises the three worlds. This state, reacting on the elements in a subtle form, appears as different visions, which remain an elemental propensity. The effulgence of Kutastha is so intense that it shades all earthly lights, rendering them imperceptible, much as daylight renders a meteor invisible. However, the gods and spiritually attained beings, characterized by this Brahma effulgence, can be visualized within Kutastha through Yonimudra. When one is settled in this light, everything can be perceived, for as the Gita proves, having pervaded this whole universe with a fragment of myself, I remain. After the augmented practice of pranakama and omkara kriya, an intense resplendence occurs. The demarcation between the small and the great is obliterated. Going beyond elemental propensities, the yogi achieves a non-illusory state where they visualize nothing, yet can visualize everything. This intense resplendence of Brahma is all-pervasive. Through this light, all internal images can be envisioned with insight. Upon achieving mergence, all functions of hearing and seeing attain dissolution, just as salt dissolves in water. Then, as the clarified attribute of ignorance ceases to exist, even Kutastha can no longer be visualized. Attaining stillness through Kriya is true intelligence. Constantly abiding in this state is settlement. Remaining in stillness, a yogi can move anywhere in a subtle form. If movement is present, forms can be viewed, but when the transcendental state becomes the void Brahma, there is nothing. The reverse of this state entails intra-visualizations and intra-sounds. Yet these two are perishable and transient, for where visualization and non-visualization do not coexist, the state remains impermanent. Thus, failing to settle in Brahma, one remains within the ambit of form. By concentrating on extraneities, the appellations of householder, sannyasin, Brahmin, or kshatriya evolve. These titles are untrue, for they ensue not from abiding in Brahma, but from abiding in attributes. Both mind and soul are essentially the same. In the transcendental state of Kriya, the soul is free from attachment. Yet, when it acknowledges happiness and misery, it functions as the mind. The origination of universality is the domain of the master, not of the restless mind. When the kinetic mind becomes the master after attaining stillness, the soul becomes capable of visualizing both states. As long as the mind is externally oriented, it remains restless. But when it becomes still and enters the depth of that stillness, it becomes the master. Master means Brahma. Universal unison and universal consciousness originate in Brahma alone. This irradiance occurs in the transcendental state of Kriya. It does not pertain to the kinetic mind. When the mind becomes tranquil, it transforms into pure intellect. In that state, visualization and non-visualization, knowledge and ignorance are all extinct. Conflict is absent, and when all things attain permanence through this absence of conflict, the intellect also becomes permanent. Thus, the transcendental state of Kriya, or the cessation of desire, is true knowledge. That state of knowledge occurs through Atma Kriya. The sadhana by which knowledge accrues, when executed wholly, is itself termed knowledge. This realization ensues in the transcendental state of Kriya. The practice for acquiring that state is Kriya, and if practiced excellently and completely, true knowledge dawns. Practicing Kriya wholly pertains to the soul, for who can practice Kriya if the soul is absent? Since all reformation is caused by the soul and the mind's proximity is effected within the soul, the desire to practice Kriya is enkindled. Continual practice causes the mind to merge into the soul. This proximity of soul and mind results in memory. For instance, if a necessity to travel arises in the mind for the following morning, the recollection of the previous day allows the visit to be made. Similarly, certain events of a previous birth are called to mind in subsequent births. When the soul and mind of this current birth unite, events correlating to a previous birth impinge upon the mind, and actions in this life are executed accordingly. The mind is an attribute of the soul. For this reason, the quality of the soul and the kinetic mind appear the same. When that mind becomes still and enters the soul, the transcendental state of Kriya occurs. In that moment, the simultaneous evolvement of soul and mind ceases because duality no longer exists. Just as when curd and milk are mixed together, they become one and the same, and neither can be known as separate from the other. The conjunction of body, mind, and soul is what we call life. This life, through the union of soul and mind abiding in the shelter of action, gathers experience. Conversely, this life is capable of achieving the transcendental state of Kriya, the state of the master, through practice. The mind only develops external knowledge. It conceives of externalities through the senses, but the soul is not involved in this, for it is devoid of attachment. Since the soul is detached, visualization and the faculty of sound are products of the mind, executed through the body's development of external knowledge. The body is the field of enjoyment and suffering. Weal and woe pertain to the body but are sensed by the mind. It is not always necessary that visualization occurs the moment a recollection is made, nor is the mind the sole agent of what is visualized. Rather, it is the coalescence of soul and mind that brings about visualization. Thus, Brahma realization is not the domain of the mind. When impediments are exterminated, the resulting impediment-free state brings about realization. The mind, attaining conjunction with the soul, causes memory to arise from the propensities of previous births. In other words, as the mind enters the soul repeatedly, it strives to gradually memorize sacred objects. Just as the moment the mind conceives of milk, its form, virtue, and taste do not always evolve simultaneously, so too does memory unfold. If the symptoms of all objects could be conceived at once, memory would also evolve simultaneously. By practicing enhanced Atma Karma, when totality can be envisioned, the origination and non-origination of universality are absent. The soul's attachment and detachment vanish because Brahma is all-pervasive. In one Anu of Brahma, the 5 essences are prevalent. Remaining afar from Brahma is what is called misery. One who possesses no desire to obtain anything is devoid of both happiness and misery, for these pertain only to the mind. The soul is omnipresent and infinite, existing in the form of a living being. In this manner, Shiva, the soul, exists in universal pervasion and is therefore the master of the universe. Brahma abides as the void in all elements, both animate and inanimate. All elements are framed by the five essences, and life exists in all essences. This presence of the animate within the inanimate is comprehensible to yogis alone. For this reason, yogis whose actions have ended and who have achieved the state of union do not practice dhyana in the traditional sense. For them, the engrossment, the engrosser, and the engrossed have attained oneness. They are visualizing Brahma universally. Though such a one may not perceive through the physical senses, there is no impediment to realizing the truth through knowledge. If Kriya is practiced attentively, only then is it Kriya. Otherwise, it is not Kriya at all. Likewise, attentive habitation in the material world constitutes actual habitation. Otherwise, it is merely residing without being present. As long as the mind and desire are present, material attachment exists. When they are absent, attachment is also absent. Without mind and desire, rules and actions also vanish. Thus, dharana, dhyana, and samadhi as separate practices cease to exist. Often, when a memorable object fails to be remembered, the mind enters a deep state where it gradually loses its own entity. This recollection, occurring in a state of non-kineticism or detachment, is termed profound dhyana. Again, reflecting upon the symbol, shape, or virtue of an object that has been lost results in the mind fastening completely into it. This is the fixation of the mind. Once such an object appears in the mind, it can be well remembered. Repeatedly concentrating upon it is the very definition of practice. This is the function of the soul. The soul is the cause of all recollection, for nothing would occur if the soul were absent. However, when one must quest for the signs of recollection, it implies that recollection is not perpetually present. It becomes dependent on symptoms. Thoughts can never evolve if the object to be called to mind or its indications are absent. In this way, while recollection may seem at once permanent and impermanent, suggesting the soul is the same, this is not the case. Through the actuation of intellect and transcendental intellect, the soul merges into the infinite soul and remains static. Its recollection implies the existence of duality. Therefore, recollection is actuated by the intellect. Yet, in the final transcendental state of Kriya, both recollection and intellect are non-existent. When there is a dissension to the pre-transcendental state of Kriya, a recollection of the mind and the transcendental state occurs. Due to this, recollection attains a state of duality. The continuum of this sequel of previous births results in the origination of the present body. Propensities of the previous body can be observed at the very inception of the current one. For instance, immediately after birth, a newborn wails, looks, and stirs. This is the continuum. As an effect of previous births, the virtues and vices of this life result. For the sake of suffering and enjoyment, the soul dwells in this body, yet the independent Brahman remains detached, as he has been since eternity, to experience the consequences of preceding births. The soul presides in this body in the form of bubbles, which people refer to as myself. Since all the actions of preceding births remain attached to the soul in a special manner, these unnecessary sufferings and enjoyments occur. But in the transcendental state of Kriya, when a decrement in actions is noticed, how is body origination for the purpose of action possible? For the sake of action, the body originates along with the soul, and happiness and misery are sensed. However, when there is a decrement in actions, an abstraction of the soul occurs, which in turn results in the abstraction of the body. The soul then becomes confluent in Brahman. The moment there is a declension of action, stoicism arrives, and when this is effected, there is a cessation of attachment-oriented physical, mental, and verbal actions. In this manner, with the declension of action, the primordial soul attains passivity. The cause for action no longer existing in this passive state, body origination does not recur. Here, body origination signifies the origination of all three bodies, the gross, the subtle, and the causal. That passive state then becomes the origin. The essence of the Supreme Being is Kutastha. The essence of Kutastha is the soul. The soul's essence, in turn, is the mind, and the mind's essence is the senses. The actions of all elements are executed by these sensory faculties, and in the state beyond action, the transcendental state of Kriya, all attain a state of mergence in Brahman. Therefore, the body no longer exists in consciousness, implying that body consciousness is absent. Consequently, both the body and visualization are non-existent. Again, in the pre-transcendental state of Kriya, a gradual body consciousness emerges. Thus, the type of visualizations, the intrasound faculty, and finally the confluence depend upon the quality of Kriya one practices. This infers that visualization, the intrasound faculty, and ultimately the attainment of divine confluence are relative to the level of excellence in the Kriya practiced by the individual. By remaining detached within the transcendental state of Kriya, all actions can be performed, because then all the senses merge into the mind into the soul, and the soul into Brahman. Conversely, when Brahman coalesces in the soul in the mind in the senses, and the senses in the five elements, then along with body consciousness, all attachments are evoked. This signifies that the one and only Brahman sometimes prevails in the transcendental state of Kriya and sometimes within the five body essences. This is life. In other words, the union of senses, mind, and soul is life, and its reverse, the imperceptible transcendental state of Kriya, is Brahman. Thus, when the transcendental state of Kriya, which is the mainspring of being, does not evolve because Kriya is not practiced, it becomes the duty of all to practice Kriya. The person who is unfailingly constant in Kriya sadhana and whose intellect is perpetually wrapped in Brahman achieves Brahman. There cannot be any deviation from this. Conversely, the person who, being initiated in Kriya, forsakes it because the practice seems too endeavoursome, remains in extreme misery as a result of relinquishing sadhana. It is infallible that shirking from Kriya will inevitably produce misery, while practicing Kriya will inevitably bring happiness. If the intellect and the transcendental intellect can be completely comprehended, salvation results. That is the essence of esoteric sastra. The great sages have resolved, by settling in Kutastha, that for those who concentrate on extraneous matters or whose minds are affixed on the five essences, their vision does not represent the truth. By not abiding in the transcendental state of Kriya, they undergo body origination and subsequent happiness and misery. Any visualization infers attachment. Even in the visualization of Bhagavan Krishna, attachment is inherent, but in non-visualization, detachment inheres. The continuum of motion is the material world. This motion continues incessantly, and for this reason it has no beginning or end. When attachment is directed towards that motion, it appears to be true. This apparent truth gains detachment through the knowledge of essence, by practicing Kriya, and by abiding in the transcendental state of Kriya, or the cessation of motion. Thus, remaining in union within the transcendental state of Kriya is Dharma, and this resultant union is detachment. Because of this, there is no fault. But the attachment accruing from non-union is a fault. By not being united in the transcendental state of Kriya, body consciousness is aroused, and from body consciousness arise the mind, intellect, intelligence, anger, malice, and attachment. That is the fault. Remaining united in the transcendental state of Kriya is the state of oneness, the state of Brahman. He who constantly abides in this state possesses profound wisdom, because anger, malice, and attachment all become one in that state. Therefore, the transcendental state of Kriya is the exterminator of all limitations. By remaining within the soul in the transcendental state of Kriya and effecting the detachment of all cravings, there is a total cessation of origination. Then, a singular thought origination being caused, the mind does not wander elsewhere. Thus, the mind not wandering, a cessation of births ensues. Birth signifies the affixation of the mind in an alien placement. That affixation, in other words attachment, is the tenacious adherence to the five essences in this birth. Existing in this attachment produces afflictions. The transcendental state of Kriya is abstruse. From this abstruseness, everything becomes explicit in the pre-transcendental state. The concept of visualization cannot affect the process of visualization itself. Omnipercipience occurs through Brahman, but abiding in that Brahman, there is an absence of visualization. Just as an object cannot visualize itself, the self metamorphoses into the object being envisioned. Then who remains as the viewer? Prior to Kriya practice, the state of illusion prevails. After Kriya practice, the state of truth, which is kutastha visualization, prevails. By practicing prana karma, whatever occurs in the transcendental state of Kriya, though occurring, is within the ambit of non-occurrence. All the consequences of action occur due to one's innate disposition. God is not causative. The Supreme Being has no fructuous action. The soul, being invested with the attributes of sattva, rajas and tamas, exists in this body and causes the evolvement of the untrue self, which undergoes all experience. Yet God is immanent in the state of non-attachment, just as the infinite soul, Kutastha Brahman, is. The appellation of Godhood is ascribed to the achievement of the transcendental state of Kriya. Soul and God are one and the same, with a mere difference in essence. If the mind pays attention to anything other than the soul, it implies a non-endeavor of Dharma. Practicing Kriya is Dharma, and realizing God through the practice of Kriya is termed knowledge. Practicing Kriya and enhancing one's engrossment is referred to as the preservation of Dharma. If Kriya is practiced in this manner, the moment oneness is attained, Samadhi results, that is, being concordantly poised in Brahman. Then, as the universe becomes pervaded by Brahman and Absolute, duality is extinct. The existence of duality can never synchronize with the existence of God. In other words, where there is duality, God is non-existent. Thus, God is beyond perception, conjecture, and abrupt apperception. All these connotations purport the internal aspect: intra-perception, intra-conjecture, and abrupt intra-apperception. Intra-perception entails two: if duality is absent, who will perceive whom? The presumption of God is a conjecture, and duality exists there also. Abrupt apperception also entails duality. Since duality cannot be concurrent with God, he remains beyond perception and conjecture. Intra-sadhana on God can be exercised, but gross sadhana, the superficial mode of worship, cannot, because the power of a Brahma Anu is 1,000,000 times more potent than the power of the earthly Anu. 100,000 Brahma Anus compose an Anu of the earth, and 10,000 Brahma Anus compose an Anu of water. For this reason, water is more potent than the earth. 1,000 Brahma Anus form 1 Anu of heat. 100 Brahma Anus form 1 Anu of air, and 10 Brahma Anus form 1 Anu of the void. Hence, fire is more potent than water, air more than fire, and the void more than air. When the aforementioned 100,000 Brahma Anus accumulate into one, that single point attains 100,000 times the potency. Since yogis remain engrossed in the Brahma Anu in this manner, they gain supremacy over the 5 essences and over time itself, becoming all-powerful. A yogi wandering in the realm of Brahman becomes a true Brahmin. Being born into a Brahmin family does not necessitate that one becomes a Brahmin. Since everything originates from Brahman, everyone can be termed a Brahmin. Nevertheless, one who does not abide in Brahman, but dwells instead in the body abode, is ascribed the status of a householder. Just as a warm object possesses the quality of fire, but is not the fire itself, those born into Brahmin families who do not know Brahman are not true Brahmins. In accordance with the consequences of actions from previous births, when a living being is born, they are a householder, for at that moment the soul manifests explicitly as it enters the body abode. Later, through the repeated practice of Kriya, human beings exterminate body consciousness. Once they no longer abide in the body abode, they are ascribed the status of a Brahmin, and body origination does not recur. One who has amassed virtuous deeds receives Kriya initiation, and by practicing Kriya perceives Brahman in all objects. He alone is designated a rishi. A rishi is one who is perpetually settled in kutastha. Who, where and when could term a person ignorant of Brahman a rishi? A true rishi imparts advice pertaining to kutastha visualization. Who would attempt to exhibit dancing to a blind man? Similarly, who would impart initiation to one devoid of good deeds, inclination and fortitude? Inclination and guidance are necessary for the attainment of the transcendental state of Kriya. Mantra signifies that which causes the mind's deliverance, the process by which the kinetic mind is stilled. Stillness alone brings forth salvation. He who becomes an inhabitant of stillness is termed a Brahmin. This action is the only true action. One who performs this action is not kinetic, hence he is not a householder. In other words, by being devoid of the breathing motion and not inhabiting the dynamic prana, he ceases to be a householder. The term householder implies one who is being born in a cyclical manner, a continuum of rebirth. By practicing Kriya and abiding in kutastha in the transcendental state, this householder becomes a rishi. Furthermore, those who do not engage their minds in extraneous affairs, but perpetually engross themselves in the transcendental state of Kriya, attain immortality. Eventually, even the thought of attaining immortality disappears. By constant habitation in the cavern, the source and origin, one achieves total relinquishment. To such a soul, the realization, I only am the primordial male energy, occurs, causing the evolvement of the Brahman-pervaded universe and the comprehension that nothingness exists beyond this. Such a person is a manishi. Thus, the first step of discipline is remaining stationed in kutastha. The second step is abiding near Brahman or existing in Brahman while stationed at the Kundalini, the latent female energy of the microcosm. The third step of discipline is reposing the soul within kutastha and remaining united, which denotes the transcendental state of Kriya. These actions produce individuals possessing superlative qualities. One who performs this passive action, or atma karma, finds that his prana does not deviate or disunite from its union with Brahman. Attaining equivalence with Brahman, he achieves confluence in him, or rather, he himself becomes Brahman. The extraneous application of the mind causes the evolvement of materialism and conceit. This knowledge of the self makes the mind concentrate on worldly pleasures, and this conceit impedes settlement in the soul. In the transcendental state of Kriya, settlement in the soul implies non-settlement in attachment. Conversely, settlement in attachment implies non-settlement in the soul. By continually abiding in the transcendental state, conceit, birth, and material attachment all cease. The obliteration of these produces salvation, which is the aim of all the Shastras. When these untrue volitions cease to exist, the mind is reposed in the soul. This is the state of emancipation desired by all. Material objects appear pleasant, but are inherently bitter. The mind is fascinated by superficialities, which is illusion and the manifestation of vibration. Its internal orientation results in relinquishment. Knowledge signifies Brahman knowledge, which is the transcendental state of Kriya, while ignorance infers the mind's orientation toward anything else. This digression of the mind signifies disunion. When the mind encompasses material facts through the sensory faculties, the transcendental state cannot be realized. Application of the mind toward attachment makes the sensory faculties effete, and an effete mind fails to realize the depth of Kriya. In this state, as the kinetic mind is settled into the still mind, the senses are rendered incapable of being directed toward attachment. Thus, sensory intake like olfaction does not occur. The transcendental state of Kriya is synonymous with the dissolution of what one is. This state is beyond the three attributes. When the mental state dawns, duality occurs. Conversely, when the mental state is transcended and the transcendental state of Kriya dawns, there is amorphousness. Where amorphousness prevails, there is the void. Merged in Brahman, material detachment evolves and all propensities become extinct. Therefore, the conception of all objects merging does not occur in the ordinary sense, because then it would be only you who has merged while other objects remain as they are. When amorphousness arrives, the paramanu, the atoms of all objects, disintegrate in a special manner and mingle into Brahman. Thus, the anu of the earth mingles into water, the anu of water into heat, the anu of heat into air, the anu of air into the void, and the anu of the void into Brahman. What was expansive achieves contraction in this manner, remaining united in the region where even the Brahma anu is absent. This is the transcendental state of Kriya. Just as the sky is extremely subtle and intangible, yet we experience that something exists, so too the amorphous Brahma anu, being much subtler than the sky, cannot be realized even though there is a consciousness of something existing. Therefore, the transcendental state of Kriya is the state of nothingness. This state of nothingness is Brahman, the ultimate destination where everyone must merge. In the transcendental state of Kriya, no physical forms are visualized, for it is all-pervasive. When the mind is attached to an object, it dwells in illusion. Conversely, when it is detached from all objects, it remains free of illusion. The void within Kriya's transcendental state is both all-encompassing and devoid of delusion. Therefore, barring this state of Kriya, there is no other benefactor in this world. This alone is the fearless state, the almighty, the holy, and the sublime. He is the primordial one and the abode of all. He is the Kutastha, the boundless eye, and the sole moon, sole sun, and sole star. This transcendental state of Kriya appears suddenly, but once it manifests, a prolonged habitation in that state is not only beneficial but imperative. To break this state is tantamount to self-annihilation. Can the Yogiraj be described as a Vaishnava, a worshipper of Vishnu? Or is he a Saiva, a Sakta, a Saurya, or a Ganapatya? In the realm of spiritual realization, Vishnu is omnipresence, Shiva is still prana, Sakti is kinetic prana, the sun god is Atmasurya, and Ganesha is pranayama. Shamacharan is nothing, yet he is all. In this regard, he himself bore testimony within his diaries. He visualized all aspects of Krishna and Vishnu, all forms of Shiva and Mahadeva, and all manifestations of Kali, along with various goddesses. In accordance with the Saurya philosophy, he visualized the manifold soul suns, and he envisioned various forms of Ganesha. He was not a sadhaka of any single discipline or path. Rather, the union of all paths coalesced within him. He is at once a supreme Vaishnava, a supreme Saiva, a supreme Sakta, a supreme Saurya, and a supreme Ganapatya. These 5 divergent paths of sadhana converged in him because he is omniety. While progressing along his path of sadhana, the various visualizations he experienced were recorded in his daily notes for the orientation of aspirant yogis. They are enumerated as follows. 1. Kali is prevalent here. Not only Kali, but all deities pervade this space. Though this state is nothing, conversely, it is everything. He conferred this realization upon himself to express the extreme delight of this vision. 2. I attained a comprehension of the desire-ridden, lolling tongue of Kali. When I bestowed this realization upon myself, I caused my tongue to attain fixation in the palatal cavity. This internal state is symbolized externally by the lolling tongue of the goddess. As the tongue was raised further upwards, the realization came that one must relinquish sleep in this state. I then showered immense delight upon myself, and the flute-like sound of pranayama, similar to the flute of Krishna, began to be heard more distinctly. 3. Mahadeva and Kali appeared in my visualization, and today a slightly clearer vision of Brahman was effected within me. 4. I saw the skeletal frame of goddess Kali. A crystalline and resplendent perception of Kali was occasioned to be in my service. 5. The soul sun alone is the form of Kali. 6. A bluish perception of Kali dawned within my sinciput. 7. Delineating the image of a goddess atop a lion, he wrote, "A white-complexioned, white-attired goddess mounted on a lion was seen in the Muladhara chakra. She is Kundalini Sakti, the Jagadatri who bears the universe of the body." 8. I occasioned the perception of goddess Kali's feet within me. The meditation of Atmasurya is the true name of Kali. The pranayama within the Sushumna is the foot of Kali, but that foot has acquired duality. By attaining vibration and motion, it forms the Ida and Pingala, resulting in the appearance of 2 feet. Ida is the moon and Pingala is the sun. Similarly, Ida is the left foot and Pingala the right. If one can hold these feet of Ida and Pingala, Kali can be achieved. The gross feet of flesh and bone have no capacity to move on their own. It is the existence of the Ida Pingala feet that allows the physical feet to exist. Feet here signifies that which wanders. Because the breath wanders through Ida and Pingala, the body exists. Thus, the Yogiraj expressed, "The feet imply the flow of breath in both nostrils. Just as the physical feet move from one place to another, the breath, abandoning the present body, moves into a new one." 9. Sketching a human face with a sun upon its forehead, he inscribed, "The Atma Surya is Kali. Both the form of Atma Surya and my own form are the same." In other words, Kali's form and his form are inseparable. A few days later he remarked again, "What is the Atma Surya is Kali, and that is myself. I myself am Kali." Shortly thereafter he wrote, "The Atma Surya is the form of Brahman and the sustainer of the universe. Everything originates and merges there. Atma Surya is the eternal protector of all. In this visualization, whether the breath continues or ceases cannot be perceived at all. It is the state of Kevala Kumbhaka. This state imparts immense bliss. I am that Atma Surya, and again, I am the amorphous Brahman." 10. At times, I caused a placid blue Kali, known as Ratanti Kali, to occur in my vision. When pranayama is practiced, she manifests in such a way that the Atma Surya may be visualized in her specific hue. Kali is one, but because she is perceived in different colors, she appears to be many. 11. The primordial female energy and the linga of Mahadeva were visualized. 12. The falchion of Kali appeared in my vision. 13. The female vital force, goddess Durga, was occasioned to appear. 14. The form of the beheaded goddess, Chinnamasta, was envisioned. 15. I perceived Adyasakti, the primordial, divine and eternal goddess Durga. 16. Today I met with the golden-hued Kali. 17. The fringe of the Atma Surya is the diadem. The falchion of Kali is derived from the Atma Surya, for the Atma Surya is the master, the principal one. That is the most excellent form of the soul sun. 2 moons, the vision of Mahadeva and Kali, were realized. 19. Drawing a sketch of the goddess Syama, he inscribed beside it, "The perception of the splendid goddess Syama's form and that of Kali was maintained for a long period." On the 13th of August, 1873, he delineated the garland of Kali and remarked, Mahakala, this is one's own form, the origin, the confined space. This is the garland of demon heads upon Mother Kali. When this garland becomes void or extinct, there remains only the ageless, immortal state. By arriving there, a static station is acquired. This morning settlement occurred in that still state for a couple of minutes. It is imperative to perpetually remain in this stillness. I only am Atma Surya, and conversely, Atma Surya is me. I alone am the amorphous Brahman. 20. The Ida, Pingala, and the 6 chakras, mingling within the Sushumna, formed a lotus that was clearly realized. A vision of the goddess Sarasvati was seen atop this. 21. Within the Atma Surya, amidst a cluster of lotuses, the visualization of goddess Sarasvati was effected. 22. Bhagdevi, the goddess Sarasvati, characterized by the radiance of lightning, appearing flower-like and resembling the blood-red seed of indelible passion, was envisioned. 23. Delineating the icons of Savitri and Brahma upon the back of an elephant, he noted the deities Sarasvati and Vinayaka, or Brahma and his consort Savitri, were perceived atop their mount, the elephant. 24. Ganesha, or the four-headed Brahma, was envisioned within the imperishable Kutastha. 25. Now within the Omkara sound, the visualization of Radha was effected. 26. The image of Ganesha within the Atma Surya could be clearly perceived. 27. The trunkless Ganesha emanating from Narayana was envisioned. 28. Delineating a picture of the serpentine Kundalini, the female vital force, he commented, "This is the Kula Kundalini, surrounding the self-generative linga in 3 1/2 serpentine coils. This is how it appears in vision." Later, drawing a sketch of Omkara Kriya, he remarked, "The Kundalini entwines the eternal self-generative energy in the northeastern point of the body. It resembles a resplendent torch, yet in actuality it is a state of stillness and neutral whiteness." 29. On the 22nd of January, 1873, he recounted, "The effulgence of the soul moon and the Atma Surya occupied the vision on both sides of the Kutastha. Within the focal point of the Kutastha, the linga of Visvanatha, resembling the Sushumna, was perceived. The Tantra Shastras provide evidence for this fact, that this is the Brahmayoni, the source of the entire creation, realizable through internal dhyana." Later, sketching a 2-petaled lotus, he directed, "The 2-petaled lotus, the Ajna chakra, was envisioned, appearing 10 million times more resplendent than the moon." On the 12th of August, 1873, he remarked, "5 suns evolved from the Atma Surya, that Atma Surya alone is the neutral power of generation. Atma Surya is Narayana, that Atma Surya is the master. He is Sahasransu, the power of 1,000 suns." Regarding this, Sanjaya stated, "If the radiance of 1,000 suns were to burst forth at once in the sky, that would be like the splendor of the Mighty One." When the sensory inclinations are conquered, the one who manifests transcendental vision is represented by Sanjaya. This transcendental vision confers an understanding to the mind. The term Divi connotes the sky. Thus, this radiance is similar to the influence of that Mahatman, the Sahasransu. In other words, that resplendent sublime form is incomparable. It is the immense form of Kutastha Brahman. Therefore, Sanjaya stipulates that if the brilliance of 1,000 suns were to accumulate, it might resemble that sublime soul. The sages have rendered various explanations regarding this sun and the infinite void throughout the Shastras. Regarding the exact nature of the sun and the void, later scholars and commentators have often identified them as the physical sun and the perceptible sky. However, the Yogiraj expounded that the physical sun is transitory. The sun referred to in the Shastras is the Atma Surya, who is permanent, eternal, and indestructible. Only yogis are capable of visualizing this. Arjuna, referring to this Atma Surya in the Gita, remarked that if 1,000 physical suns rose together, their collective brilliance might resemble the sublime Atma Surya. From this, it is understood that the Gita refers not to the planetary sun, but to the Atma Surya. This explanation was exclusively rendered by the Yogiraj, as he himself is the Atma Surya. Furthermore, regarding the infinite void mentioned in the Shastras, many commentators have explained it as the perceptible sky or the infinite expanse. But the Yogiraj stipulated that this physical space is merely the last of the 5 elements, having attained subtlety from grossness. Because this space is an element, it is transient and possesses attributes. The true infinite void is the existence upon which this space originates, pervades, and merges. He himself, being the infinite absolute amorphous void, the Brahman, conferred this explanation upon mankind to aid their spiritual realization. Upon visualizing this Sahasransu, the 1,000 suns, Arjuna remarked, "You are the imperishable, the supreme being to be realized. You are the ultimate resting place of this universe. You are the immortal guardian of the eternal Dharma. I believe that you are the everlasting spirit. In other words, you alone are Kutastha consciousness and the still, prana-like, imperishable being, for you are beyond all destruction. Above Kutastha in the Sahasrara, you alone are the inexpressible, sublime prana, absolute Brahman. You are the only one worth knowing. Realizing you is self-knowledge, which is the true knowledge. After realizing you, nothing remains to be realized. Therefore, you are worth knowing exclusively. You are the principal haven for the universe, because the still state of the inexpressible Brahman, having no finitude, is the shelter for the universe, the supreme haven, and the perpetual, still prana. You alone are the eternal esoteric custodian of Dharma, the protector of Sanatana Dharma, because you are abstrusely latent in the yoga karma of the eternal religion. This esotericism can be unraveled exclusively by the Guru. You alone are the Sanatana primordial being, for it is my firm belief that there is none preceding or succeeding you. Sahasransu visualization occurs to a yogi when he is settled in Kutastha. According to the Gita, this is the visualization of the universe in its universality. Implicitly, this is the all-pervasive universal I, the soul sun, and the soul moon. Sahasransu is the eternal, apogean abode of the universe. Upon witnessing this universal visualization, even a great sadhaka like Arjuna was petrified, but Yogiraj comments, Aditya Sera Purusha Haye, Absahaje Auye Jaye. This means that Sahasransu is the supreme and fundamental being. He appears in and disappears from vision with ease. A few days later, he delineated 1,000-petaled lotus and wrote beside it, Aisa Hajaro Chakra Maya Haraf Samet Malum Hotahaye Sahasrarame. The Sahasrara is characterized by the 1,000-petaled chakra. Every petal, along with its mystic syllable, was beckoned to occur in my vision. 30. Svet Dvipavasi Narayana Dekha. The white island implies the island of the soul moon, which is the abode of Vishnu. Narayana, within the abode of Vishnu, was envisioned in Kutastha. He further remarked, Surya Narayana Rupa Dekha. The form of Atma Surya Narayana was effected into visualization. Again, he commented, Jyotirmoy Svetvarna Mahadeva Rupa Dekha Bada Anand Huya. The envisionment of the resplendent white form of Mahadeva occurred, bringing an extreme delight. After fulfillment, merging and fusing into oneness with that crystalline, imperishable, attributeless, absolute void Brahman is the last and ultimate state of sadhana. This is ascertained by Vedanta. Merging with that absolute void Brahman results in the loss of entity, because in this state there is none to specify duality. This is the non-dual nothingness, the stateless state. Prior to this, everyone exists within the ambit of the dual state. Knowing this Atma Surya and the absolute void is knowledge substantiated by the Gita and Vedanta, representing the zenith of all states. Here, Diva signifies the void, or that crystalline, indestructible, absolute void. Originating from that absolute void, the initial manifestation is God. Therefore, Yogiraj expressed that the Krishna state also attained confluence into the absolute void, because the Krishna state is also transient. Only absolute void Brahman is eternal. This is the dictum of Yogiraj. Regarding this, he noted, Jyotirupa Laldora Sushumna ko kinare mein dekha, pahale Jyotirmoy linga dekha, fir sunya mein samaye gaya. By the side of the Sushumna, a red-striped, fine, effulgent form was beckoned into vision. Before this, the resplendent phallus appeared, but it merged into the void within the void, the infinite void. Further to this, he stated, Nakshatra Loka Dekha. This is the state where the activity of the perceptible sun and moon vanishes and a perpetual illuminative state pervades. Nakshatra, Nakshaya Atra, signifies the place where destruction is extinct, or the still state resembling the transcendental state of Kriya. In this type of still state within Kutastha, the static, brilliant true star can be visualized. 31. Jyotrupa Angusta Praman Purusha Dekha. The effulgent, thumb-sized primordial being was perceived. 32. Drawing two dark forms, he noted, Radha Krishna Svadhisthana, Padme Krishnavarna Dekha. The dark Radha Krishna in the Svadhisthana chakra was visualized. 33. Yogiraj penned on September 21, 1873. Mahadevaka Trisul, Vishnuka Sudarsana Chakra, Brahmaka Danda Pankadevata Dekha, Satya Heye Bhagavan. The trident of Mahadeva, the Sudarsana chakra of Vishnu, the staff of Brahma, and the five deities, Ganesha, Surya, Vishnu, Shiva, and Durga, appeared in vision. Paying obeisance to his own being, he conferred the dictum, O God, you are the only truth. 34. Saptarishi Okar Manu Dekha. The 7 sages and 4 Manus appeared in vision. The 7 sages are Vrigu, Atri, Angira, Marichi, Pulastya, Pulaha, and Kratu. Manu is the son of Brahma, the first progenitor of the human race, while 14 Manus are referred to in the Sastras: Svayambhu, Svarochisha, Uttama, Tamas, Raivata, Kakshusha, Vaivasvata, Savarni, Daksha Savarni, Brahma Savarni, Dharma Savarni, Rudra Savarni, Deva Savarni, and Indra Savarni. Only 4 Manus appeared before Yogiraj. God in this regard has commented, this denotes that the 4 Manus, Sanaka, Sananda, Sanatana, and Sanat Kumara, who existed even before these 7 sages, originated from my potent, eternally pure, non-volitional volition, and the ever-increasing human race is my progeny. Thus, these 4 Manus appeared before Yogiraj. 35. Srinath ka darsana huya. Srinath, or Sri Vishnu, the consort of goddess Lakshmi, appeared in vision to Yogiraj. 36. Seshanag par harisayan kiye haye hriday mein dekhata haye. It can be visualized in the Anahata chakra that Hari lies on the infinite coil of the king of serpents. The infinite coils form the couch and canopy of Narayana. 37. Krishnaka Seshanag par sayan, Esa Rupa Ankose Dekha. Krishna lying atop the king of serpents was envisioned with open eyes. Yogiraj sketched this form in his diary. 38. Anantadeva Dekha. The visualization of the eternal being, Narayana, was effected. 39. Rudra Raja Dekha. Rudra, the destructive form of Shiva, was caused to occur in vision. 40. Matsyavatara Dekha. Amongst the 10 incarnations of Vishnu, the Piscine incarnation appeared. The 10 incarnations are Matsya, the fish, Kurma, the tortoise, Varaha, the boar, Nrisimha, the lion-headed man, Vamana, the dwarf, Parasurama, the axe wielder, Ramacandra, Balarama, Buddha, the beacon of enlightenment, and Kalki, the final incarnation. 41. Varaham Vatara Deka. Varaha, the third of the 10 incarnations of Vishnu, came into vision. 42. Siva Sanaka Sakti, Ramakandraka Dhanuka Deka. The visualization of Shiva, Sanaka, Sakti, the female vital force, and the bow of Rama was occasioned. 43. Naradka Vindeka. The Veena of Narada was summoned into vision. 44. Mogul Durvan Bhagavanka Deka. The Mughal form of God's sentinel appeared in vision. Yogiraj sketched a figure wearing a conical cap and lungi in his diary. 45. Vishnu Jika Padam Deka. The holy state of Vishnu was brought into vision. 46. Narayana Deka. As the spiritual journey of Yogiraj Sri Shyama Charan Lahiri unfolded, the celestial visions recorded in his diaries became a testament to his profound realization. He noted the occurrence of the visualization of Narayana, the supreme sustainer. He bore witness to Pankanan Saktirupa, the potential form of the five-headed Shiva, realizing that Shiva and his divine power are forever inseparable. These visions continued with the appearance of Lakshmi Narayana and the sacred Trisul of Mahadeva. In a transformative revelation, Bhagavan Krishna assumed the form of the goddess Kali, yet he remained silent. Following this, the forms of Bhagavan Krishna and the Omkara form of Hari were made to appear. Delineating the form of the Supreme Being, the Yogiraj recounted in his diary that by attaining settlement at Kutastha within the body temple and constantly visualizing the Atma Surya, one realizes that the omnipresent being beyond Omkara is Narayana. The three principal deities, Brahma, Vishnu and Mahesvara, were envisioned simultaneously, followed by the Dasamahavidya, the 10 principal goddesses, Kali, Tara, Shodasi, Bhuvanesvari, Bhairavi, Chinnamasta, Dhumavati, Bagala, Matangi, and Kamala. Yogiraj then described the Kalpa Briksha, the wish-fulfilling tree. He envisioned Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesa at its root. He noted that what is visualized within the grave, sublime Kutastha, is the Supreme Being, self-nascent, without beginning, and amorphous. This Kutastha eye is the true Kalpa Briksha. Beyond this, a light was brought into vision, which guides the seeker to the fearless state. This radiance emanates from the Atma Surya and merges into the infinite void. This length of light is the Sivalinga. This description, he noted, can be conferred by me only. This is omneity, and barring this, there is nothing. He further envisioned the adolescent form of God, known as Kaisor Murti, and the resplendent white form of Mahadeva, which brought him immense delight. He sketched a form of Guru Nanak, noting that Nanak Sahib is a direct symbol of the Atma Surya. He also described the Ajna Chakra, the bipetaled lotus, exactly as it should be visualized during sadhana. It must be remarked that the different states of Brahma realization described by the ancient rishis in the Vedas, Vedanta, Upanishads, and the Gita were all completely realized by the Yogiraj, as clearly indicated in his personal diaries. One day, while seated among his devotees, a seeker asked, "What is God?" Yogiraj enlightened him, saying, "Do you know who God is? The very power by which you ask that question, He is God. If He did not exist, you would not have been able to utter those words. Since He perpetually bears the creation, this state is Jagadatri. Since He bears the living being, this state is Radha, where Ra implies the living being and Dha, the act of bearing." Another devotee prayed to know what is death. Yogiraj elucidated that when the vibratory prana is stilled due to natural causes, it is termed death. In that state, the consequences of previous deeds persist. However, the still state achieved in samadhi is also akin to death, but there, the consequences of previous deeds do not exist. He observed that inhalation is the living condition and exhalation is death. If a being cannot inhale after an exhalation, death occurs. Thus, birth and death are a cycle occurring constantly within us, though few notice it. This is not real death. It is merely the casting off of a skin, as rebirth remains inevitable. Actual death is the merging into Brahman, returning to the source from which there is no return. As Lord Krishna says in the Gita, "From the abode of Brahma, O Arjuna, there is a return. But attaining me, the soul, the cycle of rebirth ceases." This implies that while an impermanent settlement may be reached at the Ajna chakra, the mind may still retrogress to the Muladhara chakra, resuming the dynamism of prana and inhalation, leading to rebirth. But when a permanent settlement is achieved in the boundless state, rebirth ends. In 1886, Yogiraj recorded a profound internal conversation with the Atma Surya, his own Brahma self, pertaining to the cessation of his mortal frame. He asked where this cessation would occur, and the inner oracle answered, "At Kashi." He asked if the path he proceeded upon was correct, and the answer was, "The Yoga Sadhana right." To comprehend the concept of the Yogiraj, one must consider three facets: Jiva Shama Charan, Krishna Shama Charan, and Brahma Shama Charan. Brahma Shama Charan is perpetually still and static. Krishna Shama Charan is the Kutastha manifestation. Jiva Shama Charan is the form that enters the domain of vibration to guide humanity. Yogiraj reiterated that the immensely powerful Atma Surya is the master, the source, and the haven of mergence. This is God. This is Surya Brahma Shama Charan. Nothing exists barring this Atma Surya. He has no second. All creation is but the manifestation of the dynamism of this immaculate light. One who directly visualizes this Atma Surya and fuses within him attaining oneness. That yogi alone is a non-dualist. Until then, everyone remains a dualist. Thus, Yogi Raj would comment, "Where the sadhaka's sadhana ends, the yogi's sadhana begins." This implies that where a devoted disciple's ritual practice concludes, the yogi's true spiritual practice commences. Chapter X, Mahasamadhi. 3 images of Shiva were already installed in the house of Garuriswar before Yogiraj purchased the property and took up residence. Kashimani Devi worshipped those forms of Shiva daily, yet she harbored an intense desire to install an idol of Shiva herself. In the chapter on Kashi within the Skanda Purana, it is written that installing an image of Shiva in Kashi is a highly virtuous feat. For this reason, in Kashi, the sacred abode of Shiva, many would install such images in their homes. One day, Kashimani Devi expressed this desire to her father, Devnarayan Vakaspati. He explained that it was not desirable to install a new image of Shiva in the house, for with the passage of time, the deity might not be worshipped with the proper decorum. Instead, he advised her to regard the Shiva she was already worshipping as her own installed image and to serve him with due devotion. From that time onward, Kashimani Devi devotedly worshipped that Shiva throughout her life. One morning, as Kashimani Devi was engaged in her usual worship, Yogiraj arrived and stood before the door. Kashimani Devi pondered this. As Yogiraj normally never visited that spot at that hour, she wondered what could be the reason for his sudden appearance. She turned and looked toward him. Yogiraj smiled gently and, in a pacific tone, said to her, "Look, the purpose of my advent has been completed. It is time for me to depart now. I shall remain in this mortal frame for another 6 months only, and then I shall depart. None of you should grieve over this. I am making only you aware of it." He further continued, "After my departure, keep my mortal frame in the room where I stay, for I shall mark my re-advent. And if this is not possible, bury me in that room." Kashimani Devi did not attach much importance to these statements at the time. She believed her Brahma-conversant husband had spoken these words while remaining in a state of transcendence. The sublime yogi had decided the day and hour of his sublime departure and began to dissolve his worldly activities. To prepare his devotees, he declared his intention to a few of his advanced disciples nearly 3 months in advance. As the appointed day drew near, and a month before the completion of the 6-month period, he allowed a carbuncle to originate on his dorsal area. Using this ailment as a pretext, the sublime yogi commenced his final arrangements for departure. Upon receiving the news, his eldest son, Tinkari Lahiri Mahasaya, who was employed in Delhi, quickly reached home. Devotees continued to serve Yogiraj with tireless effort. Purnachandra Bandyopadhyaya, the family physician, attended to him, yet the carbuncle was not alleviated. Hemchandra Sen, a devotee and eminent physician from Calcutta Medical College, came to Kashi upon hearing the news and began treating Yogiraj. Despite his efforts, no sign of recovery was noticed. Hembabu eventually decided that an operation was necessary and begged for Yogiraj's consent. Yogiraj smiled mildly and stated, "It is better to stay within the rules of nature." The doctor understood that Yogiraj would not agree to an operation. Therefore, he abandoned the idea, simply cleaning and bandaging the wound. But the one who is free from all bondages, can he truly be bound? The great yogi, disapproving of the restraint, compelled the helpless doctor to unfasten the bandage. Yogiraj himself used to prepare neem oil to treat the various afflictions of his devotees. This oil was now applied to his own wound, yet the carbuncle persisted. Eventually, Hembabu returned to Calcutta. Yogiraj continued to engage in daily discussions with his devotees in the parlour downstairs. Sitting upon his bedstead, he would fill his devotees with the flood of Brahma knowledge, and it was on this same bedstead that he now lay. Devotees came and went constantly, rendering their service. People from all sections of society arrived to inquire about his condition, for everyone was filled with anxiety. Krishnaram, a Rajput Brahmin devotee, served Yogiraj perpetually, remaining by his side like a shadow. He served with such intent that his only focus was the recuperation of his guru. Even as the carbuncle worsened and doctors exhausted all treatments, tears frequently streamed down Krishnaram's cheeks. Everyone desired to serve Yogiraj, including the ladies of the house. However, in the conservative society of those days, ladies generally did not appear before men who were not their own kin. Due to Krishnaram's constant presence and the continuous flow of male devotees, the ladies were often denied the opportunity to serve. Krishnaram felt that if he did not perform the service himself, the care rendered to his Guru Maharaj might not be proper. As a result, he allowed few others the chance to assist. Yogiraj was immensely pleased by the tireless efforts of Krishnaram. The day before his sublime departure, he affectionately called for him and said, "Krishnaram, I am well pleased by your service. Tell me what you want. You will get what you want." Krishnaram stood with folded hands. Torrents of tears streamed from his eyes, his throat became parched, and his legs began to quiver. In a voice of solemn affection, the command resounded, "Tell me, Krishnaram, what do you want? I am extremely pleased with you." With tearful eyes and a mind steeped in devotion, Krishnaram replied, "I have nothing to ask for. I have only one prayer, to obtain a place at your lotus feet." Yogiraj smiled gently and remarked, "It will be so, Krishnaram." Krishnaram then lay prostrate at the lotus feet of Yogiraj. The depth of Krishnaram's selflessness is further illustrated by an instance shared by Bhupendranath Sanyal Mahasaya, a principal disciple of Yogiraj. Sanyal Mahasaya had once come to Kashi along with the poet Rabindranath Tagore. After visiting the notable sites, Tagore remarked, "Sanyal Mahasaya, I have heard Kashi is a place of ascetics. Can you show me a genuine ascetic?" Sanyal Mahasaya asked, "Do you want to see a renowned ascetic who assumes a specific garb, or do you want to see the one whom I know to be true?" Tagore replied, "Show me the ascetic whom you regard as the true one." Both men went to the bank of the Ganges in the Ranamahal locality. where Krishnaram lived in a room at the Udaipur estate adjoining the Radha Krishna temple. They found Krishnaram seated with eyes closed, his gaze fixed upward in deep engrossment. A single look at him indicated that he was free from all bondages of the material world, completely oblivious to those coming and going. The two visitors sat down quietly. After a few moments, Lahiri Mahasaya said, "Krishnaramji, we have come." Krishnaram slowly descended from his state of absorption back to the transient world. Lahiri Mahasaya introduced him to Rabindranath Tagore, who was deeply contented after discussing Dharma with him for a long period. While leaving, Tagore offered 10 rupees to Krishnaram, saying, "I will be happy if this sum can be used for your service." Krishnaram stated, "I have no necessity for money now." Tagore humbly entreated him again, "It is my ardent desire that this money be used for your purpose." Krishnaram replied in a placid tone, "All right, consider that money to be mine. Now keep it with you. I shall ask you for it when it is required." Along with Pandita Panchanan Bhattacharya of Deoghar, many other devotees had arrived in Kashi. Another of his favorite disciples, Swami Pranabananda, was staying in Udaipur at that time. Upon hearing news of the final moments of his Gurudeva, he began making immediate arrangements to reach Kashi. Suddenly, Pranabananda saw his Gurudeva, assuming a subtle form, appear before him. The vision spoke, "Pranabananda, there is no use for haste. I shall depart before you reach me." Pranabananda began to cry. Yogiraj comforted him, saying, "Why are you weeping? Though the body departs, the essence of the Sadguru remains. I am always present." Another devotee of Yogiraj, Panchkori Bandopadhyay, who later became known as Keshabananda Brahmachari, was residing at Hardwar then. A few days before the departure of Yogiraj, Bandopadhyay Mahasaya saw the resplendent image of the Master appear before him, commanding, "Come to Kashi immediately." Bandopadhyay Mahasaya arrived at once and observed his Gurudeva preparing to leave his mortal frame. In this manner, Yogiraj made many of his devotees aware of his sublime departure before it occurred. In the room Yogiraj inhabited, only a small amount of light would enter, as it lacked sufficient windows and doors. On the afternoon a day before his departure, the sublime yogi lay extremely indisposed. His eldest son, Tinkari Lahiri Mahasaya, was keeping a close watch upon his father from the parlour adjoining the room. Suddenly, he noticed his father leave his bed, walk to a bookcase fixed on the wall, look through several books, and eventually walk back to the bed in a healthy, able manner and lie down. Astounded by this, Tinkari entered the room and inquired of his father, "If you are so well, then why do you lie in bed and use the bedpan? At the very least, you could walk to the drain." Yogiraj asked, "Where were you?" Tinkari replied, "I was observing everything from the next room." The sublime yogi, smiling pleasantly, said, "Everyone desires to serve me, therefore I am lying on this bed. If I do not lie down, how will their desires be fulfilled?" At last, September 26, 1895, arrived at the portals of Garureswar House. It was a Thursday, the auspicious day of Mahashtami. Though Yogiraj was ill, he continued his daily habit of imparting religious advice to his devotees. Whether sitting or lying down, even while extremely unwell, he explained several slokas from the Bhagavad Gita in a low voice. Many devotees listened in grave silence, grief-stricken and tearful. The festive melody of Mahashtami was wafted in by the breeze as the sun began to set beneath the horizon. The devotees asked with tearful eyes and quivering voices, "In your absence we will become helpless." "What will be our alternative then?" Yogiraj assured them. "This immortal Kriya Yoga has been fostered by sages, and those who practice it will never be helpless. This pranakarma will never become extinct. It has always existed and will always exist. The more a person advances towards spiritual fulfillment, the more their interest in prana-karma will increase, for it is a scientific sadhana. With eyes half closed and fixed upward in transcendence, he addressed the devotees. The sublime and immortal yoga which was obtained from Guru Deva and revived shall be practiced in every household in the future. Gradually, humanity will proceed toward the path of salvation. As in the past, the way to liberation will be widened. Yogiraj then seated himself in Padmasana. Looking toward his tearful devotees, he remarked, "The time for my departure has arrived. Do not grieve. Though the mortal body disappears, the essence of the Sadguru remains. I am always among you." At the auspicious juncture of Mahashtami and Mahanavami, sitting upon his bed, Yogiraj effected his sublime departure into Mahasamadhi. It was 5:25 in the evening. Following his departure, the devotees adorned his mortal frame with flowers and sandalwood paste. Many gathered to offer their respectful obeisance. While some expressed the opinion that the body should be buried, the Panditas reasoned that although Yogiraj was a Brahma-wrapped yogi, he had maintained a family existence. Therefore, in accordance with domestic norms, it was necessary to cremate the mortal frame. Eventually, a large procession, moving to the chanting of hymns, brought the body to Manikarnika Ghat. There, many hermits, sannyasins and laypeople came to offer their last reverential obeisance. According to the Shastras, his eldest son lit the sacred fire, and the consecrated funeral pyre was set aflame. Thus, the mortal frame of divine and abstruse causations was consumed by the fire. The all-devouring flames began to blaze as the unified chant of hermits, sannyasins, and devotees rose in a single powerful chord. Hara, Hara, Mahadeva, Shambhu. Torrents of tears rolled down the cheeks of the gathered faithful. At that solemn moment, the worship bells at the temple of Vishwanath began to ring, echoing through the air of Varanasi. The holy abode where Yogiraj resided is located at D3158, Madanpura, Varanasi. In those days, the area known as Garureswar was part of what is now the Madanpura locality, and his descendants continue to reside there to this day. This residence remains a site of pilgrimage for innumerable devotees. While the homes of departed Mahapurushas are often private and rarely noticed by the public, the holy abode of Bhagavan Krishna Shyama Charan, where he enacted his divine abstruse works, remains personal property. Consequently, many ardent devotees, particularly those travelling from afar, find themselves deprived of free access to pay their tributes if they do not arrive at the stipulated hours. At times, the gates remain closed. To the devotees, Gurni is regarded as Mathura, the place of his advent, while Varanasi is seen as his mortal abode and the field of his divine play, much like Vrindavan. Yet it must be said with sadness that the nation today remains heedless of this sacred legacy. Overwhelmed with grief at the time of his passing, Kashimani Devi had momentarily forgotten the declaration Yogiraj had made 6 months prior. She sat in the house, surrounded by several women, everyone benumbed by the weight of their loss. Suddenly the memory of his words returned to her. She immediately called for her brother, Rajchandra Sanyal, and sent him in haste to the burning ghat. However, by the time he arrived, the funeral pyre was already ablaze. Grief-stricken, Kashimani Devi lamented her great mistake. When the congregation who had participated in the obsequies returned, her other brother, the scholar Pandita Bhagwan Sanyal, heard what had happened and offered these comforting words. This mistake was ordained by him. A great yogi does not remain forever attached to earthly matters. Perhaps he spoke of his burial while in a state of non-attachment, but later decided that, as he lived within a family, it was proper to follow domestic norms and cremate his mortal frame. Therefore, it is he who caused this mistake to occur. For this, one should not grieve. The fact that he had made a prior decision to leave his mortal frame through samadhi is proven in his personal diary, which mirrors the declaration he gave to Kashimani Devi. In one entry, he wrote, "Aj irada hai ki anahad dhwani mein dhyana samse kalsam tak lagaoye, agar hum mar jaye to koi humko na pheke, ye hoi gad ke rakhe ya oye se hi baithai ke rakhe, hum phir jagehge." In other words, I have decided to engross myself in the anahata sound from this evening until tomorrow evening. If I depart in this state, let no one cast me away. Instead, bury me in this room or leave me sitting in this posture. I shall appear again. Following his departure, his dear disciple, Pandita Panchanan Bhattacharya Mahasaya of Deogar, wrote an elaborate letter to a fellow Kriyaban, offering a detailed description of the sublimity of his guru. Dear friend, if a guru who imparts initiation is not yet spiritually fulfilled, then medicine may be necessary for him. However, a spiritually fulfilled or emancipated being requires nothing. Afflictions occur due to the aberration and vibration of internal airs, yet an emancipated person perpetually dwells in the state of still air. Can there be affliction where the air is still? Ignorant persons, existing constantly within the ambit of body consciousness, consider attained beings to be like themselves. They engage in trying to relieve such persons of their afflictions through the application of medicine. This is merely a lack of foresight. Without realizing it, they disrespect these emancipated beings. Some, who pretend to be hermits, circulate the notion that spiritually attached persons suffer from illnesses requiring medicine. They do this only to spread their own renown, for they themselves fear death and rely on such treatments. It is a great error to regard an emancipated being as an ordinary person. To avoid being exposed, these great souls often behave like ordinary men. This impels the common man to believe they suffer from disease or are bound by good and evil actions. But the common people are unaware that the spiritually fulfilled perform no actions and are beyond disease. This was evident at the moment of Gurudeva's departure. One devotee, who acknowledged Gurudeva only socially, treated him as a patient. Gurudeva told his son, Tinkari Babu, "It is not advisable to make me undergo any treatment. It is always better to depend upon the law of nature." Or, consider this. If he were truly affected by disease, why did his body not emit the foul odors associated with illness? Even the wound he supposedly suffered from lacked any unpleasant scent. Should this not arouse the consciousness of men? Have they thought him a mere sadhu in a garb, or a truly great soul? The reasons for his advent and his departure are beyond their knowledge. Who can truly treat him? Ordinary men should realize that their vanity and arrogance bring no harm to such souls. He had enlightened me last August of his wish to depart, and I had conveyed this to several others. Observing this, sublime yogi would indicate that a divine child was seated in supreme peace on the fearless lap of the universal mother. Senility could not affect this sublime yogi, for he was replete with spiritual power. Though his hair had turned grey, his mortal frame did not possess a single wrinkle. This sublime yogi possessed the power to metamorphose his gross frame. The exact sadhana technique by which the body can be rejuvenated and a new body acquired has been recounted in his diary, though as an esoteric essence it remains unpublished. Yet he did not execute this power. Instead, he would say that what must imperatively be cast off one day, the moment its necessity ends, is best cast off. Though he has departed from this phenomenal world, he is constantly pervasive to his devotees. The effectiveness of the blessings of this sublime yogi on the lives of his innumerable disciples can be comprehended by considering the end of a few of his devotees. At the moment of departure, the sublime yogi, being appeased by Krishnaram's dedication, had instructed him to seek his heart's desire. Krishnaram, however, was above material aspirations. He appealed with folded hands that, barring the shelter at the lotus feet of his guru, he desired nothing. As previously mentioned, Krishnaram used to stay at Ranamahal Ghat on the lap of the northbound Ganges in a room adjoining the Radha Krishna temple of the Udaipur estate. When his end drew near, the eldest son of the Yogiraj, Tinkari Lahiri Mahasaya, was seated on one side of him, and on the other sat the greatest devotee and worshipper of the Yogiraj, Bansidharji. The last moment arrived. The breathing motion was oriented upwards, but Krishnaramji, in a steady, calm and unquivering voice, recited the Gita from beginning to end by heart. The very moment the last sloka of Purushottama Yoga, Etad Buddha Buddhiman Shad Kritakrityaska Bharata, was uttered, his prana air merged into the infinite void. Tears streamed down the cheeks of the ever-grave Tinkari Lahiri Mahasaya and the steady Bansidharji. Kashimani Devi was lying on her bed in respect of her departure. She was not plagued by any disease. Decrepitude alone was the cause of her passing. Suddenly, calling her grandson, she remarked, "Your grandfather will arrive. Provide a seat for him." The grandson asked, "Where is grandfather now?" With a gentle smile, Kashimani Devi replied, "He is in the abode of Lord Visvanath." The grandson jokingly inquired, "Does he come to you every day?" Again, with a mild smile, Kashimani Devi answered, "Yes, he comes to see me every day. He sits here and discusses matters with me. Today also he will come. That is why I am asking you to provide the seat." The grandson laid out the seat. A few days after this, Kashimani Devi departed with full consciousness. His favorite disciple, Rampadarathji, would regularly visit the holy room used by the Yogiraj, sitting there to practice dhyana. Due to old age, he became physically unfit, and his vision was impaired. Nevertheless, with the help of a walking stick, he visited the abode daily. One day, while travelling in this manner, Rampadarathji fell upon the road. The youngest grandson of the Yogiraj, Satyacharan Lahiri Mahasaya, was passing by at that time. Seeing this, he rushed to the spot, helped him up, and asked, "What is the use of coming regularly in this old age, taking such immense pains?" Though his feet were wounded, Rampadarathji smiled and stated, "Guru Maharaja has showered innumerable graces on me, but I am so useless that I could not make my life fruitful. Therefore, I give regular attendance to his durbar. It is the durbar of His Holiness. The day he takes mercy on me, I will gain deliverance." Gradually, Rampadarathji could no longer frequent the holy abode of his guru. Eventually, his last moments arrived. Calling his nephew, he said, "Guru Maharaja has come and is standing. Place a seat for him to sit." The nephew asked, "Where is your Guru Maharaja?" Rampadarathji, whose end was near, made an indicative gesture and said smilingly, "Can't you see Guru Maharaja standing there? Place a seat for him." The nephew acted likewise. After a few moments, concentrating fixedly on his Guru Maharaja, who was dearer to him than his own life, the lamp of Rampadarathji's life was extinguished. Harimati Devi, the eldest daughter of the Yogiraj, having been widowed shortly after marriage, resided at her father's house. She lived for almost 85 years. The evening before her departure from this earthly abode, hymns dedicated to Bhagavan Krishna were being chanted, and she listened while sitting on the first-floor veranda. Feeling indisposed due to age, she went to her room, lay down, and called for her nephew Satyacharan. When he arrived, she remarked, "Place a seat here, for father has come to take me." Satyacharan Lahiri Mahasaya was astounded by her words and laid down the asana which had been exclusively placed for the Yogiraj at the moment of Kashimani Devi's departure. That day in the early dawn, while reciting her favorite morning eulogistic verses, her prana air merged into the infinite prana. Bansidhar Khanna, the earnest devotee of the Yogiraj, was later employed as a rent collector in the estate of the descendants of the Yogiraj, 20 miles from Kashi. Since he was extremely reliable, he was given the responsibility of managing all the affairs of the estate. Thus, he guarded the property of his guru with great sincerity. On becoming old, Beniprasad Khetri, one of his relatives, told him one day, "Now you should live in Kashi. Otherwise, do you wish to die in this uninhabited place?" Bansidarji replied, "Guru Maharaja has been extremely merciful to me, but I could not serve him. Therefore all the actions which can be performed by this body are his actions. Thus I have offered this body at his lotus feet. If he so desires, he will throw this body in the jungle or place it at his lotus feet. I do not worry about that." One day, Satyacharan Lahiri Mahasaya went to the estate and told Bansidarji, "You have become old. Now you need to be tended. Go and stay with your son and daughter-in-law. I shall send you monthly expenses." Bansidarji remarked, "Kindly do not say such things. As long as I can hold my pen for your service, I wish to eat your bread. The day I fail to hold the pen, I pray to Guru Maharaja that he gives me a place at his lotus feet. I do not want to place my burden on you or on my son. After my death, do not take this body to Kashi. I do not want the wealth of my Guru to be spent on this account. Throw this body in the jungle. It will be of use to the wild beasts there." After a short period, while still employed in the estate, he suddenly became ill and was brought to Kashi for treatment. The next afternoon, Bansidarji, who was about to leave this earthly world, was lying on the veranda in front of the room of the Yogiraj. Along with Satyacharan Lahiri Mahasaya and Bhupendranath Sanyal Mahasaya, one of the principal disciples of the Yogiraj, many other devotees were present. Sitting near the head of Bansidarji, Sanyal Mahasaya was reciting the Gita in a dulcet tone. Keeping his mind fixed upon his Guru, Bansidarji attained eternal samadhi, ceaselessly rendering service toward his Gurudeva for a period of 38 years. An advanced Kriyaban's life was finally merged at the Guru's holy feet. The long-standing benefits of taking recourse to the lotus feet of the Guru have been well substantiated by the lives of Ramahanday and his sister Manomohini. The immense faith and devotion Manomohini possessed was particularly evident at the time of her passing. At the head of her bed, a photograph of her adorable Gurudeva was always kept. The day before her death, she called her son and asked him to place the photograph directly in front of her. Early the next morning, she remembered Satyacharan Lahiri Mahasaya, the youngest grandson of her Gurudeva, and prayed for him to bring the water with which the feet of her revered Guru had been washed. After it was brought, she drank it with deep reverence from the hands of her Guru's grandson and other dear ones, placing the photograph of her adorable Bhagavan upon her chest with intense devotion. Resting both her hands on the lotus feet of her Guru, she observed the photograph with unblinking eyes and a steadfast gaze. Within a short while, an existence so long sheltered by the Guru merged into his lotus feet. Yogiraj has departed into the ambrosial, effulgent abode, yet the ideals he set and the path to salvation he unravelled will never be forgotten by householders. In the way revived by him, millions of souls to this day practice sadhana secretly within the precincts of their homes, progressing toward the path of liberation. His innumerable devotees, many of whom are renowned, are present throughout India, the Orient and the Occident. Like many incidents in his personal life, his life of sadhana remains unknown to common men, for most of his spiritual practices were performed in secret. While sadhana is practiced by ordinary men for their own salvation, the sadhana of such a divine soul is for the salvation of every individual and the establishment of spiritual ideals. Though the concept of practice remains the same, the objectives are vastly different. He did not proceed toward oneness through a multitude of different practices. Instead, by remaining established in oneness, he catalyzed several realizations of sadhana. By not worshipping any god or goddess separately, but by firmly existing in the fundamental soul essence, he caused all deities to be visualized automatically. He practiced the sadhana of the pervasive and omniscient soul, a practice focused on the one who exists within all gods and goddesses. He did not develop a relationship with God merely in the form of a mother, father, or friend. He regarded the soul as the self. He advised, Just as day must exist if night exists, and misery must exist if happiness exists, so too does the unpropitious deity exist alongside the propitious. Nurse prana, for by tending prana you will reap benefits, while neglecting prana will bring harm upon yourself. Prana is served by practicing prana karma. The dynamism of prana is harmful, its stillness is beneficial. Soul introspection is the principal aim of life. If soul visualization does not occur, then the human existence becomes fruitless. This was the basic philosophy of his life. He would state that the objective of human existence is not how well one has eaten, how well one has maintained one's status, or how much worldly pleasure one has enjoyed. He used to comment that there was little use in acquiring erudition from different sastras or delivering lectures to propagate religion if soul visualization does not occur. He would remark, "What is the use of being busy imparting welfare to the world? How much permanent welfare can truly be given? That which is done is impermanent. Showing the path for soul visualization is the only permanent welfare. For by this the miseries of all births are eliminated and worldly afflictions disappear. Now if birth does not occur, then where is sorrow?" Therefore he warned man not to involve himself in a great deal of external actions. He noted that when the mind is perpetually engrossed in soul introspection, it can attain God. However, if that mind is constantly busy imparting welfare to others or is preoccupied with selfish thoughts, it is being misused and its vibrations are only augmented. It is true that the benevolent are good people, but soul attainment is not possible for them through outward acts alone. These are merely external facets. If the principal aim of life is soul attainment, then prana should be nursed constantly through prana karma and soul introspection. If there is slackness or a dearth of endeavor in prana karma, that valuable treasure cannot be found. For this, conscience, detachment and fortitude are required. Yet he never indulged in absurd apathies, stating that such behavior was equivalent to brashness. He did not totally forbid the giving of lectures, but he asked that one first attain soul visualization and a permanent spiritual settlement before attempting to teach. He disliked lectures given by those who were not conversant with the practice of sadhana and who, by merely studying books, assumed the garb of scholars. He was an innate yogi and a true yogi. Thus his axioms touched the innermost recesses of the mind and created ripples of transformation. He vehemently opposed trickery, pretentiousness, hypocrisy and bigotry regarding dharma or sadhana. He would never indulge such traits, tersely remarking to everyone that while deceitful stratagems might acquire material benefits, they could never lead to soul attainment. His advent in the Indian sky emitted an intense radiance that dazed the minds of men. To appease their indomitable thirst for Bhagavan, the people of India made Yogiraj exclusively their own. Yogiraj paid genuine honor to divine truth, embodying the Indian yogi in his truest aspect. He harbored no discrimination toward Hindus, Muslims, Christians, or those of any other faith. He expressed that all human beings are progenies of the same God. Everyone can practice Atma sadhana, and all have the right to acquire this yoga sadhana. He offered assurance to all, saying that none is strictly a sinner or a saint. There is no sin if the mind is placed on kutastha, but if it is not so placed, that state is sinful. Because of these positive declarations, he is the yogi who brought about an equipoise among all faiths. This was not mere talk. By practicing sadhana himself, he set the example for mankind. He visualized the Hindu deities alongside Khoda and Allah, and by progressing further, he expounded who God is in actuality. His divine maxims have instilled an unflinching and irrevocable faith in the hearts of men. Yogiraj directed a change in the prevalent religious systems and beliefs of society, which in many instances had devolved into superstition. He maintained that the ancient sastras should be the only basis for spiritual life. He initiated a liberal discussion of these texts, gleaning from them the true esoteric essence derived from sadhana. He did not stop at mere commentary. Instead, he rendered explanations replete with the essence of practice for the ancient sastras most essential to all seekers. He imparted yogic explanations to the Gita. One of his devotees published hundreds of copies and distributed them among the others. In this manner, by abandoning religious conservatism, he effected its reformation. By making his advent on Indian soil, he advised everyone to follow the tenets of the sastras. Effecting the causation of these tenets and the concord between domestic and spiritual lives, he expounded them in a simple and facile manner, thus unraveling a new world for humanity. He instilled the precepts of how one can easily abide by the ancient yogic sastras and their exalted ideals in life. This advent of him is an ennobling illustration of how man, though remaining in the vortex of material actions, can direct his life toward the exalted ideals of the spiritual world and gradually reach the pinnacle of spiritual fulfillment. Yogiraj caused the reviviscence of the novel, pure and dispassionate path for the masses blinded by covetousness and greed. This path will never become evanescent to the householders. An intense fervor is noticed in present human society to become acquainted with the abstruse subject of Dharma. As present-day Dharma is based exclusively on propaganda, the divine apophthegms and precepts of this sublime spiritual fountainhead deserve special study during this stage of decadence. Temples in his memory are located in many places, such as Kashi, Hardwar, Bankura, Bishnupur, Ranchi, Mandar, Malipur of Faizabad, Jhargram, Deoghar, Howrah, Calcutta, and the stately one at Kakdwip in West Bengal, as well as at Neuville-en-Champagne, France, where his devotees, by offering prayers and reverence daily, take care to preserve his consecrated memorial. The Brahmasadhana, which he bestowed upon mankind, is being reverentially adhered to in India as well as throughout the world. If Yogiraj is conceived to be a Hindu merely, it is a cardinal error. He is the divine insignia of a human life's fulfillment. He would remark that the two requisites to practice this immortal yoga sadhana are a human body and a true desire. One who possesses these two attributes can easily practice this sadhana. No matter what apparent religion one may belong to, that eternal Atman is omnipresent, thus causing a revival of the glorious maxim underlying the Vedas, Upanishads and Gita. He has portrayed the avenue for arriving at the sole and ultimate destination. It can be observed that men, irrespective of different faiths, beliefs or creeds, took recourse in him. Therefore, in today's discordant world, his ideals are the exclusive mainstay for mankind. In this era of materialism, he has placed the exalted and living ideals of spiritual knowledge before us. Apart from worldly possessions and wealth, man has an ultimate and deep aspiration: salvation. Yogiraj has drawn the attention of all toward the perennial truth of how family men can achieve that eternal, immortal state. Truly, he is the God of householders. There are many exalted ideals which only a handful of spirited men can execute in their lives. These ideals are not applicable to all, but we term those ideals to be the greatest, which can be executed by everyone if they make even the smallest endeavor. Shama Charan Lahiri Mahasaya has set forth such an ideal. He did not stop at expressing these ideals verbally. By completely executing them in his own life, he set a living example. He would stipulate that through the medium of proper action, the respective life of each man must be established. The world is a place of action. There is no alternative other than action. Nothing can be abandoned while inhabiting the material world. It is not advisable to forsake the domestic existence, because it is here that everyone is born and leads an existence. Thus, to remain amidst everything, to relinquish nothing, and to gradually constitute one's life through proper action to attain the ultimate in spiritual fulfillment. This is the specific, proper, and scientifically approved path Yogiraj expounded, which today is imperative for all. Bharata is a land of yogis because yoga has taken its root here. Yoga is the mainstay of Sanatana Dharma. Barring yoga, Sanatana Dharma cannot be known, and without knowing Sanatana Dharma, one cannot be acquainted with spiritual India. Therefore, to become acquainted with spiritual India, one should know about Indian yogis first, and to comprehend the yogis, one has to follow the path demonstrated by them. Therefore, God advised humanity through Arjuna to become yogis. He declared that yogis are greater than hermits, the wise and the active. If people belonging to Sanatana Bharata do not learn about Indian yogis and follow the path related by them, then, though by birth they are Indians, they cannot be termed true Indians. Without yoga there is no India, and without India there is no yoga. Each nation has its respective trend of thought by which its welfare is accomplished. The Indian trend of thought is spiritual knowledge, soul knowledge, and knowledge of Brahman or yoga. That soul knowledge which has been nurtured and demonstrated by the rishis, though it may seem unapparent for a while, perennially inheres as an undercurrent in the Indian people. That extinct soul knowledge was once accessible only to a select few conversant in yoga. It was evident to Yogiraj that without this noble, immortal yoga sadhana, the lives of Indians would not be fulfilled. Therefore, he caused its reviviscence by unravelling this invaluable treasure of Sanatana Bharata from mountain caverns, leading to its expansion among all castes, creeds and sects. Previously, in the hope of gaining this soul knowledge, many had forsaken their household lives to pursue ascetics and mahatmas in mountain caves. It was Yogiraj who first caused an awakening of the immortal yoga sadhana, nurtured by sages amidst family men plagued by problems, and by doing so, infused life into the masses. Today, by the grace of Krishna Shamachurn, this knowledge has become easily obtainable. Indians are blessed, re-obtaining that sage-demonstrated path by the providence of Brahma Shamachurn. The spiritual lamp which he has lit is glowing luminously in the hearts of millions. Bhagavan has decreed in the Gita that whenever there is decadence of this yoga dharma in the world, he himself will mark his advent to resuscitate its waning glory. Abiding by his own decree, he effected his re-advent in the guise of Bhagavan Shamachurn and again portrayed to erring mankind the royal avenue for the attainment of the ambrosial essence. He has showered a divine assurance, जिसका बोझ वो खुद उतर लेगा, जो भगवान को हमेशा ध्यान करे, उसको कम उहा करता है. If one is saddled by any impediment, the one whose burden it is will himself release it. For the one who perpetually cogitates on Bhagavan, all actions are executed by him. From times immemorial until the present day, the soil of India has been pregnant with a remarkable silence regarding the play of the imperceptible power. The name of this unseen force is the power of Dharma, the knowledge of Dharma, and soul knowledge, the endeavour to bring the infinite within the bounds of man's small realm. This is why the other name for Bharata is Dharmakshetra, the realm of religion. Bhagavan has imparted an ultimate assurance in the Gita, Sambhavami Yuge Yuge. I shall mark my advent at the transition of each yuga. This is the precise reason why he manifests himself time and again. The sky, the air, the very specks of dust, the water and the land of India have stood as testimony to this through the aeons. In fulfillment of this divine promise, a sublime soul marked his advent in Gurni, near Krishnagar, in the Nadia district of West Bengal, India, on September 30th, 1828. It was a Tuesday, the 7th day of the dark lunar fortnight, when he was born to his father, Gurmohan Lahiri, and his mother, Samt Muktakeshi Devi. In his birth, it seemed the eternal axiom of the Gita gained a new resonance. Tapasvibhyo adhiko yogi jnanibhyo api matwadhika karmibhyaskadhiko yogi tasmdyogi bhavarjuna. Shamacharan was initiated into the domain of yoga sadhana, dedicating his entire being to its sacred pedestal. In time, he came to be known as Yogiraj Sri Shyama Charan Lahiri. His spiritual essence and effulgent form were manifest even within his astrological calculations. In accordance with Indian astrology, Lahiri Mahasaya's ascendant is Libra, his sun sign is Gemini, and his ruling planet is Mars. The nature of Mars is to probe and explore. One so born tends to seek, to aspire, and to quest deeply. The latent joy of Gemini is the power of creation and manifestation. Its predisposition is to express abstract conceptions in a concrete manner. As the astrologer Alan Leo stated, Gemini, the synthesizer, manifests a combination of adaptability and intellect, producing enthusiastic, impressionable, and versatile individuals. The propensity of Gemini is to provide stimulus, alternating between the rules of expansion and contraction. It manifests both the masculine power of impregnation and the feminine power of retention. It remains extremely alert to the minor details of its surroundings, serving as a symbol of an ever-conscious sense of discernment, perception, intellect, and, above all, the determination of willpower. The ascendant, Libra, reminds us of the aerial motion that continues infinitely, even within a single dot of time. It is the quintessence of placidity, tenderness, gentleness, and rationalism, commencing its journey only after establishing truth upon the touchstone of reason. The ascendant lord is Venus, the exponent of life's restoration, whose contact enlivens even the inanimate and the unconscious. Yogiraj was a being capable of elucidating abstruse, esoteric scriptural knowledge and invaluable realizations into simple, crystalline prose. Though he was aware of material objects, loyal and energetic, he was, by the influence of Venus, held within the family ambit as a householder and a professional, serving as an epitome of fulfillment. With Jupiter located in the 9th house of fortune forming a harmonious aspect, Yogiraj was made family-oriented yet apathetic to worldliness, active yet passive, aware of earthly joys yet stoic, and the author of both earthly happiness and extra-mundane bliss. Saturn, the lord of the 4th and 5th houses, is the principal planet located in the water sign of Cancer. Saturn connotes death, sorrow, and is the ultimate symbol of austerity, the practice of sadhana, regardless of whether the body is consumed in the fire of discipline. Saturn confers profound concentration, holiness, loyalty, and a fathomless philosophical wisdom born of a soul-realized state. Without the grace of Saturn, the visualization of the lotus feet is impossible. The connection between the cardinal house and the angular house is known as Raja Yoga. The location of Venus and Saturn, along with the conjunction of Jupiter, Mercury, and the Moon, elevated the native to the highest pinnacle of yoga sadhana. Because Venus and Saturn are both centered on aspiration, Yogiraj, throughout his existence, sought a state of deep spiritual engrossment. This is why Shyamacharan remains eternally afloat in the sublime realm, the very epitome of divine bliss.